Early in the morning, two maids walked through the estate and admired their mistress, who they considered incredible because of her actions. They did not understand how Lady Camilla could predict many events so accurately, and her predictions always greatly helped everyone in life. Here the girls paused as they noticed the lady herself, who was walking around the estate just like them. Camilla waved to her assistants, and if you were wondering how she knew about all these situations, the lady had simply seen them hundreds of times already. The events that were just beginning in history were already quite boring for this girl, since time after time she watched Camilla being bullied. Moreover, that lady lived so miserably that she was brutally killed by her own loved ones who did not believe her. But since the main character was now instead of that same Camilla, she would under no circumstances allow something like that. But that wasn't all, because the current mistress was suddenly timidly called by name, asking her to turn around. The girl did this and smiled, as she had one exceptional ability that no one knew about. The thing is that she could see ghosts both in her world and in this one, and now one of them was talking to her. However, she didn't just help the ghosts, on the contrary, she asked them for help, since they didn't want to disappear, but were very eager to at least talk to someone. But even knowing the plot, the girl accidentally contacted people she wanted to avoid, one of whom was Adrian Sefra. And the second, always speaking kindly to her, was Pedro Havalong, whom the lady was somewhat afraid of, knowing the whole plot of the story. Initially, realizing that everything was heading towards friendship with these dangerous guys, the current Camilla was worried. However, now the lady believed in her own strength and therefore smiled happily, believing that she could handle absolutely everything. The most terrible event with the past Camilla always happened on a rainy night, when, in addition to rain, snow also fell to the ground due to the cold. The girl screamed for help, but her father only looked at her coldly and angrily, completely unwilling to help. This lady was extremely cruel, so when she was falsely accused, no one wanted to help her. But this time Camilla really wasn't to blame, since the reason for everything was her brother, who was also tied up. If you think about it this way, then the girl's cause of death was ridiculous, since she was recognized as an accomplice in her brother's revenge. And Ravi Sorful himself, who really was to blame for everything, was not even going to admit that he did wrong. At this point, the main character always felt sorry for Camille, who suffered only because of her false involvement in brotherly revenge. Despite all the pleas of his daughter, the Duke said that the attempt on the life of his eldest son was too great a sin to ask even his own children, and no matter how much the mistress screamed that she did nothing, no one believed the girl and she could only cry bitterly. Each time at the end, Ridville Sorful, who was the eldest son of the Duke, killed his sister and younger brother, thereby getting rid of those who attempted to kill him. The guy coldly raised his sword over the lady's head, and she froze in fear, realizing that she could not escape. The last thought of the tear-stained girl was that she had lived so little and so sadly, and all because of communication with Ravi, who she now hated. The main character had such a dream absolutely every night, and not only that, causing her to wake up in horror in her bed. From time to time, Camilla's death changed to other methods, but still, when she woke up, the girl felt the pain of that lady as her own. She had no idea why she was dreaming about this story, but she was in great pain because she could not sleep properly. The only person with whom the girl could talk about this time was the silent ghost of someone's grandmother near her bed. However, the ghost could not help in any way, so the heroine had to think about why she had been having this dream for 20 years on her own. However, the girl did not stop trying to hear the opinion of the flying granny, asking why this was happening. But like many other ghosts, this one also pursued only its own goals, and instead of answering Sarah's questions, only asked for help. The girl herself began to see ghosts at the age of 5 after the death of her mother, but she was never afraid of them. She quickly learned that no matter what the ghost was, if you weren't scared, it wouldn't touch you. Now Sarah has grown up and has long worked successfully as an actress in the world-famous A Studio. The scenes in which it was necessary to film varied in complexity, but the girl always managed it easily. Therefore, Sarah was often thanked for her work, not only at the end of the shooting day, but even throughout each scene filmed. The producers considered the heroine a professional in her field, and were very happy when she agreed to star in their project, which is why they often praised her. Sarah began building her career as a national-level actress at the age of 14, and since then, she has only improved her skills with each shoot. The girl managed to daydream, so she did not immediately hear a woman's voice calling her. It turned out that her colleague Jane had come to thank her for the advice that had been given earlier. Sarah thought that this girl should have been at home now, but she explained that she had asked for time off. Jane said she was able to say goodbye to her deceased grandmother properly, thanks to the help of the famous actress. When a colleague mentioned that Sarah could predict fate, the heroine awkwardly laughed it off, saying that this was nonsense. In fact, the ghost of Jane's grandmother came to her house asking for help, so the girl had no choice but to help. Although in this situation, Sarah did not feel sorry for the time spent, because they had known their colleague for a very long time. Then Jane said that she had rummaged around next to her grandmother's tree, as the actress had said, and Sarah asked what was found there. The girl was very surprised because she found her grandmother's will there, in which she left everything to her. At this, the actress laughed, saying that, apparently, she knows how to look for treasures, and she herself was glad that the old woman would no longer bother her with this. Besides, now Sarah will finally be able to sleep normally, without the whisper of an inconsolable old woman under her ear. At this point, the actress decided to end the dialogue and said goodbye, since she had free time from filming during which she wanted to relax. Walking to her room in the office, the girl heard the ghost of her grandmother, whispering gratitude to her for her help. She quickly turned around but did not see anyone, which meant that the old woman had disappeared from this world forever. This circumstance suited the heroine very well, so she hurried into the room to hide from people for a while. As soon as she walked inside, Sarah immediately fell into a chair, realizing how tired she was from lack of sleep due to solving other people's problems. The girl decided to close her eyes for a while and take a nap, hoping that she might not even have that dream and she could get some sleep. But it was not to be. Having fallen asleep, as always, Sarah began to have a dream about the scaffold and the death of Camilla. Death each time was different from what it was the last time, but invariably the girl woke up at the moment of the lady's death. But then Sarah felt someone's cold and furious gaze on her, which made her feel very uneasy. Shuddering, the actress tried to wake up, but then realized that for some reason she couldn't. Having experienced an attack of severe panic, the girl, after several attempts, was able to open her eyes by jumping up. Sarah could not understand what happened to her, because she always woke up before she saw Camilla dead. To distract herself, the actress had already gone to the set, although she still had an hour of rest. She was still haunted by eyes full of rage and sadness, which she had seen for the first time in 20 years. Remembering them, Sarah shuddered and worried that she would continue to see something similar now, because the dream had changed. When the girl came to the set, the screenwriter was surprised, but agreed to start filming earlier. Having picked up the script, the actress reread the desired scene several times in order to remember everything and get used to the role. Now they had to film a simple moment, so Sarah wasn't worried that she couldn't handle it. Carefully rereading the script, the girl did not notice how the chandelier upstairs began to sway very violently for no apparent reason. But the actors around quickly noticed this and moved back, for some reason without calling out to the heroine. As a result, in front of everyone, the chandelier broke away from its mounting on the ceiling and fell straight on the main actress. Immediately shouts began about the need to call an ambulance as soon as possible, but it was too late. The girl lay on the cold floor, crushed by the chandelier, and tried to understand what had happened. She looked up and saw a ghost, but this ghost very much reminded Sarah of herself. While the ghost smiled joyfully for some unknown reason, the heroine lost consciousness and the whole world gradually blurred for her. Struggling to wake up from these events, as if from a dream, the girl jumped up on the bed with protesting screams. And then the actress was surprised that her body was very light, and she herself was in a beautiful dress and on a soft bed. Sarah immediately carefully felt her face, trying to find any damage, as she remembered that the chandelier had fallen on her. Then the girl saw a mirror in front of her and was able to see her face, which made her very surprised. The whole point is that it was this face that she saw in her dreams, and looking into it, she did not notice how someone approached her. And the guy who came up was also from Sarah's dreams, and she even remembered that his name was Ravi Sorfel. Sarah froze in amazement, staring at Ravi, as she tried to understand how she ended up here and why in Camilla's body. Being now the lady of her dreams, the girl decided that perhaps she was still dreaming and having such a strange dream. Then Camilla's brother shouted at the actress, causing her to tremble her hands in surprise, which was unpleasant for her. Ravi himself decided that his work was done here, since he called his sister to eat, and therefore turned around and went back. But the current Camilla was not happy with the fact that, due to his inferiority complex, this guy constantly snapped at the past one. Therefore, jumping up, the lady heartily hit her brother on the back of the head, since she had long wanted to take revenge on him for his attitude towards the girl from the dream. From such a surprise, Ravi opened his eyes and mouth wide, since his sister had never even touched him with a finger before. Camilla didn't feel guilty at all, because she believed that her brother had done more wrong than she had hit. It so happened that the mother of Camilla and Ravi married the Duke after divorcing her first husband, and the woman's children began to live with the man's child. Even in childhood, Ravi had a talent for magic, which the child was very happy about. But, unfortunately, he could not compare with the magical talent of his older brother Rudville. It was because of the inferiority complex that developed in him that Ravi decided to kill Rudville in the future. And to achieve his goal, the guy decided to use his sister, whom no one paid attention to. Therefore, even now Sarah wanted to hit the guy, but she understood that this would be too much. Ravi could not find the words to scold the girl, as he was too amazed due to the surprise. The actress, taking advantage of Camilla's beauty, looked sad and asked what was wrong. The girl said that she did it while asleep, and the brother could not object now. So this time the guy really believed the lady, since she was afraid to even touch the maids. So Ravi once again reminded the girl that he was late because of her and went to the dining hall. Camilla tried to get ready as quickly as possible and managed to catch up with her brother on the road. On the way, the girl wondered if she was still sleeping, since what was happening around was very realistic. Although she always saw the story in the first person, she could never change events. In addition, it remained a big mystery for the actress why she saw her own ghost, and how it was connected with what was happening to her. But the lady had no time left to think about all this, since she and her brother had already approached the dining room. Their father, who was Duke Sorful, was already expecting his children and had not yet started eating. Camilla looked at the empty place of Rudville and realized that now is the period when there was a riot in the western region, and the guy went there. Turning her gaze to Ravi, the girl remembered that his envy of his older brother would begin when Rudville returned with a great achievement. Only after sitting down at the table and feeling how real it was, the actress thought about how problematic it would be if she couldn't return. Right now, Camilla was overcome by memories from her dreams about a girl dying at the hands of her father, and the lady looked at the Duke. He sat completely calm, but the look in his eyes was as cold as at the moments of his daughter's death. The father reproached the children for their lateness, and the actress, because of the coldness in his voice, realized that she might well die if she stayed here. In response to his father's reproach, Ravi jumped up as he wanted to defend himself and shift all the blame onto his sister. But then the guy was surprised to hear Camilla asking for forgiveness to the Duke for the first time for being late. Meanwhile, the girl, her eyes sparkling sweetly, said that she couldn't sleep for a long time, so she overslept. The Duke frowned, as usually the lady was always silent during meals. Meanwhile, the servants were already delivering the food prepared for dinner and placing it on the table. As always, the maid politely, but was the last to serve food to Mrs. Camilla. While no one turned their attention to her, the assistant hurried to turn away and leave. In fact, the girl did her best to hide her laughter, because she knew that Camilla's food was once again spoiled. In the dream, for a long time, the Duke's daughter was bullied by some of the maids, which continued even at the dinner table. But Sarah was not Camilla, and therefore she knew how to punish the servants for once again ruining the food. The lady decided that the best way to punish the maids would be to do it at the hands of her father, so she turned to him. Therefore, Camilla said with a smile that she wanted to make amends for being late and therefore cut him a steak. This act of his sister frightened Ravi, since she had never done such a thing before, and the guy doubted whether she really woke up. The Duke decided to accept such an apology on behalf of his daughter, and calmly took the steak that had been cut for him, immediately putting the piece into his mouth. At the same moment, the man was very surprised by the taste of the meat, as it was very salty. The girl exhaled with relief since now the nets were spread and she was waiting for her father's reaction. The actress felt sorry for the old Camilla, who could not stand up for herself, but she was different from her. So, putting on a show of great regret, the lady jumped up and asked her father not to eat her steak. While the sister begged the Duke to return her plate to her, Ravi sat and did not understand anything. Here the Duke's face became distorted with anger, and he asked if his daughters always brought such dishes. Camilla pressed her hands to her chest, since she was an actress and knew very well how to show sincere repentance. But the girl herself could barely restrain a malicious smile, because she understood that the maids could not escape punishment. She could already imagine the faces of the defeated offenders, who clearly did not expect the mistress to do what she wanted. So now the heroine decided to tell the whole family why Camilla always ate so little. After listening to his daughter, the Duke said that they would talk a little later, but now he wants to punish those who dared to offend her. The lady was very glad that the Duke would even kill to save his reputation, although she did not show it. About a week later, Camilla still woke up in the body of the girl from the dream and did not understand how to stop it. The girl didn't know whether she died and was transported here or whether she was in a coma and this was still a dream. The lady really hated this whole situation she found herself in, but then there was a knock on the door of her room. The door opened and her assistant Donna, who woke up the mistress every morning, entered the room. The maid was concerned that the lady had been eating almost nothing lately, to which Camilla replied that she had no appetite. After the situation at the table, the Duke ordered to carefully examine the food that was brought to his daughter. In addition, the cooks in general began to behave more carefully, although they were not initially to blame for what happened. As for the maids who abused the ladies, they were thrown out of work without even paying. But still, the actress just wanted to wake up so she didn't eat, but Donna didn't like it. Therefore, the maid once again invited the boss personally to the mistress's room, but she was not at all happy with him. Donna said that this time the chef brought food, the taste of which he was 100% sure of. But the chef's dish was again made from apples, and the lady didn't like them, so she didn't eat the cooked food. This was not the first time that the proud boss was shouted at by a ghost, who apparently had once been his teacher during his lifetime. And now the dead chef could not influence his students' cooking, which he considered unworthy. The girl tried her best to ignore all the screams of the ghostly cook, so that he would not know that she could hear and see him. At this time, at Fabler Academy, 2 students walked along its corridors and discussed Camille. The fair-haired one asked the dark-haired one if he had heard anything about the girl about whom there were many rumors. The student seriously considered Duke Sorfel's daughter very strange because of her various antics. But his interlocutor didn't care. He only asked to follow his friend's words, since they were still talking about the Duke's daughter. Then the guy, mocking Lady Sorfel, noticed the silhouette of a student ahead and got scared. He immediately suggested that his friend go in the other direction, but the dark-haired man did not understand what was going on. The student explained that the guy in front of them had a very bad character, and it was better for him to stay out of sight. As if sensing that someone was talking about him, Adrian Sephra turned towards the corridor. But besides him, there was no one else around, since everyone preferred to avoid the guy. For the first time, when the chef's student tasted his food, an unquenchable fire lit up in the boy's heart. Even then, he decided that he would definitely learn to cook something like that and would be happy about it. The guy considered the apple pie that his mentor taught him to be the basis of all dishes in his life. However, now Camilla dealt him blow after blow, never finishing the current chef's food. In fact, the cook's food was delicious, but the girl did not want to eat what she was given just to cook, without thinking about her tastes. Once again, the guy tried to insist on apple pie, but the girl grimaced at the sight of him. The cook believed that the lady should be grateful just for tasting his food at all. All the words of the unlucky student, as well as his approach to cooking, greatly angered the dead mentor. The chef, named Pierre, once again shouted to the guy that the lady didn't like apples, but it was all useless. Looking at the ghost, the actress thought that during her life in show business, she had become accustomed to rude people, but Pierre embarrassed her. Even as a ghost, the former boss was too loud, so the lady was afraid to imagine what he was like in life. As a result, to calm down the swearing ghost, Camilla told his student that she would try the food. The girl calmly took a fork and broke off a piece of the apple pie, tasting it. But as soon as she tried it, the girl immediately put down her fork and pushed the plate away, because she was no longer going to eat. And, pointedly turning her head to the side, Camilla said that she didn't taste it, which surprised the guy. In response to the cook's lamentations, the girl said that the pie was missing 1 gram of cinnamon, which silenced him. Then the lady lectured the boss about how he shouldn't care who eats what because she doesn't like apples. Camilla finished her speech with the words that if no one needs the cook's dish, then it is no different from garbage. The current boss immediately remembered that his mentor once said the same thing. So angry with himself for such a careless attitude to cooking, the guy ran out, promising to return soon. Camilla waved after him, and then could not resist and still turned to the ghost. The lady asked Chef Pierre to also leave her room, but the ghost did not immediately believe that she saw him. The man immediately tried to find out whether the girl really turned to him, but the lady went to bed. However, the ghost, amazed by this fact, was not going to give up just like that. Instead, a little later, he called another ghost, convincing him that Camilla was talking to him. This ghost turned out to be a former butler named Darren, who did not particularly believe in the veracity of his friend's words. The ghosts argued a little about the fact that, although they were dead, they still had their memories, and never before had they heard or noticed that a lady could communicate with ghosts. The butler quickly realized that all they could do now was wait and watch the girl's behavior. For several days in a row, they stayed in Camilla's room while she was angry that she could not return back to her life. The girl absolutely did not understand how she could survive in this world and what to do. In the end, the lady decided to urgently take care of her reputation, which was damaged by the antics of the previous Camilla. After all, the cause of that girl's death was precisely perjury, although she did not intend to kill anyone. Pierre carefully watched the actress's torment and wondered how to approach her. While the lady was thinking that she should improve her relationship with her father, the boss decided to ask if she could hear him. Camilla still tried not to pay attention to the ghosts, but the ghostly boss did not stop, constantly calling out to her. Pierre even began to make faces in front of his mistress when he realized that the lady was not responding. This infuriated the actress more and more, who knew how to play the necessary emotions, but did not know how to restrain hers. Therefore, very angry, Camilla asked loudly, "So what if she sees ghosts?" The girl immediately stated that she would not solve any of their problems, so it would be better for them to leave behind. However, right now, the ghosts were not listening to the mistress, as they were too happy that she could hear them. The lady could only sigh, watching as Pierre continued to make faces and ask if she saw them. In the end, the lady was very tired of the dialogue with the former butler and cook, so she sighed sadly. The lady fell on the bed and asked out loud how the Duke would like her. Imagine Camilla's surprise when the ghost reported that they could help her with this. It turned out that the butler Darren worked at the estate back in the days when the Duke was not even in the plans. And Pierre personally cooked for the girl's father many times, since as a child he was even more picky. Therefore, the deceased asked Camilla if she needed advice on obtaining approval from the Duke. The lady's eyes immediately lit up with joy, since with this information, the ghost could really help her a lot. A little later, the girl's father came to his favorite garden for the first time in a long time to enjoy the flowers. Then the man saw a female silhouette ahead and took a closer look to see who was there. The Duke recognized that girl as his daughter, who for some reason was peacefully collecting flowers in a bouquet. However, the father was afraid that Camilla might destroy the flowers, as happened last time. Then the lady completely tore up the rosebed, and no one understood why she needed it. But the flowers from the misty garden were very different from roses, so the Duke grabbed the girl by the shoulders in a panic. Out of surprise, Camilla dropped from her hands the bouquet that she had carefully collected for her own father. Gasping, the girl immediately bent down to pick up the flowers before they had time to wrinkle. Looking sad, the lady told her father that she was just picking misty flowers. The Duke was surprised by this, since he had not noticed his daughter among the plants before. Then the girl added that she wanted to decorate her father's room because he loves these flowers so much. The man, perplexed, asked if he had understood his daughter correctly, and she nodded in the affirmative. Camilla smiled sincerely and joyfully at her father, showing with all her appearance that she was not planning anything bad. Meanwhile, the actress carefully observed the man's emotions, as she knew how to consider what other people were feeling. And right now, the girl saw that the Duke was in great shock from his daughter's idea. Continuing to play according to her plan, the lady sadly asked if she had done something wrong. To this, the man hesitantly replied that she could do what she wanted, and the actress immediately promised to bring flowers to his chambers. The Duke loved misty flowers because his mother planted them and carefully looked after them. So, on the advice of the ghost, Camilla gave her father a bouquet of these flowers. The lady noticed that when she gave flowers, there was no usual coldness in the man's gaze. Turning, she went to her room, thinking that she was taking steps in the right direction, improving her relationship with her father. Camilla understood that it would not be so easy to remove the coldness and mistrust from their dialogues. Therefore, opening the door to her chambers, the lady proudly decided to proceed with her next plan. A week later, the Duke sat in his office and listened to a report on the affairs of the estate and his son. His right hand, Jacta, shared all the information he had collected, especially talking about the achievements of his eldest son, Rudville. Having told everything he could collect, the guy noticed that his master did not particularly comment on the information. But the Duke still couldn't stop thinking about his daughter's behavior and the fact that she had collected flowers for him. Throughout the week, the girl promptly changed one bouquet for another, collecting fresh flowers. Therefore, the man asked the assistant how Camilla has been eating in recent days. But Jacta was not ready for such a question, which angered the gentleman, but the guy promised to find out quickly. Then there was a knock on the office door, and the butler Rub, who decided to feed the Duke earlier because of his departure on business, entered with food. The right-hand man immediately switched to the butler, since he had already finished his report and did not want the gentleman to get angry due to the lack of information about his daughter. While Rub watched his master, he moved from his work chair to a soft one intended for eating. The gentleman noticed that the butler was not leaving, but he asked not to pay attention to him. Then the man finally started eating, and from the very first spoon, he was very surprised by the taste. This food reminded him of something he had eaten a long time ago as a child and loved very much. Then food with such taste was prepared for him by his favorite chef Pierre, who unfortunately died long ago. Therefore, the gentleman asked if Gerald could really recreate Pierre's recipe, to which Rube replied that it was not the cook who prepared the soup. The man was surprised by this circumstance and immediately asked to tell who exactly prepared the food. The butler, smiling cheerfully, replied that Lady Camilla had made dinner. Looking at the bowl of soup, the father thought deeply, because he could not believe that his daughter had prepared it. At this moment, the cook himself tried the soup prepared by the girl, and was also very surprised at its taste. This golden colour and exquisite aroma reminded Gerald of Teacher Pierre's soup. The lady, perfectly seeing the guy's emotions, nevertheless asked how he liked the food. In complete shock, the cook exclaimed how the girl managed to cook something so wonderful. In response, Camilla just grinned, not wanting to give away her cooking secrets. And at that time, she looked at the ghost because she succeeded only thanks to him. Pierre showed the girl a thumbs up and winked as he was very pleased with the work done. Their secret was that Camilla allowed the ghost to move into her body and thus prepare food. Pierre died suddenly, and Gerald never learned the recipe for his soup, so now he was very jealous of the lady. Then the lady called the cook in a gentle voice, which sent shivers down the guy's back. The girl reminded him that they had an agreement, and since he liked her soup, he must do what she says. The cook was very frightened by this circumstance, since he did not know what exactly the girl would wish for. Camilla hinted to the guy that her neck was already hurting to look up at him so that he would kneel down. A little earlier, the guy confidently shouted that the lady would never be able to cook better than him, and so he himself suggested that if she surprised him, he himself would kneel before her. Camilla was offended by the cook's impudent tone, so she decided to show him who's boss at all costs. And now Gerald had no choice but to grind his teeth in frustration, since he lost the argument. Therefore, the guy obediently knelt down and bowed his head, admitting his defeat. That same evening, Camilla sat in her chambers and drank tea contentedly, as she was tired during the day. The only thing that prevented her from fully enjoying the peace were the ghosts flying nearby. Pierre and Darren whispered to each other, sometimes glancing at the lady, which irritated her. In the end, the lady could not stand it and called the ghosts, saying that she wanted to ask them a question. Camilla has been seeing ghosts for more than 20 years, and during this time she realized that they just don't help. Therefore, the lady began the dialogue very delicately, and first thanked the butler and the cook for their help with the flowers and soup. She also added that she felt that she would need their help more than once, because in order to survive in this world and raise Camilla's reputation, knowledge was needed. Therefore, the girl herself wanted to offer the spirits to fulfill their last will in exchange for helping her. The ghost silently listened to the mistress's conversation, not quite understanding what she was leading to. Then the actress directly asked the ghosts to say what exactly they wanted from her. Darren and Pierre looked at each other, repeating their mistress's unexpected question. Suddenly, to Camilla's great surprise, the ghost began to laugh loudly but harmlessly at her question. When they calmed down, Pierre explained that he only wanted one thing, namely to cook. The lady immediately thought that she would then have to set the table and hold a memorial ceremony, and the cook still talked about how only cooking makes him truly happy. Therefore, the ghost politely thanked the lady for giving him such an opportunity again. Realizing that the two didn't really want to talk about their specific desires, the actress decided to leave them alone. In addition, Darren added that he only wants to help the Sorrel family in any way possible. The butler was glad that the lady was able to make the Duke smile by collecting misty flowers for him. Therefore, he thanked Camilla for her help, although she planned to say thank you. The girl couldn't understand why these ghosts were so good, but it only worked to her advantage. The only thing is that the actress did not like the fact that Pierre and Darren regretted that they could not afford to use their workforce further. But since they didn't have any special requests, the lady couldn't help them disappear. Therefore, bowing politely, Camilla asked her ghostly friends to continue helping her. And 10 days later, Pierre happily helped the lady prepare a delicious wine drink. Gerald was ready to bite his own elbows when he saw how wonderfully the girl's cocktail turned out. But Camilla did not plan to reveal her secrets, so she simply smiled slyly. After that incident with the soup, the lady began to cook every evening, which the ghostly cook was happy about, and the living one was angry from not understanding why she cooked better than him. The guy even thought that the lady had found his mentor's secret book of recipes, and that's why everything was working out for her. Also, the current chef did not quite like the behavior of the girl, who had changed a lot lately. For some reason, the lady navigated the kitchen as if she had been working here for many years. In the end, Gerald could not restrain himself and asked permission to try the drink, and the lady agreed. The guy eagerly took the spoon and brought it to his mouth, not yet knowing what to expect. The cook was very surprised because he always did everything according to the recipe, but his result was different. Approaching the guy, the girl asked him if it was delicious, and he hesitantly praised the thick drink. Camilla realized that the cook was clinging to what little pride he still had, and so she asked if he wanted the recipe. The lady added that if he wants, he needs to be nice and kind, and then she will tell him exactly how he prepares the food. Sitting on his knees, Gerald clenched his hands as he planned to do something he didn't want to do. Here the guy deliberately made his face as sweet as possible and asked if the lady would now give him the recipe. But contrary to the boss's thoughts, Camilla grimaced and asked him never to talk like that again. Then the butler looked into the kitchen, as he was already ready to bring out drinks to the guests. The girl quickly added the last ingredient to the thick drink and carried it into the hands of her assistant. Camilla was completely confident in the dish she had prepared, so she handed the tray to Rube with a smile. As he left the kitchen, the butler turned around to see what would happen without him. It turned out that the lady had brought the always grumpy cook to his knees, and he did not dare to argue with her. This made the man laugh, since he knew that the cook had a bad temper, but the lady managed to pacify him. Walking down the corridor, Rob tried to understand why the Duke's daughter had changed so much and become so interesting, but he never had time to find an answer, because he came to the hall where the Duke was communicating with his guests. Hearing the butler, Camilla's father immediately allowed him to enter, but did not show his joy because of this. Rube announced that the lady gave dessert to her father and did the same for the guests. All those invited were pleasantly surprised by the taste of the dessert, since they did not know about the girl's such skills. and no one was stingy with compliments, talking about how well the Duke's daughter had changed. The father himself was incredibly proud at that moment, and therefore sat contentedly and listened to the guests. The Duke casually remarked, as if he had said that nothing was needed, but the girl cooked it anyway. Rub, watching all this, realized that the gentleman specifically wanted to show off his daughter. Then one of the invitees put the glass on the table and said in a malicious voice that this was truly surprising. The guy started talking about how Camilla had done so many bad things, and now she was finally correcting herself. He laughed and suggested that the girl was simply making amends to everyone. Such speeches from the man greatly angered the Duke, who began to be proud of his daughter. The father could not stand it and remembered that guest said that he did not drink wine, which means he was not entitled to dessert made from wine. Therefore, the Duke demanded that the dessert be given to him so that he could enjoy Camilla's efforts instead of the guy who does not drink wine. The butler obediently took the thick drink from the hapless joker, leaving him with nothing. Only at that moment did the guy realize that he had done something wrong, but did not understand what exactly. At this time, the lady was walking along the corridor and discussing with the ghost what they would cook tomorrow. The lady was completely unaware that her brother was waiting ahead of her and wanted to talk. Only at the very last moment Camilla noticed Ravi and paused. The girl herself called the guy, which he did not expect, since he did not dare to talk to her. As a result, he had to come out of hiding, which he did, after which he asked what his sister was doing. The actress could not predict such an unexpected question, and therefore froze in place for some time. Stepping back a little, the girl asked what exactly her brother meant. The guy explained that he was talking about her daily cooking, which had not happened before. To this, the lady replied that he should not care, and the brother became very angry. Suddenly, Ravi asked if Camilla really thought that the Duke would accept her after everything. The actress did not understand why her brother was so worried about his sister, because they were not close. The guy suddenly whispered angrily that no one in the family appreciated them, which the girl heard. These words scared Camilla, because she never thought that Ravi thought about her in such a way. The lady wondered if what she was doing now reminded her brother of his childhood. Meanwhile, the guy told her not to waste time, as it would lead to nothing. But the girl replied that she knew this perfectly well even without him and was not eager to become part of this family. Ravi wanted to know why his sister was trying, but she ran away, saying that it was time for her to sleep. When the guy called out to her, the lady slowed down and said that she just wanted to survive. This puzzled Ravi so much that he fell silent and no longer tried to talk to the girl. And Camilla, returning to her room, thought that she did not need a family at all. The next morning, the lady calmly drank tea and the ghost watched her. Under their constant gaze, the girl could not relax and rest. Therefore, sighing, the lady asked what exactly the spirits wanted to know since they were constantly looking at her. It turned out that Pierre and Darren were interested in why the lady said that she wanted to survive. Camilla understood that if she told them the truth about her dream, they would not believe it. Therefore, the actress used her acting skills and replied that everyone wants to live. The spirits could not object because this statement was logical, so they fell silent. Then the lady remembered that if ghosts can move around the estate, they must know where one object is buried. Therefore, after thinking a little, Camilla finally decided to turn to Pierre and Darren for help. But first she asked if the two had heard about the incident involving her in the flower garden. Then the maids, laughing at the past Camilla, buried her ring somewhere in one of the flower beds of the garden. In search of him, the girl tore up almost the entire garden, but it was all in vain. Then the lady never said the real reason, and everyone once again decided that she was just crazy. Also that day, the Duke scolded his daughter very much because he was afraid that she would get to the misty flowers. But now, thanks to the help of ghosts, the actress knew exactly where the ring was. So she didn't have to stir up the flower beds and get angry at the maids for their cruel jokes. Quite quickly, she found the very ring that was so important to the previous mistress, and which she could not find. Pierre immediately began to grumble at the girl for not asking them for help with the search earlier. Darren entered the dialogue and said in his throat that ghosts can do a lot if you contact them. Although friends offered their help, the lady refused, saying that she would deal with her problems herself. And Camilla already had an idea of who to start with and how exactly to take revenge on them. Right now, the actress wanted to deal with her past offenders, who were still servants and laughed at her, but the assistants did not know that now they were powerless in front of the new mistress, and she wanted to take advantage of this. Having completed all the preparations, the lady called the three who offended her into her own chambers. The maids did not understand why the mistress suddenly needed them, since they believed that they would continue to go unpunished. One of the assistants confidently said that Camilla's good behavior would not last long, and they could continue to laugh at her further. But as soon as they opened the doors to the mistress's chambers, the opinion of the three servants immediately changed. The body of Camilla appeared before them, looking as if she had recently died. The main instigator of the jokes fell to the floor in surprise as she was very scared. After examining the scene, she concluded that the lady committed suicide by drinking pills. Not wanting to attract unnecessary attention, the maid immediately shouted to her friends to close the doors. The guy obediently ran to the door and locked it so that now no one could get in or out. The assistant, who was the youngest among all three, immediately began to cry in fear. Meanwhile, the other girl continued to look around, trying to figure out what to do. Then she noticed some envelope lying near Camilla and decided to read it. All the servants gathered around the letter left by their mistress because they wanted to understand what was the matter. It turned out that in the letter, Camilla asked to blame the very servants who were now reading it for her death. So the maid immediately said that this letter must be disposed of urgently. At this moment, the actress opened her eyes slightly as she decided that it was time to play the next scene. Calling out to the trio, she greatly frightened them, saying that luck was not on their side. Laughing, the girl asked if they really thought they could find her dead body first. While Camilla sat proudly on the bed, having fun with the situation, the servants tried to come to their senses. The most experienced maid still couldn't believe that this was the same lady they were mocking. A slight panic began among the assistants as they could not understand whether the lady was dead or not. Dispelling their doubts, Camilla said that she was pretty good at pretending to be dead. The girl could not understand whether this idiot lady was really laughing at them now. Here the lady added that any pretense can always be turned into reality. And the actress, directly threatening, said that she could go into the kitchen one night and never come out again. Pretty soon they will go looking for her and find her in the kitchen with a letter and pills in her hands. The maid could not bear this and screamed whether Camilla was really threatening them. But to this the lady replied that they only threaten those who can offer something in return. Sharply approaching the offender, Camilla said that she could simply step on such pathetic insects. This really scared the guy and girl who were just following their friend. So the three servants knelt down and asked forgiveness for their antics, saying that they would not do it again. At this, Camilla smiled and asked if they knew what they should do now. The servants looked up at their mistress in surprise, asking what she meant. Then the mistress said that she wanted them to find her ring right now. In a panic, the assistants immediately ran into the garden as they still remembered the place where they buried the ring. When they left, the lady breathed a sigh of relief as she was quite tired of playing the evil role. From the first scenes, the actress realized that playing a villain is very interesting, but requires a lot of strength. The lady was so lost in thought that she did not immediately notice that ghosts had appeared in her room again. Camilla asked what was the matter, and they replied that they were surprised by her behavior in a good way. To this, the lady boasted that she once even received an award for the best villainous role. But the spirits did not understand what she was talking about, since there were no such awards in this world. Then Darren remembered that the girl had already found her ring and asked why she sent servants to look for it. Imagining how the offenders were trying in vain to find the object that they themselves had hidden, the actress smiled, and then she explained to the butler that she wanted these three to get what they deserved. At this time, the servants were still trying to find the ring despite the falling twilight. However, everywhere they looked was empty, and the girl even began to think that the ring had already been taken and sold. Then the company was noticed by one of the Duke's associates, who was walking around the estate in the evening. The man called out to the servants, asking what they were doing here, which made them scared. It turned out that the butler Rub saw them and immediately informed the master about what had happened. The next morning, the Duke slammed his fist on the table in anger after learning that the servants had stolen a family heirloom. Rube added that the reason why Camille once damaged the flowers was because the lady was looking for a ring. The father wondered why his daughter didn't immediately tell him what was wrong, but instead accepted the punishment. To sort this out, the man asked the butler to bring the girl, and he immediately took his leave. Left alone, the father began to think about his actions as he regretted them. The Duke thought that it must be difficult for Camilla to communicate with him, since he is a stepfather. However, he could not allow the servants to mock even his own daughter. A little later, the lady came into the office in a joyful mood, asking why she was called. Before the lady had time to deal with the offenders, something had already happened, but she was collected and ready. Unexpectedly for the actress, her father asked why she didn't tell about the lost ring. The Duke began to quietly scold the girl for learning about this incident only now. Looking at her father, Camilla couldn't understand why he was so angry about this. The actress didn't really believe that the man could trust his daughter in such a short time. The Duke, meanwhile, not knowing how to start a dialogue, sighed and thought a little. Then, still sadly, the father said that the lady should have told him what happened. The girl was surprised that the man regretted what he had done, since according to the plot of the dream, he had no pity for Camilla. And now, thanks to the efforts of the actress, the attitude of the father who killed his daughter has apparently changed for the better. However, the lady could not get used to the idea that they had become so close. Now Camilla was trying to find words to figure out how to continue the dialogue. In the end, she stated that her father was so busy that she did not want to bother him with her problems. The man jumped up, declaring that it was not his daughter who should ask for forgiveness, but those servants. Anger, mixed with regret, once again overwhelmed the man, and he even fell silent. And then the father said that the girl could come to him at any time and tell him anything. He sincerely asked his daughter to always talk to him first, which surprised her. Camilla did not expect that the Duke would look at her with such tenderness. Therefore, returning to her room, the lady took out a map to think about whether she should run away. The spirits immediately asked what the lady was doing, and she replied that she was studying the map. The ghosts were scared when they heard that Camilla was planning to run away, but the girl calmed them down. The actress said that she may not have to run away at all, but she cannot guarantee this. It was dangerous for her to rely solely on the Duke's attitude, since another of her killers was soon to arrive. Namely, the eldest and native son of the Sorful family named Rudville, who is a powerful magician and swordsman. While the lady was sitting and completely immersed in her thoughts, thinking about something, an assistant came to her. She turned out to be Donna, who invited the lady to drink tea with the Duke, since he was already waiting. Camilla calmly accepted the invitation to have a tea party, since she herself had already thought about it. The girl realized that since her father asked her to come, it means their relationship has really improved. Quickly getting ready, the actress immediately headed to the tea party, so as not to keep the man waiting. But even as she approached, Camilla saw someone who made her frown. It turned out that the Duke invited not only her to drink tea, but another person was waiting for the tea party to start. This person turned out to be her brother Ravi, whom the lady never expected to see here. As soon as he saw his sister, the guy smiled sweetly and invited her to sit down. Excellently playing the role of a meek girl, the actress calmly accepted this invitation. But in fact, she was angry that her brother also did not speak nicely to her in private. Since it was impossible to leave the tea party, the lady nevertheless sat down in her place thinking. It seemed to her that for some reason her brother was in a good mood, which was rare. Just when she began to think about what could have made Ravi so happy, he himself boasted that he had been chosen at the academy for a demonstration. Camilla did not expect that this day would come so quickly in the story, and therefore was not ready. The fact is that once a year a demonstration is held in the magic tower of the academy, and only the most talented and experienced magicians were invited to it, and Ravi was considered one of them. Now the lady understood why her brother absolutely did not hide his joy. Then a servant burst into the room, interrupting the tea party as he had news. He reported that Rudville independently found the enemy's headquarters and defeated everyone. This news delighted the Duke so much that he jumped up and completely forgot about his youngest son. Ravi was noticeably saddened by this, but his father no longer paid him any attention. Only Camilla noticed how much her father's lack of attention affected her brother. However, she did not expect anything different, knowing full well that luck was not on Ravi's side. Camilla understood that the worst thing was that the banquet for Rudville's return was on the same day as the demonstration. And indeed, it was very difficult for the guy, so he took his leave and hurried to leave despite offers to stay. To talk to her brother, Camilla also said goodbye to her father, saying that she also had business. And the Duke calmly dismissed his children, noting the tea party, since he was more interested in talking with his assistant about Rudville. And at that moment, the lady hurried after Ravi in order to catch up with him and talk to him. It was very difficult for the guy now because he worked hard but never received recognition. Ravi even thought that he should have learned dark magic and gone to the battlefield. But then his sister called out to him, saying that he was a great fellow for being able to get to the demonstration. However, the brother initially did not understand the veracity of the girl's words and therefore asked why she was making fun of her. But Camilla did not give up and again said that only the best of the best are sent there. She then ended the dialogue, but as she left, she put a hand on Ravi's shoulder to support him. The lady once again said that he was great, which finally touched the guy, although he himself did not expect it. The sister no longer saw this since she left, but the brother was greatly amazed by her words. The whole point was that the two words that Ravi wanted to hear from his father were spoken by Camilla. A few days later, the lady was getting ready for an event, and Donna was happy to help her with it. The maid assured that at the banquet, the lady would be the most beautiful among all. The actress agreed that the previous lady was very lucky with her appearance. In addition, Donna knew how to work with Camilla's beauty, always making her better. Since the elder brother returned home, there are banquets every day, which the lady does not like very much. However, she needed to stand out, so every day the girl chose a new outfit. Then she heard Ravi's voice, who for some reason asked her not to create new problems. The lady asked if he really wanted to quarrel again out of the blue, but the brother explained that she behaved badly at the last party, which the actress admitted. And then she cheerfully added that, although it was her fault, she liked it. Camilla specifically depicted how she grabbed the girl by the hair, which made the guy confused. Then the lady looked at her brother's suit and asked if he had bought a new one for the special occasion. Ravi quickly said that he would never come to the banquet, no matter what. Then his sister surprised him by reminding him that he had already had a magic demonstration today. The guy didn't believe that this girl was able to correctly remember the date of his event. But in reality, he felt sad because he would like to be paid attention to. The actress suddenly whispered that if you don't choose the right outfit, you will be compared to everyone else. To this, the brother replied that clothes are not so important at a banquet. You just need to not attract too much attention to yourself. In response to this, the lady once again raised her fist as if holding someone by the hair, causing the guy to frown. At this time, all the workers were in full swing preparing for the banquet, trying to be on time. As soon as Ravi walked down the street completely leisurely, not wanting to share the joy with others, he was sad that his older brother was discussed even outside the estate. To try not to think about it, the guy clenched his fists and walked away. At that moment, Ravi personally concluded that with or without a family, he was still lonely. That same evening, the middle brother came to the demonstration shortly before it began. He stood apart from everyone and tried not to pay attention to anyone, so that they wouldn't bother him either. Then his classmate Jael approached him, which was strange because they did not communicate. Ravi immediately tensed because this guy had never spoken to him before. But then Jael said that he considered him one of the best magicians of the course, like many others. Ravi was about to relax when he heard someone calling his interlocutor. It turned out that his mother and sister, who were already sitting at the table, came to support Jael. The guy happily waved back, thanking them for their much-needed support. And then he turned sharply to Ravi to look at his emotions at that moment. And unexpectedly for the son of the sorrowful family, Jael asked where his family was. A classmate began to playfully lament that it was impossible that no one would come. Only now did it become clear to Ravi why this clearly not his friend approached him. The guy gathered all his strength and said that no one should care whether someone supports him or not. At this, Jael smiled very slyly, and Ravi realized that something bad was about to happen. And indeed, a classmate said that since the eldest son had arrived in the Sorfel family, The middle son was no longer so needed. Although Ravi was ready for such words, he was still offended. The guy tried to fight his emotions for some time, but his eyes were still filled with rage. Fearing no one at all, Ravi suddenly raised his hand and swung it towards his classmate. Jael immediately covered himself with his hands, but his brother only put his hand on his shoulder and said that his family was the only thing he could be proud of. The guy who came to mock Ravi did not expect this at all. Meanwhile, Sorfil's son whispered in his classmate's ear that he knew very well how the teacher helped him. Stepping back, he added that if you have money, then life is definitely wonderful. At this point, Jael could no longer contain his emotions, but he showed them to everyone, shouting loudly that Ravi was a bastard. Suddenly, the guys noticed a man who shouldn't have been at the demonstration, and then froze awkwardly. It turned out that Camilla was getting ready in the morning to support not Rudville, but Ravi. The situation when no one comes to you was known to the actress since childhood. Being Sarah, the girl constantly heard evil whispers about her from all sides. Plus, her parents constantly cursed and screamed, blaming their daughter for the problems. And little Sarah heard everything perfectly, but only silently watched what was happening. Therefore, looking now at the life of Camilla and Ravi, the actress recalled her past. At least Donna treated the lady well, for which the lady thanked her. If she had not become a popular actress, she would never have been able to get the recognition she needed. But under other circumstances, the girl could have gone crazy just like Ravi. So now Camille has come here to try to change that. At this moment, the brother was called on stage and he was forced to take his mind off his sister. Looking at the guy, Camilla realized that she was still annoyed that he was using her because of his inferiority complex. But she was still worried that the guy might feel lonely, and she was familiar with that. That is why Camilla decided to support her brother, knowing how important it is for him. So she wished him not to lose to any idiots like Jael and to perform well. And this time Ravi really shined and was sincerely glad that everything was working out for him. And Camilla, who had watched this moment with sadness many times, was now finally happy too. When it was all over and everyone began to leave, the brother approached his sister and asked what she was doing here. What confused the guy most was that the girl showed up to the demonstration in a very beautiful outfit. Ravi did not understand at all when the lady learned to emphasize her beauty. To this, Camilla replied that she herself didn't really know why she wanted to do this. All because the actress could not tell the truth to her brother, so she had to look for stupid excuses. So Ravi concluded that there was no point even asking anything from this child. So the guy called his sister so they could just go home, which surprised the girl. The brother turned around and asked how long she had to wait because the demonstration was over. These words of his caused another attack of surprise in Camilla, who did not expect such behavior. The girl smiled imperceptibly because never in her life had a guy waited for her before. Running up to her brother, the lady declared that his face was cuter than the back of his head, although this was out of place. The guy didn't understand what this even meant, but Camilla just laughed without explaining anything. At this moment, the Duke put his hand on his eldest son's shoulder, thanking him for coming to the banquet. Rudville was very late, but his father had no intention of scolding him for it. The guy calmly answered the Duke that it was not difficult for him to come from the front. In response, the father sympathized that the other two children were not with them to support them now. Since the man quickly released his son, he went to his room, thinking about his family along the way. Through the window, he saw his sister and brother returning together from a magic demonstration at the academy. The eldest son found it interesting that Camilla took care of Ravi for the first time in her life. On the carriage, the brother and sister quickly reached the estate, and since it was already late, it was time to go to their rooms. Camilla noticed that there were sounds of celebration coming from the estate, which meant that the banquet was not yet over. But the lady deliberately ate dinner even longer, just so as not to meet with Rudville. Ravi said that he would still show up at the banquet and asked what his sister would do. But the girl did not want to meet her killer just yet, so she refused to go to the banquet. In the dream, most often she died at the hands of her older brother, and therefore was not eager to communicate with him. With his sword, Rudville many times either cut off Camille's head or pierced her heart. The next morning, the actress set herself the task of learning to at least somehow understand the emotions of her older brother from his face. Meanwhile, the girl noticed that it had rained a little at night, as all the ground and grass were wet. The lady thought that if she achieved the Duke's favor, she should not be killed. She was so lost in her thoughts that she did not notice how someone approached her. This someone was Rudville, who for some reason decided to find a girl on the estate. The lady did not expect to hear anyone's voice and therefore accidentally tripped. And then she managed to turn around beautifully because she used all her acting abilities. Turning around, the actress looked carefully at the one who came to her, and I was very surprised to meet my older brother, since I still didn't want to see him. Camilla froze in place, thinking that this man had completely forgotten her. The girl understood that there was no point in pissing off her potential killer again. So she pulled on a smile from ear to ear and smiled very cheerfully at Redville. The lady said that she was collecting flowers directly for him and was glad that they could meet. To confirm her words, the sister handed her brother a freshly picked bouquet of misty flowers. Rudville accepted the flowers, but at the same time his face remained almost unchanged, which was bad for the girl. Camilla even thought that he didn't like the flowers since there was zero reaction from the guy. In order not to continue to guess what her older brother thought, the actress hastened to say goodbye to him, saying that she still had things to do. A little later, the butler asked why the young master needed this bouquet of flowers. To this, Rudville calmly replied that they were given to him, which surprised Ruba. The butler thought that he would like to shake the hand of that daredevil, who dared to give a bouquet to his eldest son. The man asked for a bouquet to put in a vase, but Rudville did not give it. Instead, the guy confidently and briefly said that they were his, which surprised Rube. The butler tried to explain that he was not going to take the bouquet away, but it was no use. Unexpectedly, the guy said that this was the first time this child had given him a gift. Rob didn't understand who exactly he was talking about and tried to find out, but he couldn't. This is because Rudville fell silent right in the middle of the dialogue and nothing could be done about it. In the end, the eldest son said that he would go to his room and the butler did not bother him. And the guy himself smiled for the first time in a long time because Camilla called him brother. During lunch, the girl seriously thought that she would go crazy from overexertion. Now she had to think even more carefully about her every step and watch Rudville. Quite quickly, the servants put delicious food, freshly prepared, on the dining table. And then the eldest son remembered how he once found out that Camilla's food had been spoiled. So he handed his portion to the lady, demanding that she switch plates with him. The girl didn't even have time to object before her brother took her food and began to eat it right away. While Camilla was angry with her older brother, the Duke asked the younger brother how his demonstration went, and Ravi was immediately happy. The father apologized for not paying much attention to this incident, but the son was not offended. The fact that the Duke paid attention to Ravi somewhat surprised Camilla. Then the man turned to her and called, which surprised the lady even more, but she did not show it. Her father said with a smile that everything had been settled and she could soon return to the academy. The actress completely forgot that now is spring break and soon she will have to study. The only thing is that her father suggested that she change the direction of her studies. But the lady did not remember where she was studying, so she did not change anything. The actress immediately realized that when her studies began, her life would turn into a complete headache. Most of all, she didn't want to cross paths with certain people, but she understood that she would have to act according to the situation. However, the memory of the current Camilla did not leave the two most dangerous guys at the academy, whom she was going to avoid. While the lady was in thought, the Duke suddenly said that they had brought him new chocolate. He also added that the misty flowers had withered somewhat, and the girl realized that new ones needed to be brought. Ravi, who was sitting nearby, was puzzled that his sister did not understand the hidden implication. The guy tried to find out if the lady really missed everything, and she really didn't know anything. Camilla wondered when she managed to miss the thread of the dialogue, but came to nothing. As a result, the actress decided to continue to just eat and not think about something unclear. And Ravi couldn't help but smile because he guessed that the Duke himself had invited his daughter to the tea party. The only thing the guy didn't understand was why he felt so proud of his sister. A few hours later, Rudville came to his father's office to help him with some business. The Duke asked what his son was thinking about, and he replied that he was putting things in order in the desserts. Since Camilla did not like apples, her brother crossed out everything that was from them. Only after this he was completely satisfied with his work because he knew that he would please his sister. Unexpectedly, in a conversation with his father, the son admitted that he heard how the servants mocked Camilla and was aware of the spoiled dishes. Therefore, now Rodville asked what the Duke did with the servants, and he wondered whether to answer or not. Somewhat later, the man still answered that he made sure that they would never be able to get a job anywhere again. Then the father asked suspiciously if his son had come across one of these dishes, and he hung his head. Although he did not want to, Rodville still admitted that it was so and asked for forgiveness for his silence. The father forgave his son, and he moved on to the next topic of their dialogue, taking something out of his inner pocket. This item turned out to be a medallion, inside of which there was supposed to be a divine beast, but they were unable to find it. In the Fabler Empire, the 3 duchies were under the protection of divine animals, and Sorfel was under the protection of the white tiger. The second duchy, named Sephra, was under the protection of such a divine animal as the black wolf. And finally, the third duchy by the name of Javelon was defended by a red eagle. The Sorfel family once had a divine beast, but the previous duke died due to being poisoned and did not have time to hand over the beast. The Duke understood that his reputation would not change due to the absence of the beast, but the other 2 families put pressure on him. The man even thought that it was time to give up and stop being a tiger, since 3 generations could not find him. At that moment, the eldest son called out to his father, and he changed his mind about giving up and leaving the search. What angered the Duke the most was that he had to listen to ridicule from the other 2 families with divine animals. As for Camilla, she was returning to her chambers from the garden and did not feel very well. Then Darren suddenly appeared in front of her and said that he had a request for her. The butler said that he would like the girl to meet someone, but she had to go to him. But the lady, as soon as she heard that it was also a ghost, immediately refused, as she was not in the right mood. The lady was surprised to notice that the spirit was clearly nervous when she did not want to go with him. But the lady still said that she would go to her chambers, explaining that she had stomach problems. Camilla felt somewhat guilty, since the butler had helped her more than once. However, she did not at all want ghosts to constantly gather around her. Therefore, the girl quickly said goodbye, and to her surprise, Darren quickly gave up. But the lady did not even suspect that these begs of the spirit were only the beginning, because the ghost bothered her wherever possible and even at night. And even while the lady was eating with her family, she absolutely could not answer him. Each time Darren said that this spirit really wanted to see his mistress. Camilla realized that it was a delusion that the ghost had given up quickly. In the end, the girl could not stand it and shouted for the butler to stop bothering her. Darren immediately made a very tragic and sad look, because he did not even think about retreating. Sighing, the lady nevertheless agreed to meet with the spirit about which the butler spoke so much. The only thing is that she clarified whether this ghost was an inhabitant, but Darren did not know such a thing. Then the lady explained that the inhabitant is a spirit that cannot leave its territory, and she was right. The butler praised Camilla for her intelligence, and she asked where that spirit was. Gallantly bowing his head, Darren said that he would definitely see the girl off himself. When people think about the places of ghosts, they always name cemeteries or the family homes of the dead. However, Camille knew that for some reason spirits rarely haunt such places. For some reason, the dead find it unpleasant to be near their dead body. However, right now the lady was in the cemetery, and there were a lot of ghosts here. The girl thought that since this was the cemetery of the Sorfel family, great personalities should be buried here. At that moment, the butler called the lady and she lost her train of thought, and therefore followed him. The actress noticed that the grave they came to was clearly carefully looked after. The only thing that upset her was the fact that on such a sunny day, the lady was forced to walk through the cemetery. But fortunately for Camilla, Darren suddenly stopped and said that they had come to the right place. Camilla heard some spirit that had not yet appeared in the air asking if she was the right girl, and the butler confirmed it. While she had time, the girl paid attention to the inscription on the gravestone and realized that this ghost had died a long time ago. Then the spirit asked if Camilla really could see and hear him. Hearing confirmation of this, the ghost was clearly very happy as he laughed happily. Before the unknown deceased asked her for a favor, the actress asked permission to ask him a question. Looking closely at the deceased 39th Duke of the Sorful family, the lady asked if he really had such genetics. The lady was referring to the fact that the deceased Duke was completely bald. Without answering the lady's question, the man said that it was his duty to hand over the divine beast to the next Duke, but he died first. Therefore, the ghost was so glad that the lady could not only see, but also hear him, because the deceased Duke wanted the girl to find the divine beast egg for him. Camilla was extremely surprised, as she did not expect such a responsibility that was suddenly placed on her. A little later, the lady was drinking tea, trying to accept the fact that now she would have to look for the beast's egg. She understood all the circumstances, but also knew that she could not accidentally find what 3 generations had been looking for. Most of all, the actress was afraid of interrogation, as a result of which she would not be able to explain anything. Camilla was sure that no matter what excuse she came up with, she would still be considered crazy. Meanwhile, Darren paid various compliments to the lady, rejoicing that she was helping the Duke's spirit. The lady decided to jokingly ask if she had not been as beautiful before, which puzzled the ghost. The butler tried to justify himself by saying that he thought this dress suited the girl best, but she just waved him off. At that moment, other people besides Camilla came to the cemetery, but she did not notice them. And the 3 guys who visited this place for personal reasons immediately recognized the daughter of Duke Sorful. Friends asked Pedro Javalon if he knew what this lady was doing here, but the guy himself was surprised to see her. But what surprised this company most of all was that the girl did not rush towards the red-haired guy. The whole point was that the actress had no intention of approaching the guys, and besides, she was too preoccupied with her own problems. Pedro said that it was rude to consider Camilla his personal dog because the girl was running after him. But his friends continued to prove this to him, recalling how she took the guy's things and did not give them back. However, when they looked at Camilla, they concluded that she looked different today. Here, for some reason, Javelin decided to leave the guys, saying that he had already done everything he wanted. But as he was leaving, the guy glanced briefly at the lady and smiled mysteriously. He didn't know the reasons why the girl ended up in the cemetery, but he was interested. And the lady continued to worry even at night that the beast's egg was at the depths of the lake. Realizing that she would not be able to sleep because she was thirsty, Camilla looked into the kettle, but there was no water there. In order not to disturb her assistant Donna at such a late hour, the actress herself went to the kitchen to get water. Approaching the kitchen, she was surprised because she saw light coming from the room. It only meant that someone was already in the kitchen at this late hour. Since curiosity took over, the girl didn't even think about turning back. Instead, she quietly opened the kitchen door and looked inside, surprised. All because her brother Ravi was sitting in the kitchen and drinking tea, while eating the food prepared for him and reading the newspaper. The lady came inside and asked if the guy had a late-night snack. In response, Ravi began to grumble why his sister was not sleeping at such a time, but came to the kitchen. Camilla calmly replied that she did not want to disturb the servants and came to drink water herself. The guy said that none of the assistants were sleeping and then asked why the sister sat down next to him. Camilla smiled and said that she liked watching someone eat because it was calming. The brother tried to grumble, but quickly realized that it was useless and changed his mind about kicking the lady out. And the lady actually began to watch her brother eat because she heard that it helps him sleep. Ravi was so concentrated on reading while eating that he did not immediately pay attention to his sister. At that moment, she was sitting with her eyes closed, but no matter how the guy sent her to the room, the girl did not go. As a result, Camilla fell asleep right at the table, and Ravi could not prevent it. After thinking, the brother realized that at any other time, he would have simply been angry with the lady, but now he could not do that. Instead, he stood up from the table and approached his sister somewhat hesitantly, wondering what to do. Then Camilla shuddered, and Ravi was afraid that the kitchen might be too cold for her. The guy was about to take the girl into the room when suddenly the voice of his older brother scared him. For some reason, Rudville also did not sleep, and now, having arrived in the kitchen, he himself wanted to take the lady to the room. Before Ravi could even utter a word, the elder brother took his sister in his arms and said that he would take care of her. These actions of Rudville greatly surprised the younger, but he did not find out anything now. Moreover, the guy holding the girl in his arms asked to be quiet so as not to wake her up. The next morning, Camilla woke up early and had absolutely no idea what had happened when she fell asleep. Moreover, the lady could not even say exactly at what moment she fell asleep, and the girl was certainly sure that she did not return to the room herself. Then it dawned on the actress that at night she went to the kitchen, where Brother Ravi was calmly sitting and eating. Camilla decided that it was he who brought her back and thought that she had caused him problems. The actress was a little worried, as she decided that Ravi would definitely grumble next time. She also remembered that that night she had a very bad dream. In it, the lady begged Rudville not to kill her because she really wanted to live. The guy in the dream answered very seriously that he would never kill his sister, so she had nothing to fear. The girl could hardly hold back her tears because in her sleep she had difficulty understanding what was happening. Finally, it dawned on her that her brother had promised not to kill her, and Camilla smiled joyfully. Now remembering all this, the girl burned with shame, wishing not to remember anything. She considered it just a dream and did not understand why she cried and smiled so much. A little later, the sister found Ravi and called to him to talk. The brother immediately began to grumble, as was usually the case, but the girl just smiled. Camilla admitted that she was so polite because she was somewhat embarrassed about last night. The lady asked if her brother was glad that she was lighter than she seemed, but he did not understand what she was talking about. The sister continued to proudly say that the guy was most likely surprised at her lightness when he picked her up yesterday. Noticing that Ravi was looking at her too angrily, the lady chose to remain silent. Then suddenly, Rudville, who was walking around the estate, approached the sister and brother who were talking. Although Camilla was not happy to see him, she wanted to live, so she greeted her eldest son sweetly. But the guy didn't react in any way, so an awkward silence hung between them. Camilla also tried to sweetly continue the dialogue, although she herself was angry that her brother was silent. Then the girl noticed that Rudville looked at her carefully and considered that there was contact. Suddenly, Ravi caught his sister's attention and asked what kind of discrimination this was. The sister did not understand what was going on, and the brother explained that he felt the difference between communicating with him and with his older brother. Camilla was surprised that Ravi even brought up the topic, as he was being rude to her. In response, the girl asked why he was asking such obvious questions. The lady then added that she was behaving this way because Ravi was her brother, essentially family. The actress didn't understand why the guy was so surprised by her words in the end, but she didn't want to figure it out. And Ravi was really very surprised. He even fell silent and didn't ask his sister any more questions. Noticing that the guy was laughing for some reason, the lady tried to find out what was wrong, but Ravi just said not to pay attention to him. Having decided to do so, Camilla turned and looked at her older brother, since she had completely forgotten about him. For some reason, Rudville seemed to be petrified and did not move at all, but the girl could not understand why. A little later, dinner began at the Sorfell estate, and the actress still did not decide which of the two brothers to please more. Plus, for some reason, my father was also in an incomprehensible mood, almost angry. The daughter noticed this and only dared to ask the Duke if everything was okay with him. The man replied that everything was fine, just unpleasant guests were coming soon. When her father mentioned the last name Javelon, the actress did not immediately remember who exactly he meant. But literally a few seconds later, it dawned on the girl that they were talking about a friend, and at the same time a rival, as well as the holder of a divine beast. The father also said that a guy named Pedro would be coming along with his father Javelon. At the mention of Pedro, everyone immediately looked at the lady. Since being the previous Camilla, she was in love with him. However, now there was an actress in the body of the previous lady, and she considered the guy from the Javelon family too dangerous to continue running after him around the academy. The current Camilla did not understand why the past one suffered so much, because of her unrequited love for Pedro. She even once tried to invite a guy to go to an event with her, but the son of Duke Javelon refused the girl under the pretext that he already had a partner for the party. Then the lady obediently said that she understood everything perfectly, because Pedro was a very popular guy. At first, the girl thought that she was rejected, not because she didn't like her, but then she met that same partner. It was painful for Camilla to watch some other lady walking arm in arm with her lover, but the lady had no choice but to come to terms with it, since she periodically communicated with Joella. Then the girl approached Camilla and praised her dress, which the daughter of Duke Sorfel did not expect. But the compliments didn't last long, because Joella almost whispered that she heard Pedro turn her down. To this, Camilla hotly objected that the guy had simply already decided on a partner. But Joella said the girl was deceived, as she asked the guy to be her partner just 2 days ago. The girl crossed the line as she began to openly laugh at the poor lady. Joella did the most painful thing by saying that Camilla was just the adopted daughter of the Duke. The mistress could no longer bear the fact that her classmates called her just a fake. So she ran up to the arrogant lady and grabbed her by the hair. At that moment, the Duke's daughter was already considered crazy, so she didn't get even worse. Therefore, now the father asked the girl to tell her if she was uncomfortable receiving such guests. After putting the sandwich together, the actress proudly declared that she wanted nothing more to do with Pedro. With a smile, Camilla added that her feelings for the guy had disappeared, so there was absolutely nothing to worry about. The whole family, however, stared at the girl in disbelief, although she herself never loved Javelin. In the end, with a cough, the Duke decided not to return to this topic. The actress realized that they didn't believe her, but she didn't try to prove anything to anyone yet. Meanwhile, the father began to lament again about Javelin's arrival at their estate. Hearing the words about the divine beast in the man's phrases, Camilla once again realized that she needed to find him. Since the lady didn't even know how to swim, she accidentally sighed, which was audible. The Duke immediately asked his daughter what she was thinking about so much, since now he was almost always worried about her, and the girl said that her father looked so upset, so she felt sad. The father immediately beamed, and Ravi was shocked by such a successful phrase from Camilla. The Duke told his daughter not to worry and to enjoy the food, and she asked him to do the same. A little later, the head of the family asked what kind of dessert the cook had brought, and he said that it was the lady's special request. Then the Duke asked the girl what she ordered, and the lady replied that it was a dessert of special black bean juice and sorbet. The girl added that they have a good effect on genetics, and the man did not understand why she was so worried about this. Most of all, when offering a new dessert, Camilla was worried whether Rudville would eat it, but the guy did not refuse. A little later, Duke Javelin, as promised, came to visit the Sorfel family. The man cheerfully talked all sorts of nonsense, which quickly tired of the Duke, and he asked to move on to more important dialogues. Then Duke Javelin turned his attention to Camilla and Ravi, who were standing nearby. As always, the man just chuckled, without even greeting the two of them. The girl noticed that the guest seemed to deliberately walk past her and her brother as quickly as possible. From this, the lady concluded that Duke Javelin had not changed in any way, and still did not recognize them as part of the Sorfel family. Since blood ties are very dear to a man, Camilla and Ravi are just rogues for him, since they are the adopted children of their father. Remembering that it was Pedro, who was the son of Javelin, who attracted the former mistress, the actress could not help but smile. Then the girl heard a familiar male voice behind her, who greeted her. She immediately turned around in surprise, because for some reason, the voice was kind to her. Pedro stood in front of the lady, and the girl was forced to note that he was indeed handsome. Camilla immediately greeted the guy according to all the rules, although she herself thought that he was simply enjoying her unrequited love. The son of Duke Javelin, as if nothing had happened, clarified that this was their first meeting after the banquet. Then Pedro played a touching scene, apologizing, but the actress received them rather coldly. Without losing hope of regaining the lady's favor, the guy asked her to show her the beautiful Sorfel garden. The actress confirmed that the garden was indeed very nice and suddenly called the butler. The lady asked Rub to accompany Pedro to the garden, which he did not expect. So the guy was left standing there confused, not knowing what to do next, since the whole plan to conquer Camilla had failed. The Duke's daughter, without worrying at all, wished Javelin a good walk. The butler instantly understood the mistress's plan, so almost immediately he began to call the guy into the garden. And Pedro's face changed greatly and no longer smiled, because he could not believe what was happening. He wanted to catch up with the lady, but her brother was very jealously accompanying her to the estate. So all that remained now for the guy was to really follow Rub into the garden, which he was not at all interested in. At this time, Duke Javelin laughed at Duke Sorfel, since he still had not found his beast. The blond man rather rudely asked why his friend had come, and he explained that he had business matters. Getting down to business, Javelin offered to represent the Sorfel mines for a small percentage of sales. However, the man did not even listen to the end and immediately said that he did not intend to share the mines. Javelin continued to insist, causing Sorfel's face to become increasingly angry, but he did not back down. So the men argued right up until the moment when Camilla brought homemade snacks. The lady tried very hard this time, not even because they had guests, but to cheer up her father. The Duke immediately noticed that his daughter had brought new tea, and he explained that this one helps with sleep. Camilla promised to bring another cup of tea to her father before bed, and he suddenly invited her to stay with them. The actress immediately put on a sweet and innocent face, asking if she would interfere. The Duke hastily said that his daughter would not interfere in any way, and she joined the men's tea party. The lady noticed that Javelin was clearly not happy with her presence, but this only made her more amused. Looking at the Duke, the girl was very surprised because she saw something that she should not have seen. Sitting on Duke Javelin's shoulder and guarding his surroundings was his personal divine beast. It was a red chick, and Camilla didn't know that she could see unsummoned divine beasts. The girl quickly realized that no one but her could see the chick. The father suddenly once again praised his daughter for the tea and dessert with it, which distracted her from thoughts about the beast. The lady was pleased because this drink was made by Darren, which means his efforts were not in vain. Looking at the guest again, the girl tried not to pay attention to the divine beast. Instead, Camilla invited the now silent man to also try the drink, assuring him that he would like it. The man chuckled as impolitely as possible, showing displeasure with his entire appearance, but agreed to try. When the Duke tried the tea, the lady saw in his face that he liked it, but he did not admit it. At that moment, the little bird sitting on its owner's shoulder looked straight at the girl. This amazed the actress, but she decided not to show it so as not to accidentally get herself into trouble. But before Camilla had time to think so, she heard the voice of the chick, who said that he knew that she could see him. The lady was saved from communicating with the beast by none other than Javelin himself, as he suddenly called upon his protector. With one single word, the chick swung upward and turned into a beautiful red eagle. The girl heard that the bird's name was Jetty, and realized that until the eagle is summoned, it is like a real ghost. Camilla's father immediately asked his ally why he suddenly summoned the beast, and he replied that he just wanted to. Javelin specifically added that the divine beasts are so wonderful that it is difficult to take your eyes off them, but this, of course, is alien to Sorfel. The actress instantly realized that the guest was simply mocking them and their lack of a white tiger, and the bird itself, still sitting on its owner's shoulder, clearly did not share his delight, as it was very serious. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, the eagle flapped its wings and flew up and then began to circle throughout the room. But he didn't fly like that for long, because literally a few moments later he landed, not to his owner, but to Camilla. Duke Javelin was even speechless because no matter how much he patted his shoulder, his beast did not return. Instead, Jetty sat very comfortably on the young lady's lap, which surprised her no less than the men. In the end, the guest could not stand it and directly ordered the beast to return, ceasing to give him commands with gestures. But even despite this direct order, the red eagle stubbornly shook his head. The man could not react to this calmly, so he even raised his voice at his divine beast. To this, the bird replied that she really liked being with the girl, since she had a very pure and kind soul. Javelin was not happy with this confession, and therefore asked Jetty to stop talking nonsense about the fact that he liked his ally's daughter. Here Camilla, who knew that she was popular among such creatures, entered the dialogue and asked for forgiveness, and her father took advantage of the moment and laughed at his friend just as he had laughed at him before. However, the guest until recently did not want to admit that his beast had stopped obeying for some time. Javelin stubbornly called the bird over and over again, but it never even moved. Duke Sorfel once again laughed at the beast's obedience, since the whole situation amused him very much. The guest almost cried because of everything that was happening, since his reputation was very important to him. and the actress herself, being between two fires, did not know at all what to do now. A few days later, it was time for Camilla to go to the academy, and everyone was worried about her. Assistant Donna asked several times whether the lady would be okay, and the lady was sure of it. The actress partly understood the concern of the others, because the lady had been in captivity for a long time, and now she was out again. In the end, the girl stayed to study in the same direction, so almost immediately she saw people with wooden swords. And then the sound of crossed real swords and the command that the duel was beginning reached Camilla's ears. The whole point was that the faculty that the Duke's daughter chose to study taught fencing. The Sorful family has long been famous for its swordsmen, and the lady did not want to be an exception to the rule. Therefore, she chose this particular direction to prove that she is also part of the family. However, the actress herself condemned the choice of the naive lady, since she believed that it was impossible to take on something that you absolutely did not understand. Nevertheless, to some extent, she understood the logic of the past Camilla, because this direction could be her only hope for a family. So now the girl was not going to deviate from the path chosen by her predecessor. But the actress didn't want to train yet, and instead, she thought about getting some sleep. Camilla quickly found a pleasant place in the shade of a tree where she could take a good nap. But then the lady saw that in this very shadow, the ghost of a guy was standing, and a sword was sticking out of his chest. The lady decided that it would be best not to contact this spirit, so that others would not become attached. Therefore, the girl began to look around in search of an equally good place to sleep. But as luck would have it, there was absolutely no shadow anywhere else, so Camille had to go to the tree. The ghost of the guy stood there and continued to stand, completely not paying any attention to people. At that moment, the actress carefully sat down next to him, trying not to hurt the spirit. The lady was relieved to realize that the ghost was not looking at her, although she had come very close to him. The students around immediately began to whisper that the Duke's daughter was sleeping under the tree, and Pedro heard it. Remembering how the girl used to shake from every word spoken in her direction, the guy was amazed. And then Javelin whispered that it was as if Camilla had become a completely different person now. The ghost was still floating in the air and studiously did not notice the lady next to him. This was only to Camilla's advantage, since she did not get enough sleep and right now she was properly resting. But the students did not let up, discussing that only this girl could fall asleep right in the middle of class. After listening to the whispers around him, Pedro sighed with a smile since he didn't want to touch the lady just yet. Therefore, this time the guy defended the girl, saying that let her lie, but they needed to go to class. One of his friends immediately followed, but did not notice the other student and accidentally touched him with his shoulder. The guy immediately began to be indignant at the person who encountered him, not noticing who exactly he was talking to. It turned out that Pedro's friend bumped into something far from being an ordinary student, so he immediately began to be indignant in response. This guy turned out to be Adrian Sephra, who was still talking calmly. The poor student was immediately very scared, because he did not want any conflicts with Adrian. When the guy began to ask for forgiveness, Sephra said with a smile that there was no need to apologize, since he was not going to either. The Sephra family is known for its brilliant magicians, and Adrian was no exception. However, there was only one problem, as the guy had no humanity. Last year, a transfer student got involved with Adrian, who beat him to a pulp. The creepiest thing was that when the student lost consciousness, the guy treated him and beat him again. So right now, saving his friend, Pedro intervened in the conflict, stopping the quarrel. Javelin said it was just a little misunderstanding, so don't pay too much attention. In response to this, Sephra asked if the guy who intervened was a clown, a guy who came out of nowhere. Adrian kept pushing and said he wanted to see if the redhead would also smile if they fought. Pedro suggested not to go that far, to which the black-haired man asked what if he wanted to. After that, without warning, Sephra immediately struck, but Javelin managed to block. Adrian said that Pedro should not dare to call him by name since they are not friends. At that moment, the guys were noticed by the coach, and they had to retreat so as not to be sent to the director. Sephra sicked with displeasure and said not to come into his sight again, otherwise they wouldn't get off so easily. Walking to class separately from everyone else, the guy noticed a shadow under a tree. Camilla still continued to sleep there, and the girl felt very good. Suddenly, Adrian whispered whether she could see them too, but did not explain who exactly. The fact is that wherever the lady went, there were ghosts flying back and forth. They even flew in the corridors and in almost all classrooms, which in theory should not have happened. The actress nervously looked at her notebook, not understanding why there were so many spirits at the academy. In the end, the lady could not stand it and decided to sleep a little more so as not to see ghosts. But as soon as the girl closed her eyes, the teacher immediately approached her and asked if her lesson was really that boring. Camilla remembered this woman who was afraid of Duke Sorfel and therefore took it out on his daughter in every possible way. There were many students in the class sleeping at their desks, but the teacher approached her. The woman asked menacingly whether a lady could really solve absolutely any problem if she allowed herself to sleep. Without allowing the Duke's daughter to say a word, the teacher brazenly called her straight to the board. Camilla thought that this missus was acting just like a child, and not like an adult teacher. In fact, being Sarah, she graduated from one of the best universities, sitting behind notebooks in her free time. Due to acting and studying, the actress often had nosebleeds as she overexerted herself greatly, but did not give up anything. In addition, Sarah had the opportunity to watch in her dreams many times over the course of 20 years how the lady studied. Therefore, the current Camilla easily solved the exam task, the solution of which she had seen more than 10 times. Having finished writing the equation, the girl turned to the teacher and asked if she could sleep now. Since the woman had nothing to say to the lady now, she silently allowed her to take her seat. At the end of the school day, the actress went to the estate in a carriage and felt as if she had spent an eternity at the academy. The lady could not understand why there were so many ghosts in the academy, and besides, the slight rocking in the carriage had a calming effect, and she fell asleep. In the end, Camilla actually fell asleep on the way, so she was in a good mood when she arrived home. In amazement, the girl looked straight ahead, surveying her father's many possessions. The actress suddenly realized that for the first time in this world, she was seeing a sunset. Although she believed that her life was going downhill, she could not help but recognize the beauty of the sunset. At that moment, the daydreaming girl was called by name and she sharply opened her eyes. It turned out that the Duke came out to meet his daughter, deciding to meet her after the academy. The father restrainedly said that he was glad that Camilla returned, as he was waiting for her. The actress was shocked that for the first time in her life she heard a greeting upon returning home. Her parents had never met her before in that life, which is why little Sarah was always sad. So now the lady was overwhelmed with feelings, and she could not hold back her tears. A crying girl appeared before the Duke and the butler, who could not calm down. The lady herself could not understand why she was crying, because everything was fine. The father immediately became afraid for his daughter, and grabbing her by the shoulders, asked her to tell her what happened to her. And the girl recalled her sad childhood, when darkness was always her friend. No matter how many times Sarah came home hoping that she wouldn't be lonely, nothing ever changed. And after the death of her mother, the girl's life only became worse as she had to be completely responsible for herself. Her father only came to her once, and then for money, but even then Sarah did not cry. And now, for some reason unknown to her, the tears flowed as if on their own. As a result, Camilla was able to come to her senses, and even smiled happily at her father, saying that she was home. The Duke was still very worried about his daughter, but since she did not give a reason, he did not ask. Instead, the man gently patted his daughter's head and warmly welcomed her to the estate. A little later, already in her room, the lady felt great shame because she burst into tears. She was embarrassed that at that very moment, all the brothers and even the servants came out and saw everyone's tears. Then Camilla was distracted from her thoughts by the rumbling of her stomach, and the lady realized that she was very hungry. Since there was no way she could go hungry, the girl decided to go to the kitchen and eat something. Camilla spent some more time getting ready, and only then went into the kitchen, noticing that its doors were open. The actress didn't even have time to walk a couple of steps when she suddenly heard her brother's voice speaking to her. It turned out that all this time Ravi had been waiting for his sister near the door, knowing where she would go. The girl couldn't believe that the guy was waiting for her for a dialogue for some reason. However, the lady suddenly felt a pleasant warmth in her chest and therefore could not help but smile. Deciding to joke, the lady said that although she was slow, she was still the most beautiful. Her brother didn't appreciate her jokes, so Camilla promised not to joke like that again if he didn't make such a face. Ravi nodded, agreeing to such a deal, and then for some reason he reached into his pocket, looking for something there. The guy easily enough found and pulled out a small thing from his pocket, which he told his sister to take. The lady began to examine the small bracelet in surprise, not knowing about its properties. Ravi explained that this bracelet should be thrown on the one who dares to offend the lady. The brother added that this is a magical bracelet that can immobilize the right person. Camilla accepted the gift, although she did not quite understand why the guy gave it to her. However, she was grateful to Ravi as he took care of her from the bottom of his heart. Following her brother, the girl again began to annoy him as a joke, but he only grumbled. The lady asked if her reputation would be damaged if she used the bracelet, to which Ravi replied that nothing could save her reputation. Time passed inexorably, and the ghost still reminded Camilla about the beast's egg in the water, so she came to the lake. The butler begged the girl to dive, but she refused because the water was still too cold. However, the ghost did not let up and assured that now was the best swimming season, which was true. The actress admitted with a sigh that she had run out of excuses and it was time to really dive in. In the end, the deceased duke could not lie, since he simply had no need to, which means the beast's egg was in the water. Although the entire Thorful family had been looking for the egg for years, Camilla understood that they would not have thought to look in the lake. No matter how hard Darren tried, the water in the lake was still too icy for the actress. The ghost reminded that the deceased duke was waiting for the lady to act, but she replied that she could wait some more. At this point, Camilla finally decided that she would return only when the water in the lake also became warmer. The butler whined for some time, but the lady scolded him and he stopped. The actress asked if it was necessary for Darren to follow her all the way to the academy, and the spirit nodded. Then the lady began to worry that the lake might be deep, but the ghost happily replied that she needn't worry about it, since the butler has already explored the lake and knows approximately where the egg could be. With burning eyes, Darren asked the lady to simply follow him, and he would lead him where he needed to go. Camilla wasn't as enthusiastic because she couldn't swim, but she didn't say anything. The girl wanted to continue the dialogue, but then she saw unfamiliar silhouettes in the distance. The actress stopped in place, trying to understand who it was in front and what was happening between them. It turned out that one of the students tried to call the girl to his home, supposedly to drink tea. Listening to the impudent speeches of the arrogant guy, Camilla got angry and decided to come to the aid of that girl. At that moment, the guy grabbed the poor lady by the hand and roughly dragged her along, but the lady came closer and called out to the student, causing him to turn around in fear. The Duke's daughter Sorful explained that the lady didn't care about the guy's gender, since she didn't like him. The student immediately recognized the actress, which was not surprising, since there were many rumors about her. Suddenly, for some reason, he asked if the lady was alone here, and she confirmed it. The student laughed at this and said out loud that he was very lucky to catch two girls at once. The guy reminded Camilla about her reputation, and that if she doesn't want problems, she'd better leave. Instead, the lady began to list, one by one, all the facts about a guy named Jude, even those that he had never told anyone. Jude was very surprised because he did not expect to hear all this from some unfamiliar student. The fact is that all this knowledge was dictated to the lady by Darren, whom only she could see and hear. Camilla even began to feel sick from the terrible and shameful biography of an arrogant student who behaved very proudly. The guy asked how the girl knew about all this, and she replied that she was curious. Then Jude suddenly became very gloomy, clearly remembering something bad, before continuing the dialogue. The guy suddenly jumped up to Camilla and began to demand that she tell how she knew everything about him. Out of surprise, the actress even froze in place, allowing the student to shout at her for a while. And Jude said that the lady should know what he had done, since she knew all this. The guy smiled crazy, saying that no one did anything to him after everything that happened. Leaning towards the girl, he whispered that everyone was trying to hide their shame and she was no better. Here, the fair-haired student could not stand it and shouted that Camilla had nothing to do with it. But the actress did not hear her screams, as she was very angry with the guy. Realizing that she still had nothing to lose, the lady decided to resort to Ravi's help. In one quick movement, she tore off the gifted bracelet and threw it at the offender. Jude was unable to do anything as he found himself entangled in a magical gift and suspended in the air. With a slight wave of her hand, Camilla ordered the bound body to rise up, and the bracelet obeyed her. Having lifted the guy high enough so that no one could help him, the lady stopped. The girl was grateful to her brother for such a useful gift, since he had helped her a lot now. The student began to shout for the lady to remove the ropes, and the actress threatened to let him do so he fell silent. Camilla noticed that the student did not want to die, since he began to behave very obediently. But the actress forgot to ask her brother how to untie the bracelet, so she decided to improvise. Then the Duke's daughter heard men's voices nearby, looking for Jude. It turned out that the guy was not alone, as there were 3 more of his friends nearby. The court student immediately called them cheerfully, since he could use some help. Camilla did not expect such a turn, since she only had 1 bracelet, and the guys, judging by their appearance, didn't even think about remembering their conscience and wanted to harm 2 girls at once. The lady even wondered if she could run away from these 3 in her heels if she ran as fast as she could. Having stepped back a few steps, the girl was very frightened, as her back crashed into another guy. But fortunately for Camilla, this guy was her older brother, who somehow happened to be nearby. When asked what he was doing here, Rudville replied that he was just passing by. The lady didn't really believe it, but she had no other choice but to ask her brother for help. Therefore, the actress hesitantly and timidly took the guy by the mantle, thereby showing that she was scared. Unexpectedly, the Duke's eldest son asked if it was because of these guys that his sister had cried earlier, but the actress didn't even remember her crying after returning home from the academy for the first time. However, right now she decided to play along with her brother, instead of explaining how things really were. So the sister bowed her head sadly and nodded briefly but affirmatively. Rudville's face barely noticeably contorted with anger, only because he himself was little emotional. The brother told the lady to stand behind him, and he confidently walked towards the laughing students. Camilla could hardly contain her smile because she knew that her older brother would easily deal with the guys. Here a blonde girl spoke up, to whom the students initially drew attention. Sitting on the ground, the lady thanked Camilla for her help since she was putting herself in danger. Taking a closer look, the actress unexpectedly recognized this girl because she had seen her in a dream. The blonde introduced herself as Lila, and the mistress already knew her name and even her story. In fact, this girl was the real main character of this world. She was also the only person to lend a helping hand to the past Camilla. But the lady didn't like Lila's kind and gentle character, so she sent her away. The mistress hated this girl because they were both from foster families, but very different. For some reason, even Pedro, who really liked the Duke's daughter Sorfel, fell in love with Lila. Because of her jealousy, Camilla in the future even tried to kill the lady who wanted to help her. But her father found her just in time, and just looking at him, the daughter froze in fear. The Duke, his eyes sparkling with anger, said that she had crossed the line of what was permitted. The actress recalled that it was after this that everyone finally turned away from Camilla. While the lady was in thought, Lila suddenly called her by name, although she doubted its correctness. After thinking a little, the actress decided to help this girl get up from the ground. Lila enthusiastically accepted the outstretched hand, demonstrating puppyish devotion just because. The lady said that if the girl is truly grateful to her, then she shouldn't go with someone unknown to someone unknown where. To this, the new friend replied that she had not gone anywhere with that guy, which puzzled the actress. And then Lila admitted that she followed Camilla into the forest because she thought it was dangerous to walk through it alone. Sorfel's daughter was surprised and therefore asked if this fair-haired girl knew her. Lila smiled and said that everyone was talking about her. They discussed everything from clothes to hairstyles and even tried to understand Camilla's mood at the moment. Listening to the girl, the actress felt awkward because she did not expect to be so popular. And Lila ended with the phrase that because of all these rumors she wanted to meet the lady herself. Camilla asked in surprise whether the girl really wanted this, but she was completely sure. Taking a careful look at Layla, the actress decided not to interfere with her trying to make friends with anyone. And the blonde girl took this as a good sign, saying that she really hoped to become a good friend. Camilla didn't understand at all why someone needed her as a friend, but she didn't object. At that moment, his brother called his sister and he was distracted by him, forgetting about Layla for a while. The point was that Rudville had dealt with all the offenders and therefore turned to the lady. The guy came closer, while the actress was happy that he was a sword master. Then the brother showed a magic bracelet on his hand, which broke during the battle. The eldest son apologized, but Camilla said she would just ask Ravi to fix it. Rudville was silent for a while, and then for some reason asked if the middle brother had given the bracelet to his sister. She confirmed, and then the guy, for some reason, tensely asked why he did this. The actress didn't know exactly the answer, but suggested that Ravi could care about her that way. Then Rudville suddenly clenched the hand in which the bracelet was in a fist, causing it to completely break. As if nothing had happened, the guy apologized for this, and then accompanied his sister to the estate. As a result, that night the actress tossed and turned from one side to the other because she could not sleep. She remembered very well that the first person to attract Rudville should have been Leela, and in her dreams the lady saw the reunion of these two, but for some reason today the brother didn't even look at the girl. In the dream, because Rudville and Layla were constantly being disturbed by other people, many things in their relationship became more complicated. It seemed like the guy and the girl were supposed to meet for the first time at the market, so Camilla could only hope that it was all about the location. True, because of all these thoughts, the actress still couldn't sleep, which she didn't like. But as soon as she fell asleep, one of the ghosts urgently decided to wake up the girl. At first the lady tried to drive the spirit away, but he was too persistent and did not leave. The deceased duke shouted at his great-granddaughter, and Camilla sharply opened her eyes, fully waking up. The man, meanwhile, cheerfully waved to the lady, pleased that he managed to wake her up. The actress thought that he was tied to the cemetery, and therefore asked how the duke got into her chambers, but he himself did not know. The man said that today he felt some kind of lightness in his body, which is why he was able to fly away from the cemetery. Camilla assumed it was because she had agreed to help the spirit. Just at this moment, the duke asked when the lady would take the egg of the divine beast. The lady tried to defend herself, but then Darren came to support the master. As a result, the actress could not withstand such pressure and once again promised that she would take the egg. However, things weren't that simple because Camilla had some plans to prepare first. The spirits looked at the lady questioningly, but she was not going to explain anything to them. Instead, the girl inhaled and exhaled through her mouth as if preparing for something. And literally a second later, her loud squeal pierced the night silence of the estate. All the servants immediately ran to the mistress's chambers, since they were still awake on duty at night. The door to the ladies' chambers quickly opened, and the assistants saw their mistress hiding her face in her knees. Donna immediately ran to Camille, asking if she was okay. Because of her daughter's scream, even her father ran to her chambers and jumped out of bed. The actress, not holding back her tears, immediately reached out to him, sincerely seeking consolation. The Duke asked what happened, and the lady said that she saw him burning in a dream. Camilla explained that a fire broke out in her father's office, and he stood in the middle of the flames and did not move. Suddenly, Ravi, who himself did not remember how he ended up here, came running to his sister's chambers. The father, having heard his daughter's story, smiled sweetly at her, saying that all the terrible things were over. In fact, the actress deliberately created such a fuss, raising everyone's ears. She knew that a big fire would soon break out in the Sorfel family's textile factory, and that's why she specifically told about this event as if she had dreamed about it. At that moment, the Duke's advisor burst into Camilla's chambers, shouting that there was a problem. He sadly reported that the textile factory had burned down and would not be able to operate for some time, but no one was hurt. Hearing about this, the Duke said goodbye to his daughter and took the advisor to his office. Servants immediately began to whisper around, allegedly exactly what Camilla had dreamed had happened. However, at first, everyone considered it a mere coincidence and did not pay much attention. Unnoticed by everyone, the lady smiled as her plan began to work very successfully. This morning, the girl rode in a carriage with the ghosts and told them what she was going to do. The Duke still insisted that he should just bring the egg, and the lady objected that he needed to wait a little longer. After all, people will probably bombard her with questions about how exactly she found the beast. The deceased duke thought about it and realized that Camilla was right and she might indeed even be considered crazy. So the lady was going to say that she saw the egg in her dream, but the ghost doubted that they would believe her. That is why Camilla considered it important to begin by preparing the ground for believing her words. When they arrived, the spirits began to ask the lady what they were coming for, and she answered that it was fertilizer for the soil. The Duke once again did not understand this riddle and therefore thought very hard about it. At this time, two men were walking through the textile factory and calculating the damage caused. One of them noticed a girl ahead of him and therefore paused to talk. The man greeted Camilla, and she smiled back at him, since they had not seen each other for a long time. The lady clarified that the Count did not visit them because of the fire, and he confirmed this idea. Camilla decided to support the man with good words so that he would not worry about the damage. And so she said with a smile that good and bad luck always go together, and she had a gift for the Count. The actress handed the Count a small box that she had bought along with the ghost just a few hours ago. The man asked what was inside, hesitantly accepting this gift from the girl's hands. Camilla did not immediately tell everything, but instead answered that luck lies within. The lady had to persuade her friends several more times to accept her gift. Only after this the Count obediently opened the box and saw small shoes there. A little later, the maids were discussing the fact that one countess had finally become pregnant. They heard that Camilla was the first to find out about this and gave the girl's shoes to the Count. The maids were sincerely happy about this addition, although they did not know how to explain Mrs. Sorfel's foresight. They even whispered about the girl in the kitchen, telling how exactly she influenced those around her. Even Gerald began to look sideways at the lady with suspicion, because he did not know whether he could trust her. Various information about what exactly Camilla was saying spread out among everyone very quickly. More and more, the maids began to come to the conclusion that all these stories were not just a coincidence. Some even now considered Mrs. Camilla better than any fortune teller in their city. So in the end, the Duke called his daughter to talk to her about all this. The father wondered why everyone around said that the lady could see the future. The actress took advantage of the situation and said that sometimes she dreams of all sorts of things in her dreams. The Duke asked if the girl was in any pain, but she was fine. Then Camilla decided to proceed with her plan and allegedly hesitantly turned to him. She admitted that she had the same dream every night, which greatly alarmed the man. The lady said that she would first check everything herself and then tell her father, and he agreed. The only thing is that the Duke made sure that this dream was not something dangerous, but the actress assured that everything was fine. Camilla was pleased with the result of this dialogue, since now it was possible to get the beast's egg. Therefore, she dressed appropriately and took Darren with her, who promised to help her in the search. The lady once again asked if it was true that the lake was not deep, and the ghost once again swore to it. All preparations were completed, and the butler was the first to dive into the water to show the way. For the actress, the water was still cold, but there was nowhere to retreat. The water, although it was cold, was saved by the fact that it was very clean and transparent. As soon as the girl entered the lake, Darren immediately called her, as he had found a place with an egg. Without thinking twice to avoid freezing, the lady dove and swam straight to the bottom. She carefully examined the sand around in search of that very treasured egg of the beast. It seemed to Camille that Darren was pointing to an ordinary glass bead, but she was not going to doubt it. Therefore, the girl lifted the same egg from the bottom, which turned out to be quite strong and light. This bead seemed very beautiful to the actress, and she immediately put it in her pocket so as not to lose it. Then the lady felt that the air in her lungs was running out, which meant it was time to surface. Unexpectedly, the lady heard a sound behind her, and then turned around instead of swimming up. Camilla saw her faithful assistant Donna swimming towards her with all her might. The maid pulled the mistress to the surface, shouting that she should not die. The actress spent too long in the water, distracted by her assistant, and therefore lost consciousness. A little later, Donna nevertheless brought the lady to consciousness, who lost it because of her. Camilla immediately checked the beast's egg, but fortunately it was there. The mistress turned dissatisfied to the maid and asked where she even came from. But Donna was emotional and therefore could not explain anything clearly, continuing to cry. Then the assistant said that if the lady dies again, this time it will be forever, which shocked the girl. Donna explained that the mistress will no longer be able to return to the past as it was before. Camilla was so amazed by her assistant's words that she froze in place, not knowing how to react. The lady returned to the estate in a bad mood and did not pay attention to anyone. Before she could reach the room, someone carefully covered her with a warm cloak. The lady turned around and saw that it was Rudville who had done it, who worriedly asked what happened. The actress was now unable to communicate cheerfully and affably with him. Therefore, the girl said that she wanted to rest and quickly walked away so that he would not catch up. The elder brother remained standing in place because he was very worried about his sister. As soon as Camilla entered the room, the ghost also began to ask if everything was okay, but she did not answer. In a harsh voice, the lady asked the spirits to disappear, and Darren tried to object. But the actress angrily threatened that she would never speak to them again if the spirits did not leave. Since the ghosts really didn't want this, they immediately disappeared into thin air. As soon as everyone left, Camille looked at the door menacingly as she wanted to talk to Donna. The mistress called the maid and she fearfully entered the room, not knowing what would happen. Donna tried to offer tea to the lady, but she rudely asked who the assistant was. The girl began to tell her that she was the mistress's personal assistant, but she interrupted her. The actress asked what Donna meant when she said she would die for good this time. Now Camilla was sure that this girl knew why she was in this world. Under such pressure, the assistant clenched her hands as she was afraid of the consequences. But she had no choice but to speak honestly, so she decided to confess. Donna said that until recently she was the shower manager until she was fired. The mistress asked what happened, and the maid replied that she had made a small mistake. The girl awkwardly admitted that she had accidentally swapped places with two different souls. Camilla was surprised to hear this, because she could not even imagine that such a thing was possible. It turned out that Donna had mistakenly placed the two souls in the wrong bodies. The assistant gave an example of clothes that suit only certain people, and it was the same with the soul. If the soul gets into an unsuitable body, then big problems arise because of this. Looking carefully at the mistress, Donna became thoughtful as she was afraid of her nervous shocks. But noticing that Camilla was fine, the soul manager added that people with someone else's soul often become outcasts. The assistant added that even the family could not feel warm feelings towards them, and the lady gritted her teeth. Not seeing him on the spot out of anger, the actress jumped up and asked if she was a stranger's soul. Donna happily said that it was because Camille and Sarah's souls had switched places in the first place. This made the lady very angry, so she asked the assistant to be silent and not to be so happy. The lady could not accept the idea that her entire difficult life as a child was due to some mistake by the manager. And not only she suffered, dying over and over again, but also Camilla from this world. The maid was embarrassed because she realized that she had gone too far with her joyful emotions. Noticing that for some reason the lady was angrily reaching for the shoe, Donna asked why she wanted it. Instead of fighting, the actress calmly asked if this body should have been hers originally. The manager confirmed this, and then Camilla asked why everything happened. Spilling out her emotions, the mistress began to scream, asking why Donna didn't change their places back. To this, the assistant replied that it is very difficult to remove the soul from the body, especially since the girls were from different worlds. And if the laws supported by two changes are violated, then the entire flow of the world can be disrupted. Therefore, according to the manager, certain conditions were required for the movement of souls. For example, the girls had to recognize each other. Not only did Camille have dreams about her life here, but Sarah's soul also watched over her body. Only now the actress realized that it is not by chance that she is now in this world. Just in case, the girl asked if it was possible to go to another world a second time, but the maid said no. Camilla once again clarified that if she died, it would be a final death, and Donna cheerfully confirmed this. Then it dawned on the actress that even in the sight of Sarah she had to die, so the assistant said that her father had killed her there too. The lady was surprised because the father had not appeared since he came to ask her for money. Then the actress became worried that the current Sarah might also die, but Donna said that she knew about it. Just as Camille is trying to survive here, Sarah is fighting for her life there. The actress realized that the life of that girl was now completely in her hands, and she could not help in any way. Donna said that their dreams of returning to other worlds were necessary, so that they could recognize each other. The lady wondered how the name Sarah, although once hers, now seemed so unfamiliar. The only thing that the mistress began to grumble at her assistant for was that the souls had known each other for such a long time. To this, the manager objected that she had no right to rush things, so the local Camilla herself recognized Sarah at the last moment. Having heard about the broken circle due to the fact that she was recognized, the lady remembered how she died in that world. Then she saw the ghost of her body, but now she knew that it was the spirit of the real Sarah. Donna sadly added that if they had not recognized each other then, they would have continued to live in alien worlds. The manager proudly stated that a gap eventually arose between the worlds, but she fixed everything. Camilla once again became very angry with her assistant, but did not want to hit her because she was a girl. The maid suddenly asked if the mistress didn't like it that she was in a woman's guise. Before Camilla had time to answer this, the room was illuminated by a bright light emanating from the manager. And it was not the assistant who appeared before the mistress, but an assistant named Dorman. The actress asked in surprise whether it turned out that the manager was a man, but he said that gender was not important to him, and he pretended to be a woman in order to be closer to the lady, since only girls helped her. Camilla recalled that he helped her in the bathroom, and Dorman once again said that gender was not important to him. Suddenly, the manager began to cry that he was fired, and now he had lost the skill of seeing souls. The lady asked if she really saw ghosts because her soul was confused with another, but the assistant said that this was her innate skill. He also added that if these girls live good lives, he will be reinstated. However, Camilla could not forget the fact that Dorman was essentially the cause of her suffering. The manager did not deny this, and then the actress angrily demanded that he call the elder. The lady explained that if an employee makes a mistake, then it is the responsibility of the manager too. To this, Dorman objected that managers always try to take responsibility only for themselves. The assistant explained that he made a lot of effort so that the girls could switch places back. But the actress replied that this was not her concern at all, so she didn't want to think about it. For some reason, Dorman said that Sarah was originally born with many talents, and they were even able to give her luck. Camilla was hooked on the last word as she suddenly began to analyze her life as an actress. She suddenly realized that the films in which Sarah starred were always a huge success. Then the lady began to wonder what peculiarities she had from birth. To this, Dorman said that he was very embarrassed to talk about this, although the girl asked. After a brief silence, the manager still replied that Camilla's specialty was that he was always ready to help her. The lady asked in disbelief if the assistant was really her luck. When he confirmed this, the girl still threw her shoes at the servant as she could not contain her anger. A little later, having kicked out the manager, the lady sat in front of the mirror and put herself in order. Camille was grateful to Donna for looking after her all this time. However, the lady couldn't help but be angry with her because if it weren't for the manager, nothing would have happened. In any case, the Lady Divine Beast egg was safely found in the lake. Now it was time for her to go to her father and delight him with such news that he does not even know about. Therefore, the actress went out into the corridor and saw all the servants politely communicating with Dorman. The lady was very surprised because the manager had recently changed his gender from female to male, but no one noticed it. While communicating with the maid, the guy did not notice the open door to the lady's room for some time, and then turned around. Seeing Camilla, the assistant immediately smiled joyfully, greeting the lady. The girl asked why everyone was acting as if nothing had happened to the servant. To this, the manager replied that all people naturally perceive his existence. The actress decided not to argue, but instead asked the assistant not to tag along with her. Dorman realized that the lady was still offended by his silence, and therefore explained that he could not tell the truth, otherwise souls might suffer. The gentleman asked how the assistant had helped her all these years, and he offered her a cup of tea. Realizing that Dorman had simply been serving her all this time, Camilla made the cruel conclusion that he was useless. So the girl turned around and simply walked away, leaving the assistant alone. Walking along the corridor of the estate, the actress thought about how exactly she should tell her father about the egg. Then ahead she saw a silhouette that was usually not near the Duke's office. It turned out that for some reason, Rob was standing near the door and calmly waiting for something. The girl asked if her father was there, and the butler replied that he was with Duke Javelin. This news upset the lady, as she wanted to give the egg of the beast to the Duke when he was alone. Rob noticed that the mistress's hair was wet for some reason and asked if she was okay. The girl realized that there was still water left, but did not know how to explain this to the man. In the end, she said that she was just swimming, which Rob was surprised by because it was not the season. The lady replied that her body was always hot, and the butler asked if the heating should be turned off. Camilla objected that it was still cold at night, and they fell silent. The actress said that she was looking for something, and a voice from behind clarified what exactly she wanted to find. Turning around, the girl saw her older brother, who approached unnoticed. Rudville realized that Camilla had come to her father and immediately told her to come to him. The actress still didn't want to give the egg away in front of strangers, so she said that she would return later. To this, Rub said that the lady could calmly come in since Javelin also wanted to see her. Camilla sighed because nothing was going right and just opened the door when a chick flew up to her. Jeddy was very glad to see the girl because he had already missed her. It turned out that the divine beast could sense the presence of others, so it immediately noticed the egg. The chick exclaimed joyfully that Camille had finally found the divine beast Sorfel. The girl nodded barely noticeably, since in this guise of Jetty only she could hear him. The Duke, noticing his daughter, immediately called her closer because he was glad to see her. And even Javelin smiled at the lady when he saw her, which he had never done before. The actress was surprised that the guest greeted her first and greeted her in return. But as soon as the girl approached the table at which everyone was sitting, something happened that she did not expect. There was a strong rumble in the room, because of which Camilla even covered her ears. The Sorfel family pendant on his father's chest lit up with a dim glow. The man immediately realized that this only meant that his divine beast was somewhere nearby. And, judging by the pendant, he was not mistaken, since he continued to glow and buzz. The actress realized that she should have anticipated the fact that the pendant would immediately sense the egg. So the girl had no other choice but to show the found animal. Moreover, the butler had already noticed the light in her pocket, which surprised him. The Duke asked in amazement if this was really what he was thinking about now. And the daughter confirmed her father's guesses, noticing how the contented ghost of the Duke's past appeared in the air. Camilla took the glowing egg of the beast out of her pocket and held it out forward. The Duke's happiness knew no bounds when he saw the egg being placed in the pendant. The symbol of the Sorfel family was the Bengal white tiger, which was a very powerful animal. His roar could deafen the enemy, and one of his steps could freeze with fear. But instead of the strong paw of a tiger, a kitten's paw appeared before everyone. The actress was, to put it mildly, amazed at the sight of such a divine beast. The thing is that the tiger did not appear in a menacing guise, but in the form of a small kitten. Everyone watched in silence as the baby happily stomped on the table towards Camilla. Sitting down not far from the girl, he meowed provocatively, rejoicing at his rebirth. The father was incredibly happy even at the sight of his beast, which he had been looking for so long. Unlike the lady, everyone around was happy to see the Bengal kitten. The Duke's spirit explained that the baby slept soundly for a long time, which is why he looks like this. Camilla suddenly noticed that the kitten was not taking her eyes off her, and for some reason was tensing her muscles. Before she could say a word, the baby jumped straight into the lady's arms. The girl was not very happy that the kitten had privatized her, but the father looked at her with a smile. Camilla tried to put the baby on the sofa, but he did not want to get out of her arms. The kitten suddenly tickled the lady, and she laughed, which surprised the Duke. Jetty, flying next to the girl, said that the beast liked her, and she would soon like him. The only thing is that the actress could not understand why the divine symbol of the family was pursuing her. Suddenly, the girl looked at her father and was surprised by what she saw. For the first time in a long time, the Duke was in a truly good mood. The ghost nearby explained that it couldn't have been any other way, because the biggest problem of the Sorfel family had been solved. Camilla admitted that the spirit was right, but at that moment she herself did not feel very well. Perhaps because she was nervous, the lady felt very weak and lost consciousness. When she fell, the animals began to run around in anxiety, but they could not help. A few days later, the girl was still sleeping, but could hear what was happening around. Dorman came several times and asked the lady to take medicine, but she did not wake up. Pierre said with a sigh that he could prepare a delicious dish for her recovery if he were alive. The Duke argued with the servants and demanded another doctor, since his daughter did not wake up. The ghost of the Duke said that he had something for the lady, so she should wake up. Someone's soft hand carefully stroked her head, but the lady did not immediately understand who it was. Only when the man began to whisper that he was waiting for his sister to wake up did she understand what Brother Rudville was saying. Ravi's brother also came, saying that he had repaired the bracelet and wanted to give it back as soon as possible. But all this did not make Camilla open her eyes, since she still wanted to sleep very much. Only a little later, the girl finally opened her eyes, as she had finally gotten enough sleep. She felt that something warm and soft was nearby, and so she looked under the blanket and saw a kitten. The lady immediately jumped up on the bed, asking what he was doing here, to which the cat meowed. When the lady sat him on her lap, he immediately began to lick her hands with pleasure. No matter how much the actress looked at him, this tiger seemed to her like an ordinary cat. Then the lady heard the door to her room open and turned to see who had come. It turned out to be Dorman, who exclaimed joyfully at the sight of his mistress waking up. The assistant said that he would be right back and for some reason ran out of the room. A little later, he returned and called the Duke, who was alarmed by his daughter's condition. The man ran up to the girl and touched her forehead, making sure that she no longer had a fever. The father wanted to ask the lady a few questions, but she didn't dare yet. Camilla noticed that in just a few days the Duke's face had lost a lot of weight. Meanwhile, the father told his daughter to rest and was going to leave her alone. But the actress wanted to talk about the divine beast, so she called out to the Duke. The man reported that the kitten did not want to leave her room at all. It turned out that they tried to take the cat out, but he started meowing loudly, so he was allowed to stay with the mistress. However, the baby did not reject the Duke, as he recognized him as the head of the family. At this point, the father finally decided to leave, and Dorman again reminded him about the medicine. The front door closed with a small bang, and Camilla was left alone. She sighed, because she still didn't know how she felt about such a new pet. For some time, the lady sat and thought about this whole situation, but could not solve anything. In the end, she gave up and decided to just continue sleeping because she wanted to again. And the kitten settled comfortably next to him and also began to sleep, quietly snoring. The next morning there was a meeting of the whole family in the Duke's office, since Camilla woke up. All three took turns asking the lady questions about her swimming in the lake for an egg. The father cursed most of all, not understanding why the girl had exposed herself to such danger. The actress said that her action would not affect the family's reputation in any way, since no one had seen her. The men were amazed at the lady's words because none of them had even thought about it. Therefore, all three began to swear at Camilla with renewed vigor, now for her words. Now the lady could no longer understand why exactly she was being scolded, and chose to remain silent. In the end, the Duke sighed and asked his daughter not to do anything dangerous in the future. The actress tried to argue that it was not dangerous, but her father shouted at her. Then a paw slowly appeared near the lady's shoulder and gently landed on her. It turned out that the kitten once again came to the girl, which he was pleased with. The Duke explained that the beast grows by absorbing energy from the people around it. Camilla didn't know this, so she was a little surprised, but didn't mind. Then the father added that animals are always looking for the purest energy, so the cat chases it. The actress suggested that the beast licks her because it absorbs energy. But the father explained that there was no reason to lick the lady, since the kitten feeds simply by being near her. The girl suddenly asked if the Duke minded that the cat remain next to her. The man explained that it is not necessary for the head of the family to keep the animal next to him. He stroked the little tiger, and it purred contentedly as it recognized its owner. Since the beast officially recognized the Duke as the head of the family, there was no problem. The man looked at his daughter, lost in thought as he tried to find words. In the end, he guessed that the lady had an energy that all divine beasts liked. The lady didn't immediately believe it when her father reminded her of Jetty's reaction to her. Here the girl could no longer argue with the Duke, so she admitted that he was right. The man added that Javelin would visit them again soon because of Camille. The actress wondered if everything would be okay if their animal remained nearby. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by her father, who suddenly thanked her for everything she had done. The Duke happily reported that now it was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The actress could only hope that thanks to this she moved away from death. Unexpectedly, the father said that he wanted to give his daughter a reward, and therefore she could choose whatever she wanted. Hearing that the Duke could even give her all his money, Camilla's eyes began to shine. True, the girl was not sure that after her choice her father would not be disappointed in her, so the actress quickly concluded that she could not ask for the money herself. She opened her eyes and carefully looked around the entire room, trying to find something that would interest her. Then the lady saw something that she would really like to receive but completely forgot about it. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, she asked to give her the thing lying on the table. The man turned around and looked at the item his daughter wanted, and then asked if she knew what it was. Camilla immediately replied that it was a stone from the mine and she really needed it. The actress turned on her seduction skills and clarified whether she had asked for something too big. The Duke replied that he could give away as many of these mines as he wanted, because for him they were absolutely useless, because they were not bought anywhere. The man offered another mine to the lady, but she confidently said that she wanted this one. Camilla passionately stated that she would like to develop this mineral, which has not yet been explored. The father thought a little, and allowed his daughter to follow her own path. In response to this, the daughter joyfully thanked the man as she had achieved what she wanted. Returning to her room, the actress was incredibly pleased with this deal, but the ghosts around did not understand why the girl was so happy about some black stone. But Camilla said that this mineral is a real gold mine. The lady explained that, at first glance, an ordinary stone is magical. To this, Darren objected that this was impossible, since even in the magic tower they said that the stone was nothing. The actress smiled and said that the Duke simply asked the wrong people to examine the stone. Then she added that there were absolutely no necessary black magicians in the magic tower. The fact is that in this world all magicians are divided into white and black, and there are much more of the former. Black magic differed from white magic in its methods of controlling power, so they were previously despised and ignored. However, now it is black magic that has become the axis of all magical forces. And to use the mineral, it was the magic of rare black magicians that was needed. Although it does not lend itself to the magic of white magicians, it will be an excellent magic stone for black ones. Moreover, it is possible to carry out purification with the help of black magic, and then the stone will be subject to white magic. So the lady sat and giggled happily until the ghost could figure out why. Then Camilla remembered that the spirit of the Duke had promised her something while she was in her sleep. The lady turned to the man, but he did not immediately understand what she was hinting at. Then the actress directly said that she heard the spirit promise to give her something. As a result, a little later the girl dressed properly and came to the cemetery. She was somewhat disturbed by the fact that ghosts were flying and moaning around her, but she tried not to pay attention. The Duke called the lady closer to one of the graves, and the girl obediently approached. Camilla was not happy that she was back in the cemetery, so she began to grumble at the spirit. Suddenly, the ghost pointed towards the grave and said that it was necessary to dig it up immediately. The actress froze, as she did not at all expect such a turn of events. The lady immediately began shouting that despite all her reputation, she was not going to dig up the grave. But the ghost did not understand what the girl meant, since he was talking about something completely different. He pointed to a place near the grave and said that they only needed to dig in it. Since Camilla did not take any digging tools with her, she had to arm herself with her own shoe. Ghosts still flew around her, and she diligently continued to dig. Despite the fact that the actress was very tired, she paid tribute to the strength of her shoes. The Duke watched the lady's efforts with a smile, since he could not help her in any way. After finishing, Camilla saw that there was a small grain in the ground. She asked what it was, and the spirit replied that it was a powerful detox medicine. The ghost asked if the girl knew exactly how he died and why, and Camilla openly answered that the Duke was poisoned right on the estate. The man added that he was given a very strong poison, which his body fought for a very long time, And as a result, according to the spirit, this seed turned out, which is why the actress was shocked. Without thinking twice, she threw the seed on the ground, but the Duke said that it was a very precious thing. To figure it out, Camilla asked the ghost to tell her more. And he said that in her hands she had the result of purifying the poison with his energy, which he had been collecting for a long time. The man added that if the lady swallows it, she will not be afraid of even the most powerful poisons. As a result, the actress took the seed, although she remembered that Camilla died many times but never from poison. She really thought about whether and when she should use it, or maybe even give it to someone else. The girl asked if there was a secret place that only the Duke knew about, but he answered in the negative. This upset the lady somewhat, but she did not take offense since she still received the gift. The ghost, who had been silently watching the girl all this time, suddenly changed his face. The man called out to Camilla, and she asked what else he wanted, since she was already tired. Instead of asking his great-granddaughter for something, he put his hand on her head, and stroking Camilla on the head, the spirit thanked her very much for everything she had done. The actress was pleasantly surprised by the actions of the deceased Duke, as she did not expect praise. She saw how the spirit gradually dissolved, having finished all its work here. The girl concluded that all the ghost's wishes were fulfilled, which is what she wanted. In parting, the lady whispered that she would save this grain because she was also grateful. The spirit managed to answer that he wanted the girl to be happy, and after that he completely disappeared. The next morning, Camille sat in her classroom at the academy as quietly as possible. It was very important for the lady to think about how to get the magic stone without being noticed. She still needed the power of a black magician to activate this stone. And the problem was that the only black magician available to her might not want to cooperate. In addition, he was a dangerous person, so the actress did not want to go to him and cooperate. However, she had no choice, so the girl decided that she would go ahead and be the first. Not paying attention to the fact that everyone was turning to follow her, Camilla came to the black magician class. No one understood why this girl, who had been quiet for so long, was doing something again. Many decided that she wanted to see Pedro, who was in the same class. After all, the former mistress used to be the poor guy's constant stalker. The girl heard all the conversations perfectly, but also ignored everything. She went straight to the desk of one of the guys who was sitting behind her alone. The actress silently looked at this student, realizing that only he could help her. Therefore, the girl turned on all her acting abilities and smiled sweetly. Camilla, trying to speak confidently, told the guy that she had interesting things and he could look at them. It turned out that she turned to Adrian Sephra because his father was the officially active black magician. That is, in order to sell minerals, the lady in any case needed the help of the Sephra family. Camilla remembered very well how cruel this guy was famous, so she didn't want to get involved with him. But without him, it was impossible to build a business, so the lady now endured his silent gaze. Suddenly, Adrian stood up sharply, and the lady got scared, immediately remembering her brother's bracelet. But the son of Sephra, yawning, simply walked past the girl who had come to him, which she did not expect. The actress turned around, not believing in her such a quick defeat. However, she could not give up because she wanted to reach an agreement by the end of this day. Just as the lady was about to follow Adrian, someone's hand stopped her. It turned out that Pedro grabbed her, asking what was going on with her. The guy, forgetting about his usual smile on his face, asked the girl what she had to do with Sephra, but Camilla was not going to tell him anything, but instead asked him to let him go. Nevertheless, Javelin insisted on finding out what was wrong and helping. Camilla was surprised that this guy suddenly decided to help her, although he had previously ignored her. But quite quickly, this circumstance simply angered the lady. So she pulled her hand out of Javelin's and said she could handle it herself. But Pedro did not back down, offering to convey her words to Adrian through him. The guy explained this by saying that a person like Sephra could be too dangerous. But the actress was aware of this, so she calmly replied that she did not need help. Javelin tried to detain the girl some more, but she abruptly stopped the dialogue, and the guy was left standing in bewilderment with his mouth open, experiencing such a feeling for the first time. He chuckled as he realized that Duke Sorfel's daughter had indeed changed a lot. Camilla at this time unsuccessfully tried to find Adrian, who had gone to no one knows where. Then she heard someone's voice offering to help her find a guy if she didn't mind. The lady immediately turned around because she was glad to get any help, especially from a girl. But seeing the ghost, Camilla froze in place, not expecting this and not knowing how to act. It turned out that this spirit named Emmy specially spoke to the lady from behind, and now he knew that he could hear him. The lady remembered that it was the same girl who was sitting behind her in class. Emmy at that moment explained that it seemed to her that one day they met their eyes, and she decided to check. The actress tried to pretend she didn't know who she heard, but the ghost said that it was useless to pretend, and the lady sighed sadly. The lady nervously asked what the spirit wanted from her, since he forced her to speak. Emmy replied that she really knew where Sephra's son was and could take him there. However, the lady coldly replied that she did not want to get involved with any ghost. The spirit was disappointed with this answer, but the actress was not going to change her mind. Instead, Camilla decided to try to figure out Adrian's location herself, and one of the uncrowded places was the lake, where the lady came, dissatisfied with the fact that the spirit followed her. The actress told Emmy to have fun with the other ghost, but she replied that they were too boring. Therefore, the spirit really wanted to communicate with the daughter of Duke Sorfel. Realizing that she would not get rid of the spirit, the lady still asked where Sephra was, and Emmy immediately pointed somewhere behind Camilla, which she had not expected. Turning sharply, because she was very frightened, the lady actually saw Adrian behind her. The guy had been standing and silently watching the girl for an unknown amount of time. The ghost suggested that the student had been here from the very beginning and heard everything perfectly. The last thing the actress wanted in the world was for someone to think she was crazy, and therefore clenched her fists. It took her a few silent moments to figure out how to lie. In the end, the girl smiled sweetly and said that she really liked talking to herself. Adrian did not react to such a statement, continuing to silently look at the lady. Camilla realized that her excuse wouldn't work when the guy suddenly said that she could still see. The girl asked in surprise what he meant, since she did not understand, although she tried. And Adrian explained that he could also see ghosts flying around. But for some reason, the guy spoke very angrily about perfume, which was noticeable from his emotions. And the actress was frightened along with Emmy at the sight of such an evil look from Sephra's son. Camilla could not stand it and shouted that Adrian was scaring the girl, so he had better stop. The lady asked the spirit if he was okay, and Emmy replied that she thought she was going to die. While the girls were arguing among themselves, Adrian watched them with a lot of questions in his head. And Emmy whispered to the lady that this guy was the sworn enemy of spirits like her. The actress quickly realized that Sephra was capable of destroying all ghosts. At this moment, the guy was very surprised that the lady could talk to these entities. There was an awkward silence, as Camille had not expected such a question. Adrian thought that she was in vain communicating with them, but the lady asked how he could ignore their emotions. The guy did not expect this, so he again experienced strong surprise, barely containing it. From an overabundance of emotions, he shouted directly at the actress. Could she really see their faces? The girl confirmed this, and then Adrian explained that in his eyes, all the ghosts are just black smoke. Camilla did not expect this, and she was also surprised, since she was used to talking with spirits. The fact that someone could see ghosts, but not see their faces, did not fit into the lady's head. The girl suddenly declared that in this case, Adrian had no right to just destroy ghosts. The guy was silent, and the actress did not think that she would ever take the side of the spirits. Unexpectedly, the lady noticed Sephra's gaze, which was unclear what it expressed. The actress remembered that the guy was cruel, and she got scared because she yelled at him a lot. But instead of getting angry, Adrian suddenly asked if she saw a spirit near him. The guy pointed to his feet, where for him there was just black smoke, which he saw so much. Camilla, at Sephra's request, took a closer look and discovered a ghost. It turned out to be a little boy who was diligently hiding behind the guy's legs. The lady had never seen this child before and could not say who he was. The girl described the boy to Adrian, and he was greatly amazed because he recognized him. The actress did not understand why Sephra was so surprised and angry at the same time. Suddenly, the guy turned around and walked away, without explaining anything and simply leaving the lady alone. Camilla tried to stop him, but could not, and therefore became very angry. At the end of the school day, the girl returned home and decided to rest in her chambers. She kept remembering that boy, afraid to imagine why he died. Then, quite unexpectedly, a tiger cub appeared in the room, whom the lady named King. The girl hoped that such a name would allow the baby to grow up to be the best among the divine beasts. Ravi teased his sister that she had given a stupid name, but the lady thought it was better than Jetty. Moreover, King responded very cheerfully and quite to his new name. Meanwhile, the lady was thinking that for now she would have to postpone the search for Adrian. This is because the Sephra family were very private people and hated interference in their lives. But turning to the guy, the lady did not manage to achieve anything, to her great regret. She couldn't even understand why Sephra was said to rule the darkness. During the 20 years of sleep, Camille had very little contact with this family, but she had heard many rumors about the ruthless divine beast of the Sephra family. Looking at the cute and small king, the girl did not quite understand how the beast could be evil. The actress thought that she had given the wrong name to the kitten because he was too kind. She even instructed the cat to immediately run away during a fight. The next morning, the lady, as expected, came to the academy again to study. Emmy praised Camilla's outfit, saying she was very cool. The actress thought how ironic it was that in the middle of the whole class she spoke to the ghost. Therefore, the girl wanted to continue to ignore the intrusive Emmy. Unexpectedly for everyone, the classroom door opened with a noise, but only Camilla did not turn around. It turned out that Adrian had come to her class, immediately causing a commotion. The guy confidently walked straight up to the lady, which made her very surprised. He stopped near her desk and bent down slightly, showing that he definitely wouldn't just leave. The actress had no idea why Adrian came to her class, especially in front of everyone. And the guy, seeing that the girl was stubbornly not looking at him, stubbornly called out to her several times. Camilla had no choice but to meet Sephra's eyes. She asked what he wanted, and Adrian seemed a little embarrassed, so he was silent at first. And the lady sternly said that if he takes up someone's time, then he has to pay for it. Then the guy quietly said that he would do whatever he wanted, if only she would help. And then, since he realized that she had not heard him, he added a little louder that he would do whatever the girl wanted. Camilla was surprised that the guy suddenly did something like this for some reason, but it only worked to her advantage. However, first she decided to find out what made Sephra change his decision, and came with him to the lake. Adrian immediately asked if the lady could really talk to ghosts. The girl confirmed this, since she really could hear and see them all her life. Hearing confirmation, the guy looked at his feet and pointed at the spirit, and then he asked to find out who this boy was who always walked around him. The actress was not entirely happy that she was being forced to do this, but she wanted to help. Remembering that the child was very timid, she slowly and carefully knelt down next to him. Watching that the boy was not afraid, the lady slowly reached into her pocket. Then she handed him the candy and asked if he wanted to eat it. The ghost froze uncertainly, not daring to somehow answer the unfamiliar girl. Suddenly, he asked what it was, whether it was safe and whether it was food or not. Camilla was surprised that the spirit didn't even know about the candy and explained to him. At this point, Adrian asked what the girl was doing, and she replied that the ghost looked hungry. The guy asked in confusion whether these creatures could really eat, because he couldn't think about it. The actress explained that, like people, spirits of course cannot eat since they are already dead, but they are able to absorb energy from food that is voluntarily given to them. Noticing that the boy had already devoured the candy, the lady asked if he wanted more. When the ghost agreed, the girl gave him a drink and then asked him his name. The boy thought for a while, doubting whether to answer or not, and still said that he was Seer. Camilla conveyed this information to Adrian, and the guy said the boy's name again in amazement. The actress did not understand why, but Sephra suddenly sat down on one knee and sadly called the ghost by name. And Seer, after standing for a while, suddenly began to cry and called Adrian brother. The lady could only stand and silently watch the family reunion in the form of a guy and a spirit. Camilla did not expect that this boy would be Adrian's brother. At this moment, Sephra recalled the story when he and his brother were in prison. The younger brother tried to give all the little food to the older brother, but he refused. Seer even offered to divide a small bun of bread in half, although he himself was very hungry. But Adrian turned away and told him to just eat the bread himself. The younger one apologized for starting to eat himself, since he knew that the older one was also hungry. Adrian was sad that they were both in this situation, but he couldn't change anything. The only food they had for the day was just a piece of bread and a cup of water. The father who locked the children in such conditions said to kill Seer. Adrian was given a condition that only one of them would get out of this prison. Young Sefru even felt sick at the thought of having to kill part of his family. The younger brother was immediately scared, but the guy stroked his head to calm him down. Looking at Seer, Adrian thought that even if he died, he would not let his brother die. That same night, the eldest had to wake up in the middle of the night as he heard terrible sounds. It turned out that his brother became very ill, and he even began to choke. Adrian jumped up to the bars and began to beg to let them out, since his brother was dying. The guy cried for the first time in his life because he was very worried about Sierra. Suddenly, he noticed that the younger one was laughing for some reason in such a sad situation. Sia explained that he was glad because due to his poor condition, his brother could leave prison. These words shocked Adrian very much, and he even froze in place. The older one got angry and started shouting that the younger one should not say such nonsense. But Sia only smiled in response, because he knew very well that the two of them would not survive. As a result, the younger one lost consciousness, which forced the older one to hit the bars even harder. Camilla, to whom the adult Adrian told this story, was scared because of it. However, the lady still did not understand why she had to be the conductor between the brothers now. The girl said that Sia was talking to her and asking for another candy. Adrian, as if nothing had happened, said to give his brother more sweets, which angered the actress. However, she still gave the candy to Sia because he seemed like a cute child. The ghost was very happy with this offering because he had not eaten since the day of his death. Looking at the spirit, Camilla realized that she really wanted him to fatten up. Since all the candy was gone, the girl asked if she could go, but the guy didn't allow her. To this, the actress said that she no longer had candy, but Adrian said that he would buy it and bring it. Then the lady asked to talk first and then deal with the candy. The lady was very interested, so she asked since when Sephra sees spirits. The guy wondered whether it was worth answering this question honestly because it was personal. But still, Adrian replied that he began to see black smoke after the death of Sier. The girl realized that Sephra knew about the ghost nearby, but for some reason he left him alone. The actress suggested that the guy did not know how to get rid of the spirit, but he replied that this was not so. Then the lady asked why Adrian didn't get rid of the spirit if he could, and he thought about it. In the end, the guy replied that he just wanted to leave everything as it was. Sephra remembered that his brother had been following him since childhood, and after death this did not change. The only thing is that the guy could not fully believe that the incomprehensible entity was his brother. Seeing how Camille could communicate with the spirit made Adrian jealous of someone for the first time. The guy was sad because he himself wanted to see Sir, but it was impossible. That afternoon, the actress confidently walked into Adrian's class to talk. Not paying attention to anyone, she placed the document in front of him, directly on the desk. The girl firmly asked the guy to sign, while the whole class froze in fear. No one could understand why this lady was talking so informally with Sephra himself. Students even began to whisper in whispers whether there was really something between these two. At that moment, Camilla noticed that the guy didn't even read it, but simply signed it. She simply brought him a contract stating that he would help actively recruit black magicians. To this, Adrian replied that he seriously promised to do anything, so he didn't care. Then the actress pulled Sephra by the sleeve, saying that she wanted to show him something. Pedro, who perfectly saw all the actions of the girl and the guy, was shocked by this. No one believed that Adrian would actually do something to someone because he had to. When they went out into the courtyard, Camilla, like last time, sat down and greeted Sie. The girl realized that they had not seen each other all day and the ghost began to avoid her. But the lady foresaw this, so she prepared more treats for the spirit. This time, the actress brought delicious chocolate chip cookies and handed them to Sierra. The kid was delighted with such a gift and immediately reached for the cookies. Still not communicating with Camilla, Sierra at least began to chew contentedly. The girl realized that she wanted to continue feeding the ghost, since he reminded her of a hamster. Then Adrian sharply called out to the lady, asking what she wanted to show him. The girl was distracted from the spirit because she had forgotten why she called Sephra. Reaching into her pocket, the lady took out a handkerchief and then unfolded it, revealing the contents. Adrian immediately realized that the girl had a magic stone in her hand. The guy impatiently asked Camilla to give him the stone, and in his hand it immediately began to shine. The actress expected that Sephra would be able to demonstrate the abilities of the stone, but she was still surprised. As a result of purification, a very powerful magic stone was obtained, and Adrian smiled contentedly. The girl answered with a smile that this stone was the smallest, but there are many more. Sephra asked with a little concern what exactly the lady wanted. Without hiding it at all, Camilla honestly answered that she needed the power of a black magician. This is because the mine with these minerals belongs entirely to her. The actress explained that the guy had just become proof that the mineral reacts to black magic. Adrian asked if the lady wanted him to make the stone available to white magicians. Then the guy said that he would give the stone to one person, which surprised the lady. When she asked who this person was, Sephra became gloomy and remained silent, not wanting to talk. That same evening, the guy brought a magic stone and put it on his father's table. The Duke was very busy with his own affairs, but still looked up from them to look at the stone. The father did not yet know what exactly his son had brought him, and therefore asked why he was needed. Adrian simply replied that one girl said to give it to his father for study. The man looked at the stone listlessly, not understanding why it was brought to him. Suddenly, he noticed the peculiarity of this mineral and was very surprised. The Duke asked what the owner of this stone wanted, and the son replied that it was a deal. Then the man asked Adrian to bring the lady, and the guy promised to do it tomorrow. The son was not happy about the forced communication with his father, so he hurried to leave. But the Duke managed to call out to the guy before he left the room because he had a question. The father asked in a rude voice how long he should wait until his son fulfilled his promise. The man explained that he was very tired of everything and hoped that the promise would soon be fulfilled. Adrian understood perfectly well what he was talking about, and this made him very angry. Instead of answering, he slammed the door and left the room, and his father was left alone. This was the first time the man had seen his son do something at the request of someone, especially a girl. But what surprised the Duke most of all was that he did not call the guy, but he came to him himself. The next day, Adrian brought Camilla to the Sephra estate. The lady imagined this castle a little differently, but it turned out to be very ordinary, and the servants were polite and no different from the assistants on other estates. When they arrived at the Duke's office, the girl was embarrassed that Adrian didn't even knock, but the actress's attention quickly turned to the head of the family himself. The Duke seemed very tired and exhausted to her, and the lady was afraid that his son would become the same. Nevertheless, Camilla introduced herself properly according to all the rules of decency. When the Duke said that her arrival was unexpected, the lady did not understand why. But the head did not explain anything, but instead invited everyone to the table to talk. As soon as everyone sat down, the man immediately got down to business, asking what kind of deal Camilla wanted to make with him. The girl voiced the conditions, and the Duke immediately began to improve them in his favor. To this, the lady said that the mineral that she would represent was also needed by black magicians. But at the same time, she herself was embarrassed, since the head bluffed well, inflating the price. The man pretended well to be thinking hard about Camilla's proposal. In the end, he agreed to work with the lady on the condition that she promised him priority sales. The actress allowed herself to giggle, which caused confusion among those present, but she pretended that nothing had happened. At this point, Camilla promised to draw up a contract and return with him a little later. However, there was a reason why the Duke could not let the girl go so easily. The fact was that the divine-based Sephra was constantly hovering around her. All this time, Camilla tried very hard to pretend that she did not see the beast. But somehow the Duke still realized that the lady could see his wolf. The head was surprised because he believed that no one except their family could see the beast. However, he did not fully believe that this was even possible. To change the subject, Camilla suddenly asked permission to ask a question. The girl was very sad to watch what she saw, so she could not remain silent. But unlike his daughter Sorfel, the Duke could not see ghosts around him. So the lady asked why Sia was hugging his father so tenderly and tightly. So far, the actress did not know the whole story and therefore did not quite understand what was happening. A few days ago, while watching The Boy, Camilla realized that his story bothered her. As a result, in order not to be tormented by curiosity, the girl called out to Seer. She tried to ask permission, to ask a question as delicately as possible, so as not to frighten the spirit. He allowed it, and then the actress asked if Adrian had caused a wound on his back. The boy jumped up sharply, throwing out the food, and shouted that this was not so at all. Feeling sad, the ghost remained silent for some time, and then finally admitted that it was the father. The spirit added that his dad said that all this was necessary to tame the divine beast. The history of the Sephra family greatly shocked Camilla, who previously considered her life difficult. The boy said that the Duke beat his older brother every day as discipline, and Seer received this wound when he covered his brother on one of these difficult days. In the Sephra family, only through hatred and anger can one become the master of the divine beast. In horror, the lady realized that absolutely all family members were raised in a similar way. Seer said that after that incident, they were locked up for 3 months in prison and were released only after his death. Because of what she heard, the actress finally decided that the Sephras were really crazy. The lady sincerely considered everything that was happening to be too terrible, but she could no longer help, so she decided to at least feed the ghost as much food as possible. After this whole story, the lady thought that Seer hated her father for everything, but instead the ghost very tenderly hugged the person who supposedly killed him. The man also saw only black smoke, so he was surprised to find out that it was his son. In amazement, he asked several times if it was really Seer, and Camilla confirmed. The father did not answer, and this behavior made Adrian very angry. The guy angrily asked if the Duke wanted to say anything else while he was still patient. The man replied that it was nothing, and his eldest son even jumped up with rage, because he believed that it was his father who killed the younger one. The Duke did not respond to all of Adrian's angry remarks, he just sat calmly in place. And the guy grew increasingly frustrated, even starting to laugh from impotence. In the end, Camilla could not stand it and asked Adrian to calm down. He asked not to pay attention, but the actress could not do that, all because, for some reason, the boy stood in front of his father and defended him. At the same time, Sir cried very strongly and sadly, but did not move from his place. The lady said that the spirit was apologizing, and Adrian was very surprised to hear this. To this, barely able to speak because of his tears, the kid replied that he himself said that he would do it. The girl did not understand what the ghost was whispering about and asked him to repeat it again. And Seer said loudly that he knew that he would soon die, and he himself decided to die by going down to the basement. When the boy fell ill, he heard his father's conversation with the doctor and knew that he had 3 months left. Therefore, he said that he would pass the last test himself, because he knew that he would not cope and his brother would become the head. The spirit really did not want the time that Adrian lost in prison to be meaningless for him. Seer added that his death was not the Duke's fault, because he did not know anything. It was also the first time the spirit had seen the head of Sephra cry for any reason. The lady conveyed all the words of the ghost word for word to the 2 remaining in the Sephra family. To this, the Duke once again said that he was very tired of everything and there was no other way out. The man stood up and said that their family's divine beast was always in one place. And this place was the head's body, so you had to dig around in it to find the egg. Therefore, the man seriously believed that feelings were useless in their family. Since childhood, his father did everything so that Adrian could get rid of his emotions and feelings. The only thing that was really needed was resentment and anger, thanks to which you can kill the head. Leaving the room, the Duke once again asked his son to kill him and pull out the egg from him. All this time, the actress watched what was happening and tried not to move. The girl didn't know if she could hear all this and therefore tried not to remind anyone of herself. When the lady was finally allowed to go home, she changed clothes and first of all went to Ravi. The guy was studying at that moment and therefore was not very happy about his sister's arrival. Camilla said that she came just like that, because it is not necessary to come when something happened. After that, the lady fell silent and without saying anything more remained near Ravi. The brother did not argue, but instead simply continued to study further. Suddenly, the girl asked what kind of person their father was, meaning their biological father. The guy didn't understand where his sister suddenly became interested in their family past. The actress replied that she just remembered, but in fact that was not the case at all. She wondered whether the father of this world was as much a freak as this one or not. Although the actress has been watching Camilla's life for 20 years, she has never heard of her birth. Unfortunately, Ravi said that he doesn't remember anything about their biological father, but the girl could not explain to her brother why she needed such information. The guy remembered that the ring that the maids had once buried in the ground was given by their father to their mother. Since the brother had no more information, he asked his sister to leave. But Camilla, although somewhat hesitantly, was able to find a new question. The lady asked if he was busy, which angered the guy since he had already said he was busy. Smiling maliciously, the sister asked if she could make Ravi even busier. The guy even managed to get scared from the lady's tone, but she simply pulled out a magic stone from her pocket. Ravi did not immediately see the mineral and therefore did not recognize it as a strong magical stone. When the guy looked closer, he was very shocked by what he saw in his hands. The brother asked where his sister got the mineral, but she replied that it was a secret. And then Camilla quickly ran out of the room so that she would not be asked even more questions. During lessons at the academy, the actress sat on the last desk and smiled as she had prepared a contract. She was very happy because all that was left to do to fulfill her dream of escaping was to raise money. The previous evening, Darren had helped the lady greatly in drawing up the correct contract, but the Duke's signature was needed to put it into effect. Here the girl was distracted from her thoughts by Sie, who came to her for the first time on his own. It was clear from the ghost that he was very out of breath and was very frightened by something. The lady even accidentally shouted the boy's name to the whole class, although no one saw him. Already more quietly, the actress asked if something really happened to Adrian, since the spirit was here, and the ghost, crying sadly, asked right now to stop his brother from fighting. The fact is that one of the students was calmly walking along the corridor until he noticed a silhouette ahead. This silhouette turned out to be Adrian from the well-known Strong and Close Sephra family. The student heard that the Duke's son had not been doing anything lately, so he wanted to get closer to him. The guy came closer to Adrian and deliberately loudly began praising his father behind his back. Sephra could not help but react, so he turned and rudely asked the student to shut up. To this, the stupid guy replied that he was just trying to be friendly, and there was no need for such aggression. He once again called the head of Sephra a great man and added that he was glad for his existence in the empire. This infuriated Adrian even more, and he again repeated his request to shut up. But the student, instead of listening to the threat, decided to prove that he was above this. Therefore, the guy continued to put pressure on Sephra's sickness, saying that he does not understand anything in his life. The student proudly stated that even if the head of Sephra is supported, this does not mean that the same will happen to his son. Adrian could no longer bear this and hit the guy in the face with all his might. He flew several meters away and fell to the floor because he was completely unable to protect himself from the blow. However, Sephra could not so easily leave his offender alone and approached him. Grabbing the student by the clothes, Adrian said that he did not understand anything in his life at all. And now Camilla was rushing to the scene of the fight to stop Sephra, who had gone wild. The student who provoked this quarrel was not happy that he did this. To help him, the lady came closer and poured a bucket of water on Adrian. Everyone around was surprised to see Duke Sorfel's daughter with such an action, and the girl, not at all afraid, told Sephra to cool her head after what happened. Then the actress turned to the crowd of observers, and they were very frightened of her. But the lady was not going to touch anyone, but simply asked her friend to take the bucket to its place. This acquaintance turned out to be Pedro, who did not expect that she would dare to approach him with this. And Camilla was already taking Adrian, telling him in a stern voice that he was coming with her. When the guy and girl left, Javelin, who was left alone, grinned in confusion. He didn't understand how it happened, that this girl was now following someone else instead of him. Meanwhile, Sephra will answer aside, the lady was properly scolding him. Adrian only said that she shouldn't have interfered, since it was none of her business. But the actress explained that Seer was crying, and this really hurt the proud older brother. He fell silent and looked somewhat guiltily at the black smoke that curled around him. But pretty quickly, the guy turned away, and the actress asked if he really didn't want to see his brother anymore. It was hard for Adrian at that moment, because he found out that his father had his own reasons for doing this to them. Camilla tried to support the guy, but he asked what she even knew. The girl replied that she knew a child who was almost strangled by his own father. This information greatly surprised Sefer, since he did not think that a lady could have a complicated life. The actress, raising her head, said that it was completely natural to hate her father after everything. The lady said that she understood the situation, and also that the feelings would not just go away. This was the first time Adrian listened to someone with such sincere interest, and therefore remained silent. Camilla, at that moment, smiling sadly, advised the guy to just let everything go. The Duke's son asked in amazement what exactly to let go, and the lady said his feelings. But then she reduced the entire impression of her words to comical, adding that the guy might not let go of anything. If the victim hates her tormentor for the rest of her life, then the pain will be with her forever. The actress didn't want to say anything more, so she turned her attention to the guy's hands. She only now noticed that her right hand was bloody due to a recent fight. Without thinking twice, the girl reached for her pocket square, which she always wore. Then she carefully took the guy's hand in hers because she wanted to help him. While treating her hand, the lady asked her older brother to stop making the younger brother cry. After all, even if Adrian gets hurt even a little, Seer will immediately start crying. Listening to these words, the guy couldn't even say anything in response because he was embarrassed. Camilla, only going home, realized that Sephra could simply use healing magic and he did not need a scarf. Recalling the story from her dream, the lady realized that it was around this time that the Duke of Sephra suddenly died. Adrian took his place, but the atmosphere around was unhappy and everyone began to whisper. The lady remembered that Seer said that his father constantly asked the elder to kill him. Therefore, the girl decided that in a dream it was Adrian who killed the former Duke and took his place. Walking along the path, the girl noticed a female silhouette ahead sitting on a bench, and it turned out to be Lila, who according to the dream was the only person capable of controlling the furious Adrian. Camilla froze in place, looking at the girl peacefully reading, and thought that she should talk to her more. At that moment, Lila heard students talking about how Jude, who offended her, had left the academy. The girl didn't know the reasons for this, but she wasn't happy, although this guy scared her a lot. Scary images of the evil guy still sometimes popped up in her head, but she wasn't offended. Instead, the blonde was very grateful to Camille for saving her that day. Lila wanted to give the lady something, but she hasn't been able to meet her since then. Then two students approached the girl and said that they had been looking for her for a long time. One of the students casually asked if Lila had done her homework. The fair-haired woman did not immediately understand what was being said, since she had already completed everything a long time ago. Hearing this, the girls began to say that they could not do anything. The students took turns naming sad reasons why they didn't make it in time. Lila, with her mouth slightly open, listened as the girls said with fear that they would definitely be punished. As a result, the fair-haired girl herself offered her help, saying that she would give her a notebook with the assignment. The students were immediately very happy, declaring that their friend was simply the best. Layla asked the girls not to copy her assignment, as was the case last time, otherwise they would all be punished again. Before one of the girls had time to promise this and receive the notebook, someone snatched the task from her hands. The girl turned around sharply, threateningly asking who dared to take the notebook away. Lila instantly recognized the girl who came to her aid this time too. This girl turned out to be Lady Camilla, who is now looking angrily at the students. Recognizing her rival as the daughter of Duke Sephra, the lady began to greet her pleasantly. Then the girl demanded to give her a notebook with homework, which the actress took away. But Camilla was not going to do this because she knew that the notebook belonged to Lila. The student confidently stated that their friend lent them this notebook, so they have the right to it. In response, the actress abruptly approached the upstart and asked if she had really not heard anything about her. The lady reminded that she can foresee the future, so it is better not to mess with her. She also added that sometimes she can even see the past, which was disadvantageous to her enemies. Smiling maliciously, Camilla offered to guess what these two girls were doing yesterday. Sorfel's daughter said that the students were having fun with the guys, and they were scared because it was true. The lady then added that the girls came home only at dawn, and therefore did not have time to do their homework themselves. After this statement, the student was so scared that she even took a few steps back. The actress smiled evilly at that moment and asked if she should tell her anything else. This was too much for the girls, so they hurried to escape to their homes. The lady knew all this thanks to Emmy, who was flying in her class, for which she was grateful. Turning to Lila, the girl asked why they were dating when she was in trouble. The actress did not touch the girl because she thought that she got along well with others, but now she saw that this was not the case. Camilla wondered if the guys had solved all of Lila's problems in her sleep. In any case, the blonde was grateful to the actress and not to anyone else. At that moment, in Duke Sorfel's office, an assistant was making a report that Jude's father's business had closed. The head was unhappy that Jude's father had money left for a house in the village, but it was too late. The assistant could not understand the actions of his master, who for some reason destroyed someone else's business. And the father himself remembered his beautiful daughter Camilla, who was offended by this family. So he asked how the girl was doing at the academy and if everything was fine. The assistant replied that the academy's management had promised to strengthen its security. To this, the Duke asked to look for a guy like Jude in order to recognize him from the academy. His employee asked what the head meant, but he did not answer. Then the guy told the news that the Sephra family would soon introduce a new magic stone. The man wondered where this family could find a new stone vein. The fact is that most of the stones were monopolized by one Duke, which is why everyone took minerals only from him. The assistant added that although the stones represent Sephra, their owner is different. Duke Sorfel couldn't understand how Sephra could allow someone to push him around for sales. The man asked if they would get in trouble for this, and the guy promised to find out. In the Duchy of Sephra at this moment, the head was diligently busy with all his affairs. Then he looked up from his papers because he saw that his son had unexpectedly come to him. Adrian did not immediately speak to his father, but instead looked at him silently for a while. As a result, the guy said that he was not going to kill the Duke, although this was how it was supposed to be in their family. The Duke listened emotionlessly as his son declared that he no longer hated him. For everything his father had done, Adrian wasn't going to let him die so easily. The guy said that from now on there is no divine beast in their family, because he will not bother him. Adrian was going to prove that he could be strong without the help of the family animal. When leaving, the son did not even look at his father because he no longer cared about the elder's opinion. When the door closed, the Duke remained sitting with a blank look, not returning to his business. In fact, although Adrian stated that he did not hate, this was not true. However, he was still pleased that he was able to get the ball rolling. A few days later, the guy was relaxing at lunchtime in the shade of the academy trees. Then he noticed a basket out of the corner of his eye and heard a familiar female voice nearby. Adrian sluggishly opened his eyes and looked up at the interlocutor who had come to him. Sitting down next to her friend, Camilla asked why he was so wet despite the heat. The guy awkwardly explained that he jumped into the lake to cool off as it was very hot. But the girl did not blame him, but instead drew attention to his prominent muscles. The lady couldn't help but be curious and gently poked Sifa's shoulder with her finger. Adrian asked what she was doing, and the actress, withdrawing her hand, explained that she was just falling in love. Looking at the guy's muscles, Camilla immediately recognized that he had really trained a lot with the sword. Therefore, the girl praised Adrian for all his diligence, which was now visible on his body. Touching Sephra's face, the actress noticed that for some reason he was still red. The guy moved away from the lady's hand, moving it away, because he wanted to scold her for her actions, but instead he suddenly turned away and told the girl not to pay attention. Then the actress changed the topic and asked why Sephra was training so hard. She also wondered why Ravi didn't like this guy, but didn't ask such a question. Having mentally replayed the altercation between her brother and Adrian in her head, Camilla laughed sincerely. Sephra asked what was funny, but the lady did not explain anything to him. Then the guy asked what was in the basket, already reaching out to it, but the girl pushed Sephra's hand away, saying that everything in the basket was not for him at all. The lady then called out to the ghost that was next to Adrian, saying that she had brought him food. Sir, hearing that they brought him something tasty, instantly beamed with joy. The actress took out a cake from the basket and gave it to the spirit so that he could eat it quickly. At the same time, the lady noticed that Seo's face brightened when his brother's mood stabilized. Suddenly, the boy smiled somewhat sadly and said that now he didn't have to eat. After that, he jumped to his feet and said that he was not hungry at all, although he was pleased. He ran up to Camilla, which she did not expect at all, since the spirit had been avoiding her all this time. But this time, for some reason, Seo himself kissed the girl on the cheek. The actress listened, stunned, as the ghost told her words of gratitude for everything she had done. The lady realized that the spirit was about to leave for another world, and excitedly called out to him. But it was already too late, as the boy disappeared into thin air with a smile on his face. Finally, the ghost said that he was very sorry that his brother had such a fate. Sir also added that he was very glad that Adrian was his older brother. But at this point, it was really time for the younger one, since he said everything he wanted. Right before he left, the boy turned to the girl and tenderly called her name. He asked Camilla to look after his brother, which the lady was not at all happy about. The actress shouted that she should not be asked for such a thing, but the spirit only smiled. When Camilla was left alone with Adrian, she concluded that she could only observe. The lady asked the guy if he was sad that his brother had finally left, and Sephra replied that right now he was feeling not so much sadness as calm. Suddenly, the lady handed the cake to the guy and said that she had prepared this product for him. But Adrian recalled that the girl said that it was not his, to which she replied that she had changed her mind. Raising her voice, Camilla said that Sephra simply had to eat this cake, and the guy, although he continued to refuse, concluded that it would be easier for him to accept the treat. He smiled sincerely at the corner of his lips, because he was pleased with the girl's care. This evening, Camilla felt very tired and was glad that the weekend had finally arrived. However, the lady's joy did not last long, as it turned out that Javelin had come to visit her. Moreover, for some reason, the Duke of Sephra decided to visit the Sorfel estate. So the girl was sandwiched between the two men until her father's hand pushed them away. Duke Sorfel asked the guests why they had come without an invitation. Listening to the argument between the adults, the actress thought sadly that she wanted to go shopping. Camilla tried to sneak away on business while the dukes were talking among themselves. But Sephra and Javelin noticed this and prevented the lady from leaving them. They admitted that the purpose of their visit was precisely Sorfel's daughter, so they would not want her to leave. The men dragged the girl into the room, and her father did not have time to do anything about it. The actress was completely shocked by the behavior of her friends, since she did not expect such pressure from them at all. Nearby, the lady noticed two sons of the dukes who simply waved their hands to her goodbye. Pedro did this because, despite his smile, he did not want to help at all. Adrian remained on the sidelines because he did not want to interfere in such proceedings. As Camille was dragged away, Javelin turned to Sephra and asked what he wanted to do. But the black-haired one was not in the mood to walk with the red-haired one, even in the Sorfel garden. While the guys stood and argued whether they would go together or not, someone called out to them from behind. Pedro and Adrian fell silent and slowly turned to see who had come to them. It turned out that Rudville came to the sons of the dukes and offered to walk around his house with him. It was clearly visible from the guys' faces who was happy and who wasn't, but Sorfel was not going to back down. At that moment, Camilla was sitting in her father's office, and divine animals surrounded her on all sides. Javelin explained that he could not help but come to the lady, since his jetty was very capricious without her. The Duke also noticed that for some reason the tiger cub was wary, but the actress quickly calmed King down. Meanwhile, the girl's father scolded two adult men for following the lead of their animals and bringing them to visit. Chief Sorfel remembered that he had heard that Duke Sephra had already met with Camilla and asked if this was true. The head of Sephra was always a man of few words, and this time was no exception, so he simply remained silent in response. Javelin intervened in the dialogue and said that the size of the divine tiger was much smaller than he thought. To this, Sorfel replied that soon his animal would grow to its size. Adrian's father supported the tiger's owner, saying that the main thing is that he was born. Here, Camilla's father asks Sephra to confess where exactly he gets the magic stones to sell. Duke Javelon immediately joined in this issue, but the head of Sephra still remained silent. Watching them, the actress once again concluded that it was better for her to leave quickly. Therefore, while the men were busy with their dialogue, the lady quickly ran out of the office. Closing the door behind her, the girl exhaled with relief as she managed to get out. As she wanted earlier, Camilla decided that it was time to go shopping, but she noticed an acquaintance in the corridor. There was a butler in the corridor from whom the actress learned that Rudville, Adrian, and Pedro were together. Camilla couldn't imagine what these three could be doing, especially in the garden of the estate. However, she brushed aside thoughts about it since the lady had her own business. As she wanted, the girl went to the market to buy everything she wanted. Dorman went with the lady to help her select and move her purchases, and the assistant was the first to notice that the guys from the estate followed Camilla directly to the market. The actress stubbornly pretended not to notice anyone and turned her back to the guys. But in the end, the lady could not stand it and turned around, meeting the smile of a pleased Pedro. When asked what they were doing here, Javelon replied that he really wanted to see the market too. Rudville said somewhat worriedly that it was dangerous for his sister to walk alone. Unlike everyone else, Adrian briefly said that he was bored being alone. Realizing that the guys simply had no business of their own, the lady decided to continue to ignore them all. Walking among the counters, Camilla unexpectedly noticed something interesting. Dorman leaned over to the girl, asking if she wanted to buy it, and she said yes. The assistant noticed that the lady was holding a man's product in her hands and asked if it was for the Duke. But the actress said with a smile that she would give this jewelry to Ravi because it reminded him of him. Since she had once received a bracelet as a gift, she considered the exchange mutually beneficial. Then the girl felt the disappointed gaze of her older brother behind her. Turning around, she remembered that the guys were following and wondered if it was good to buy only one gift. Suddenly, Adrian sullenly asked why give gifts to his family at all. The lady did not answer him, but instead noticed a familiar silhouette nearby. It turned out that Lila was standing behind one of the counters and was cheerfully waving at Camilla. The actress came closer and asked what the girl was doing here, and she said that she was helping her grandmother. The lady was surprised to hear that her friend was helping a man without even really knowing him. And this is all, even despite the fact that the blonde lady is bullied quite often. Although Lila tried to persuade Camilla to buy something, she refused and quickly left. Dorman asked if the girls knew each other, to which the actress replied that she would now pretend to be strangers. When they left, the lady begged the assistant not to look back so as not to be delayed. The thing is that Camilla remembered what would happen next and did not want to be involved. As she expected, the grandmother whom Lila was helping was attacked by two guys demanding money. The girl immediately began to protect the old woman, but there was no one to protect her. The actress went into the shadows for a reason, but because she knew who should come to the rescue. She glanced at her older brother out of the corner of her eye, since he was the one who was supposed to help the lady. After all, the first place where Rudville and Layla met was the market, after which they fell in love with each other. In addition to Sorfel, Javelin standing behind him also observed the attack on the girl. Suddenly, Pedro's gaze glazed over, despite the fact that the smile was still on his face. He remembered his childhood, when he was constantly told that he was a very good boy. The mother taught her son that it is imperative to help everyone in need and be kind to everyone. According to the lady, this was the only way to become a good person and no other way. And now, as the guy watched the attack on the lady, his memories mixed with the present. The bandit shouted that the grandmother had to pay them rent, although she had already given everything she could. Since Lila continued to defend the old woman, the guys decided to teach her a lesson. But at that moment, Pedro could not stand it and drew his sword faster than the robbers did. There was still a hint of a smile on the guy's face, but his eyes remained empty. To Camilla's great surprise, instead of his older brother, Javelin began to stand up for his friend. Moreover, Pedro fought so brutally that the lady involuntarily hid behind the guy standing next to him. The bandits were defeated in less than a minute and were shaking cowardly on the ground. Covered in blood, Pedro turned and, smiling cheerfully, asked if anyone else had gotten dirty. Camilla was covered by Adrian, so her clothes were all right, except for herself. Even after the end of the fight, the girl was in no hurry to come out from behind Sefer. The actress was horrified by the realization that Pedro was smiling even when he was killing people. Returning home, the girl immediately sat down to study the map, and suddenly Pierre appeared nearby. The ghost could not understand why the lady was looking at the surroundings so carefully, but she was silent. For herself, Camilla realized after yesterday that she was surrounded by only psychos, and it was time to urgently escape. Then the butler knocked on the lady's room and said that a dear guest had come to see her. The actress was not waiting for anyone, but she was not against communication, so she asked to enter. It turned out that Layla came to visit the girl and, smiling sweetly, offered to talk. The lady explained that she wanted to thank her friend, otherwise she still couldn't do it. The mistress invited the girl to sit down next to her, but she suddenly hesitated. Layla said that the weather is very good today, and therefore she suggests hanging out in the fresh air. Camilla only now noticed the basket in the hands of the fair-haired woman and therefore became interested. As a result, the actress suggested going to the garden, and the girl happily agreed to it. Lila had never seen Sorfel's garden, so she was surprised by its beauty. Unexpectedly, the lady asked Camilla to wait for her in place and quickly ran away somewhere. Out of the corner of her eye, the actress noticed a ghost who appeared unknown when, but did not want to leave. At this time, Layla skillfully set the table, and she did everything very well. When everything was ready, the friend called the mistress and told her to eat as much as she wanted. The blonde explained that she really wanted to thank her, but she only knew how to cook, so she brought food. Camilla asked in surprise whether her friend had really prepared this food herself, and she confirmed. Somewhat hesitantly, the lady nevertheless dared to try food unfamiliar to her. Imagine the girl's surprise when the food she tried turned out to be very tasty. Lila happily offered to eat another cake, made from strawberries and blueberries, which she grew herself. The actress asked if the girl was also involved in farming, and she replied that she was only a modest farmer. Delighted that someone liked her food, Lila promised to cook something just as delicious next time. Camilla was surprised to notice that she was completely relaxed, and this made her smile. Sitting in the gazebo next to the chatty girl, the lady understood why everyone loved her in a dream. Lila meanwhile asked for forgiveness for not bringing the best of what she knows. But suddenly she heard the actress assure that she liked it, which she didn't even believe at first. The lady quite sincerely praised the food, saying that it was very tasty. The fair-haired lady had not heard such words for a long time, so she even froze in place. The actress suddenly noticed Pierre nearby, who grumbled that he also wanted to try what was cooked. However, the girl doubted whether it was worth feeding the ghost because he could become very impudent. As a result, the actress could not stand it, and still let the spirit try the food since there was too much of it for her alone. Lila, who was absorbed in her joy, did not notice at all the actions of her friend who was feeding the spirit. The next day, the results of the midterm exams became known, and students crowded around the board with grades. As Camilla walked to look at her grade, everything around her was already turning to follow her. The whole point was that the girl took the very first place in the list of results. She periodically listened to the whispers around her to understand what other students thought about her. Emmy flew up to the lady and asked how she managed to raise her grades so much. The lady was not surprised by her result, because she had seen these exams many times in her dreams. She was much more worried about the fact that Pedro and Adrian were also in the top 5. It turned out that Sephra was behind the girl and asked if she had ever seen the stupid magician. Camilla immediately named Adrian, and he decided to change the topic by asking about the ghost behind her. The girl said that this is the same spirit that once helped her find Sephra. Then the guy asked why the ghost was always next to the lady, but she could not answer this question. Then, leaning close to Camilla, Adrian whispered that the sales would begin one of these days, and his father called to discuss them. The actress, without changing her emotions, asked me to tell her that she would come by soon. When Sephra left, the girl turned after him in surprise, because she thought that he did not communicate with his father. But she was even glad that the Sephra family communicated with each other, even if only a little. At that moment, a joyful Lila ran up to the lady, who sincerely congratulated her on first place. The girl asked permission because she wanted to tell her at home that her friend was so cool. The actress was not against it. The only thing that surprised her was that Lila out loud called them friends. The blonde immediately became embarrassed, as she decided that she had done something wrong. Camilla didn't think to be offended, but simply realized that it was very unusual for her, because in that world she had no friends. Then the lady noticed the basket in Lila's hands and asked what kind of food was in it. The friend said that she brought butter and jam again, since last time the lady liked them. The actress immediately remembered Pierre, who really enjoyed the treat last time. Suddenly, there was a noise in the corridor as the students began to shout cheerfully. Teacher Jabo returned to the academy after a vacation, but Camilla, unlike everyone else, was not at all happy with him. The man smiled sweetly and said that his health was much better now, thanks to the concern of the students. Lila, as usual, was very glad that the teacher looked healthy and cheerful. The actress suddenly could not contain her emotions and therefore whispered that another person had been added. The fair-haired lady did not hear well and asked again, but the girl did not explain anything. Because of the teacher's return, Camilla's mood was hopelessly spoiled for the rest of the day, and she walked in silence. Returning home in the evening, the lady decided to visit her brother and asked if he was busy. The guy, as always, was giving lectures and conducting experiments, so he was not immediately distracted. In the end, Ravi realized that his sister would not just leave and said that he was not busy. Gloomily, the actress said that she knows that there is one man who is a killer. The guy suddenly jumped up to the girl and asked what exactly she saw in her dream. But the lady explained that these were not her dreams at all, and she had nothing to do with this situation. The brother breathed a sigh of relief, although he did not fully believe Camilla's words. The actress was very scared because she realized too late that her brother was reacting very sharply to everything. Having calmed down, Ravi asked why his sister started such a topic for dialogue. The lady said that one of her friends accidentally found out about the killer, and his brother advised him to write a statement. However, Camilla explained that there was no evidence of murders, which greatly surprised the guy. The actress shared her concern that the killer might continue to kill others. But Ravi suggested that the lady simply not pay attention to anything, since she would not be able to help. The brother explained this by saying that if you can't prove it, then it's better not to interfere so that you don't get hurt later. Camilla partly agreed with the guy's logic, but she was still sad that she had to sit still. Deciding to thank her brother for the advice, the lady took the jewelry out of her pocket and placed it on his table. Ravi did not expect his sister to bring him anything, so he opened the box somewhat suspiciously. Inside, the guy saw the fox decoration and sadly said that he had nowhere to use it, which angered the girl. Since the brother was very emotional, he got angry with his sister in response. Suddenly, the guy calmed down as a question arose in his head. Frowning, Ravi asked why the lady brought him a piece of jewelry with a fox on it. The actress did not have an answer to this question, because she did as she felt. Therefore, Camilla quickly ran away from her brother's room, and he did not have time to catch her. Although Ravi thought such decorations were just useless things, he couldn't help but smile. As a result, as her brother advised, the lady decided to pretend that she had not seen or heard anything. But it was impossible to avoid, since as soon as the girl arrived at the academy, teacher Jabo himself called her. Camilla had absolutely no idea what the professor wanted, but she tried to be polite. Smiling, the actress was terribly scared inside herself, because she knew that she was communicating with a killer. The man explained that he called the girl because of her homework, which she handed in last time. The lady asked what was wrong with him, and Jabo, with sparkling eyes, said that on the contrary, everything was very fine. He asked where the girl got these materials from, and she said that it was from her father's library. Since the teacher fell silent, but still did not let Camilla go, she herself asked if everything had been told to her. The professor asked to see the original materials from the library, but the lady said that this was not possible. The girl did not notice, but after her refusal, the man looked at her very carefully and seriously. Unexpectedly, the teacher asked if Camilla could help him, which surprised the actress. The professor immediately began to talk non-stop about how useful the lady's knowledge would be to him, since she had read all these books. The girl clarified whether the teacher was forcing her to agree to participate in the help, and since she had a choice, the actress immediately refused to cooperate with Jabo. Smiling, the lady said that they would see each other in class and quickly left the office. Already in the corridor, Camilla realized that if she didn't know anything, she would agree to cooperate. However, despite his cute, harmless, and beautiful appearance, the professor had something terrible behind his back. A total of 7 ghost girls were behind him, which was an eerie picture. But most of all, the actress was frightened by the evil glances of the spirits with which they looked at Jabo. The teacher was not the first person to be haunted by ghosts, as this was not a rare occurrence. However, it was rare for the number of spirits haunting someone to gradually begin to increase, as it did with the professor. Since there were originally 5 girls, and now there were 7, Camilla was sure that their deaths were committed by the hands of Jabo. The lady was thinking so hard during the lesson that she did not immediately notice how a hand was reaching out to her from behind. The professor, noticing that the girl was distracted in his lesson, approached her from behind. The actress was very scared because she did not notice the teacher's movements at all. But Jabo sweetly asked if the lady was okay, after which she breathed a sigh of relief. The man said that the student could come and talk to him alone at any time. Camilla thanked the teacher for this opportunity, knowing that he helped so many people. By chance, the actress turned her gaze forward as she noticed one of the spirits in front of her. A girl unknown to her looked very angrily straight at the professor, but he did not see her. The lady noticed that the ghost only had an earring on one side and decided to use that. Therefore, turning to Jabo, Camilla said that she had just recently lost her earring. Then the girl specifically described exactly the jewelry that the spirit was wearing, but the teacher looked at the student blankly because he did not know what she was talking about. Realizing that she had failed to offend the teacher, the actress said that there was no need to worry. Returning to the board, Jabo once again asked the lady to consider his proposal for cooperation. This time, Camilla said that she would think about it, although she herself was very wary. The girl realized that she could not sit idly by, so now she needed a plan. To do this, the lady began to search throughout the academy for Emmy, who was usually near her, but not today. Suddenly, Pedro approached Camilla and asked what she was looking for so diligently everywhere. The girl was not going to tell the guy about her affairs, so she simply replied that she was looking for someone. Javelin offered his help, but the actress flatly refused to search with him. Then Pedro began to guess who the lady was looking for, which began to make her very angry. Turning sharply to meet the guy's eyes, the girl addressed him. Past Camilla fell for Pedro's smile every time because he was the first to smile at her so kindly. But the actress didn't like that smile, so she directly said that Javelin didn't have to do that again. The guy froze in place because he didn't understand what the lady meant, but he was surprised. The manager told the girl that the soul does not feel natural in its body. Therefore, the actress knew that Pedro's smile was fake and asked him not to show emotions that he did not feel. When the lady admitted that the guy was a good person, his hand subconsciously clenched. Javelin was shocked by the girl's words and therefore even forgot to follow her. Camilla took advantage of this and quickly moved on to look for Emmy without an intrusive companion. And the guy asked himself whether he had really shown insincere kindness and courtesy. Throughout his childhood, Pedro tried to be kind and good to everyone around him. He did this not for himself, but for his beloved mother, who could be proud of her son. People very often told the woman that she must be very happy to have such a noble boy. And Mother, despite her weak body, really smiled sincerely every time after such words. She never stayed long for tea because she needed special treatment due to her weakness. And Pedro was always next to her and tried to help with everything he could at his age. The boy believed that if he showed his best side, his mother would be happy. And the woman, no matter how painful it was for her, always tried to smile sincerely when she saw her good son. Mom always said that if her son laughs, then she will definitely have a lot of fun too. Therefore, Pedro always tried to laugh as loudly and cheerfully as possible for her. Mother also said that a son should be kind, so he always tried to help everyone and in everything. Moreover, the boy did not even show any signs of hostility, forgetting about his own emotions in general. Pedro tried very hard to be the best person his mother said he could be, and even after the death of the woman, kindness became so familiar to the boy that he continued to use it in communication. From then on, the only emotion Pedro showed to everyone and to himself was a smile. Thanks to the guy's smile, there were always a lot of people around him who respected him. However, there was a situation when the guy went against his mother's words and did not help. Then Camilla fought with another girl, and Sorfel's daughter was in tears. Javelin only grinned maliciously, looking at this since he was already tired of the lady following him everywhere. So, instead of helping her, the guy decided that he was too tired and walked away. However, he didn't have time to go far when he felt uncomfortable, and therefore decided to return and still help. But when Pedro came into the hall, burning with shame, none of the fighters were already there. Even after that time, Camille continued to run after Javelin, and he tried hard to avoid her. For some time, the girl disappeared for unknown reasons, and then they met at the cemetery. But then the lady didn't even look in Pedro's direction, which greatly surprised him. Javelin believed that the girl would continue to pursue him, but this did not happen. Moreover, Camilla didn't even say hello to the guy in the corridors, as if he was an empty place. Her constant impatience and anxiety disappeared, as if the lady had become a completely different person. Thoughts about the girl's changes haunted the guy, and he began to watch her more and more often. And for some reason, he even began to get annoyed by the fact that Camilla was often with Adrian. As Sephra mercilessly beat up the stupid and sarcastic student, Pedro wondered why the lady was friends with him. Therefore, Javelin did not even intend to stop the fight, but only watched with a smile from the sidelines. Adrian was the kind of guy who didn't pay any attention to others and lived his life the way he liked. In contrast, Pedro tried to please everyone, and therefore now he felt strange. When Camille appeared near Sephra, Javelin felt disappointed at the end of the battle. But what surprised the guy most of all was that the girl suddenly asked him to take the bucket to the place. At that moment, everyone left, and he was left completely alone in the middle of the academy corridor. Pedro could not understand how exactly this happened, because he was good and kind to everyone. The guy could not contain his emotions and laughed loudly, but it was a hysterical laugh. In fact, Pedro was sad to realize that he was not indifferent to the views of others. He even wanted to get between Camilla and Adrian because he became jealous of them. But the girl left him alone so rudely that the guy even remembered his childhood. Pedro sincerely did not understand what exactly he should not be, according to the lady. Camille said Javelin was a good person, but that didn't help him. There was no hint of past love or good attitude in the girl's gaze. So Pedro couldn't even respond, but instead felt like he had discovered a part of himself that he didn't even know he had. Javelin could not find an answer to the question of whether it was possible to be a good person if kindness did not come from the heart. While the guy was in thought, if two students who liked him saw him, the girls approached to invite Pedro to have drinks with them, but froze in fear. He turned around when he heard familiar voices and deliberately showed them his facial expression. Javelin wished he knew what he looked like now, since he was sure he wasn't smiling. Perhaps the guy's true essence was reflected on his face right now, but not for long, because literally a second later, Pedro smiled radiantly and said that he agreed to go with the lady. The students recovered from their surprise and happily led the guy behind them, and Javelin successfully put a cheerful smile on his face again and left it in place. This time the guy smiled and laughed brighter than ever, no matter what he heard. At this moment, Camilla was still unsuccessfully looking for Emmy, who for some reason did not appear. The lady had already gone through all the places she could remember, but it had no results. Suddenly, the girl heard a familiar voice who asked who she was looking for. The actress turned around and saw Emmy, whom she had been looking for all this time throughout the academy. Camilla asked displeasedly where the ghost had been all that day, but the spirit only laughed. Then the lady said that she had a request for Emmy and therefore needed her help. The ghost was very surprised and happy at the same time, since he had long wanted to help with something. Instead of answering, the girl led the spirit right behind her and soon pointed at teacher Jabo. The actress asked if Emmy had seen those ghosts that constantly flew around him. Cringing tightly, the ghostly lady replied that she had already seen them all more than once. Not noticing her friend's condition, the lady asked her to find out when and why those girls died. Camilla also added that if Emmy finds it difficult to communicate with the dead, she can bring them to her. Then the lady noticed what the ghost looked like right now, and she was surprised. The actress asked with excitement whether her friend was really so scared to help her with this. Automatically reaching her hand to her throat, Emmy said that there was no need to ask those spirits anything. Only now did the mistress notice marks of suffocation on the ghostly girl's neck. Emmy said that teacher Jabo was once her beloved older brother. From the memories of this, it was clear that the ghost felt bad, but she tried to control herself. When Camilla returned home, she was not happy with the butler who greeted her warmly. Rob noticed the lady's mood, but she did not explain anything to him as she was very tired. The man offered to make warm tea, but the girl refused even this. Rube said that the lady looked tired, to which she replied that she was. The lady really wanted to eat her usual lunch, but it was from that world and there was no such opportunity. The butler did not understand anything, but asked if Dorman could help with this, and the girl became thoughtful. She remembered with displeasure how the assistant had recently changed almost everything in her room for the new season. Seeing that the dialogue with the lady was not going well, the butler decided to take his leave, but the girl stopped him. Before speaking, Camilla first looked around to make sure no one was nearby. She then approached Rube and said that she had a favor to ask of him, but not as a butler. Instead, the actress said that she needed the black shadow, and the man was very surprised to hear this. The girl, meanwhile, explained that she needed the help of the head of this organization. The butler was so amazed that he couldn't immediately figure out what to say in response. Rob decided to pretend that the lady was wrong and just laughed at the name. But Camilla patted the butler on the shoulder and said that she knew that he was the head. The lady reminded me that she was very tired now, so she suggested we talk later. And the butler remained standing in amazement in the middle of the corridor, not knowing what to do now. The fact is that an organization called the Black Shadow was a secret espionage organization for the Sorful family. People from it were scattered throughout the continent and were strictly kept secret from everyone. Not even everyone from the organization knew each other, but they still collected information for the head of Sorfel. It's clear that no one would just tell Camilla about the existence of the Black Shadow. But it so happened that Darren was the previous head, and he told the lady everything. The girl always noticed that the ghost knew too much for a butler, and only now she understood why. When Darren was the head of the organization, he raised Rube as his successor. And, as the current head of the Black Shadow, a little later, the current butler came to the mistress's room. Camilla understood that it was very dangerous for her to call Rube like that, but she had no choice. Getting straight to the point, the lady gave the butler the documents and asked him to find out about these people. Rube asked who it was, and the girl said that all these people were dead, and she needed to know why. The actress was somewhat sad that she had only just started doing this. However, she now learned from Emmy that the killer was definitely Jabo's teacher. The ghost knew exactly about the actions of her brother, as she periodically watched him. Emmy said that they both grew up in an orphanage, and then she was adopted by a rich family. There she was treated very cruelly, and was even perceived as a simple servant. 8 years later, her brother found her, but her adoptive parents asked for a very large sum. Jabo worked a lot because he tried and wanted to save the money he needed as quickly as possible, but the professor still didn't have time since his sister still died, and the guy was left completely alone with all the money he had accumulated, but no longer needed. Emmy's adoptive parents claimed that she committed suicide without their knowledge, but this was not the case at all, but then the ghost could not escape, which is why she died. And the brother understood this, and therefore began to endlessly kill other girls. Camille could admit that Jabo went crazy after the death of his only sister. However, she could not understand why the teacher was killing completely innocent people. Therefore, the lady really wanted to know why the professor did this all this time. For this, the girls needed the skills of the head of the Black Shadow, who obtained information. Rob promised to find out everything, but asked permission to ask the lady one question. The butler was wondering how exactly the lady found out about him and his organization. It is clear that Camilla could not tell the man about the ghost of the former butler. Therefore, she decided to lie that she herself watched everyone in the estate and saw a lot. The girl said that unknown people call Ruba the head and his father cherishes him. The butler asked in disappointment if that was all the lady did to gather information. The man did not believe that this could happen, but Camilla recalled that it was she who found the beast's egg. This argument proved effective for the butler, and he obediently fell silent. Rub admitted that he shouldn't do this, but this is a very special case. The lady also asked to keep this situation a secret from her father, and the man agreed. The butler said that he would put this matter first and do the rest a little later. When he left, the actress breathed out a sigh of relief since she never had time to rest. When communicating with Rub as the Black Shadow, the atmosphere of their dialogues was very different, which exhausted the lady. 4 days later, Camille came to Jabo, who was very happy that she agreed to his research. The man immediately asked to copy some moments from the books for his work. The girl promised to briefly summarize all the materials and see her a little later. Although the lady smiled in the teacher's face, as soon as she turned away, the smile disappeared from her face. It was still hard for her to look at the ghosts flying behind the smiling professor. Thanks to Rub's work, the actress was able to find out what all the murdered girls had in common. And after that, the lady finally realized that Jabo was a complete psycho. All the girls had 2 things in common, one of which was that they were adopted. And according to the second line, each of them was bullied at home in one way or another. It turned out that the teacher killed everyone whose life reminded him of the fate of his sister. Moreover, Camilla was the next target, although she never expected it. The girl couldn't even think that from the outside it looked like she was being bullied. The Duke noticed that the lady was nervous and asked if something bad had happened at the academy. The lady said that everything was in order, but for some reason the father indicated that there was something else he wanted to discuss. The man suddenly asked how his daughter's clothes were on him, because he was going to wear them at the next imperial meeting. The actress did not understand why her father put on these clothes even then, but said that they suit him. Suddenly, the Duke added that he was worried that something else was missing from his robe. With a smile, the man said that it would be even better if he had some kind of decoration hanging on his shoulder. Camilla hesitantly agreed with her father, still not understanding the reason for his such behavior. Then the head hinted that something like a fox or a tiger might well suit him. The girl wondered if it was because the tiger was the divine beast of their family. Then the actress noticed something that greatly surprised her, and why everything immediately became clear to her. It turned out that Ravi was wearing a fox ornament that she had recently given him. Only now did the lady realize that her father had made such a fuss about the jewelry after seeing it on his brother. She would never have thought that the Duke liked such things, but his expression said otherwise. The man once again hinted that a tiger would definitely suit him, and the lady finally realized that he was simply asking for a brooch for him too. Unexpectedly, the older brother also entered into the dialogue and suddenly spoke very confidently. The guy said that such a thing would look very good on a knight's uniform. Camilla was not happy that she also had to give the brooch to Rudville, but there was no choice. Therefore, with a slight sigh, the actress decided that she would buy 2 more brooches for the family. The next morning, Camille arrived at Jabo's teacher's house as planned. The girl understood perfectly well that she would need to control herself so that he would not find out anything. She was somewhat scared to enter the house of the killer who had tortured 7, but it was too late to retreat. Now that the lady knew absolutely the whole truth, she could no longer ignore anything. Jabo opened the door very cheerfully as soon as the girl rang it. The man apologized for taking up Camilla's time on her day off, but he urgently needed materials. Quickly looking around, the actress realized that the killer's house looked even more banal. Meanwhile, the teacher went for tea, and the girl took advantage of this to look around. Suddenly, Camille's attention was drawn to what she had been planning to look for throughout the house. It was a small box on the shelf that Emmy had talked about, so the lady was definitely going to take it. Jabo quickly set the table, saying that he had chosen quite good tea. The girl didn't know if she would like him, but she was sure that this was all a trap. However, the actress pretended not to suspect anything and sniffed the tea, saying that the smell was good. The teacher insisted that the student try it and froze when she raised the mug to her mouth. At this moment, the professor did not say a word, but carefully watched the girl drink tea. When this happened, the lady fell unconscious with her head on the table, dropping her mug of tea to the floor. Jabo allowed himself to smile predatorily, because there was no need to pretend for anyone anymore. The man approached the girl and said that he would help her and soon her life would become much better. but the actress did not lose consciousness at all, and therefore with a sharp movement she freed herself from the teacher's hands. The lady pushed the man away as hard as she could and then grabbed the bracelet given by her brother. The decoration instantly entangled Jabo, and he could no longer move. The professor could not understand how this happened at all, because everything was under his control, and Camilla tried to catch her breath in fear, since she was taking a very big risk by catching the killer on her own. At some point, the lady really thought that she would die because of her own mistake, because she herself came here. The actress tried to calm down, convincing herself that she was no longer the child she used to be. The professor, even being tied up, shouted, asking why the girl did not lose consciousness. The lady replied that she had learned in advance about the killer's scheme, according to which he would lure people home, mix sleeping pills into tea, and then kill. Suddenly, Jabo became sad and whispered that he didn't think the girl would immediately know about his actions. The teacher lowered his head and closed himself off very much, not wanting to talk to his student. The girl said that killing him would not make anyone around happy. The teacher reacted to this and said that it was better to die than to live with a fake family. Camille suddenly asked if that was why Jabo killed all the other girls. The man did not deny this and added that all those ladies also wanted to be happy. Jabo added that he himself felt happiness when he saw that they became happier after death. The actress was frightened by the words of the man, who himself believed in them very much, but they sounded like nonsense. The killer's sister materialized near the lady and said that this was all happening because of her. Emmy explained that her brother considered himself guilty of her death and, by killing others, absolved his sin. For Jabo, death was not pain, but a departure from the evil and cruel reality around him. Therefore, the professor began to kill the most unfortunate, in his opinion, in order to save them. The actress was sad to hear the teacher's story, but she could not forgive him because of her. The girl said that all the sister's excuses for her brother are simple nonsense. No matter how you look at it, Jabo remained an ordinary serial killer of girls. The man happily noted that talking to air is a sign of mental disorder, but when the lady still did not want to die, the teacher was very upset. He said that it was better to die than to live like this, which greatly angered the girl. She grabbed the man by the hair and rudely asked why and for whom the teacher dared to make such a decision. Jabo couldn't answer why he himself decided who was happy and who was not at all. Camilla, leaning close to the professor, angrily asked whether to tell him the real truth. The teacher asked in surprise what kind of truth this girl could tell him. Smiling evilly, Camilla asked if the killer remembered such a girl as Lady Dubreuil. The fact was that she was in love and was supposed to get married after graduation. As for Lady Lurie, she sponsored the orphanage every month from her pocket money, because there was her precious little brother, whom she wanted to take away after he came of age. Even the ghosts were surprised at how thoroughly Camille managed to study their biographies. Listening carefully to the lady, some spirits even began to cry, for the first time showing more than just hatred for their killer. The man, meanwhile, shouted that everything that was said was absolutely impossible, but the actress said that she was not lying and did not understand why the teacher decided that he had the right to choose happiness for others. The lady decided to teach the killer a lesson and therefore abruptly released him from the bonds of the bracelet, but not to freedom. Before the teacher had time to come to his senses and run away, the girl used the bracelet again, but in a different way. Camilla began to deliberately slightly strangle the teacher, but this was enough for him to beg to be saved. The actress angrily asked the gasping man if he was happy now. In response, Jabo could not say a word. He only mumbled inaudibly and tried desperately to gasp for air with his lips. Since suffocation did not give her pleasure, the lady released the teacher, who was still choking. Since the whole game was now over for Camilla, she called the butler. Rub immediately appeared at the door and confirmed that he had filmed absolutely everything that was happening in the room. The man admitted that for the first time in his life he was so nervous, but the lady was pleased. She ran to the locker and began to take something out of it, which Rube did not expect. The butler asked what was in the box that my lady found on the top shelf. With sadness, Camilla said that it contained the personal belongings of the girls killed by Jabo. Now the main question for the lady remained whether the ghosts would be able to free themselves after everything. However, for now the spirits still stood aside and cried about their lost happy lives. To ensure that the investigation was carried out correctly, the lady gave all the evidence to Rub. Coming out of Jaebo's estate, the actress exhaled with great relief as she was nervous. She was very glad that now no one else would die, which was the most important thing in this whole story. But for Camilla herself, the story was not over yet, since upon returning home she was forced to hold her hands up. When Ravi deliberately lied that his sister had given up, the girl immediately became loudly indignant. And the guy did this because he was very angry with the lady for her actions without his knowledge. And since the actress's father gave the punishment to keep her hands above her head, it wasn't only her brother who was angry. Unfortunately for the lady, the butler couldn't help but tell everything that happened to her. Therefore, now the father threateningly asked what his daughter was even thinking about, getting involved in all this. The girl tried to justify herself by saying that she took the god in the form of Rube with her, but this did not help. The Duke was so angry that the lady hastily admitted that she had made a big mistake. No less than her father, Camilla was frightened by the look of her older brother, which she could not understand. Ravi suddenly realized that his sister had once talked to him about the killer on behalf of an acquaintance, but in fact she was asking for herself. The guy said that he was stupid to believe the lady's story because she had no friends. As he got closer, Ravi noticed that his sister had small bruises on her neck from the strangulation. He carefully extended his hand and cast a spell to completely cure the girl. Camilla immediately thanked her brother sweetly, but he still continued to swear at her. At that moment, the head began the dialogue in such a serious voice that the lady was surprised. The man asked if the girl didn't tell her family anything because she thought they wouldn't believe her, but the actress objected that she did not tell because she did not have the necessary evidence. The Duke became very angry and even hit the table with his hand, as he was against the fact that his daughter had become bait. Camilla was very scared because there was a lot of similar cruelty in her past. Suddenly, the father approached the lady, but instead of hitting her, he gently stroked her head. He explained that his soul still hurt, and the girl felt sad from such words. After this, the head told his daughter to go and rest, because she was most likely very tired. When Camilla left, the Duke suddenly smiled, which surprised the brothers who remained in the office. The man proudly concluded that his daughter was the same as him, since she could not ignore the injustice. Somewhat later, the court began to consider Jaebo's case for the murder of all 7 girls. The professor himself decided to admit his guilt, because he was crushed by the fact that he did not make anyone happier. Besides, the judge had all the evidence against the teacher, and Jaebo had no chance of escaping punishment. As a result, the man was sentenced to the most severe punishment, namely the death penalty. The trial of the teacher proceeded quickly, and the death sentence was immediately carried out. Camilla was present, although she did not really want to watch someone take their life. Suddenly, next to the lady, a female voice asked if it was all finally over. It turned out that Emmy also came to see her brother's death and was glad that he was now calm, but the actress asked if it was really over, which surprised the ghost. The girl asked if the spirit knew the reason why no one knew about the deaths of the girls. The thing is that the adoptive parents of all the victims hid their deaths from the public. And now Camilla was going to tell everyone the truth about what was really happening. Therefore, now the lady needed one specific answer from Emmy in order to proceed further. The actress asked who exactly adopted the spirit in order to find those people and take revenge on them. Exactly a week later, on the Sephra estate, the father was playing chess with his son, and they put the ball in checkmate. This was not the first time Adrian had lost, so the Duke was pleased with the progress of their games this time. Suddenly, the guy asked what his father was thinking about, implying a question about the divine beast. The head did not answer anything, because he believed that he had done everything within the permissible limits. But the son did not understand how the Duke could so easily lend their Luna to Camilla when she asked. When the man replied that he believed in his own son and therefore gave the beast to his girlfriend, Adrian fell silent. At that moment, the butler announced that a long-awaited guest had arrived at the Sephra estate. This guest was Camilla, who immediately checked that the men were playing chess. The girl explained that the purpose of her visit was not to check, but to return what she had borrowed. This borrowed one was the divine beast of the Sephra family named Luna. and Adrian and the Duke played chess because it was their promise to the girl. A few days ago, the head said that he wanted to thank Camilla for seeing off Seer's soul. He gave the lady the opportunity to choose any desire, and she thought deeply. Then the actress said that she would like the Sephiras to play chess with each other every day for an hour. She explained her desire by saying that Seer would like to see something like this. And now the girl was laughing at Adrian because she found out that he had lost once again. Moving on to a serious topic, the lady thanked the head and said that she was able to complete everything. The man only noticed that the beast was not going against violence, although it was brought up with its help. These were Camilla's words, and the Duke remembered them because such things were offensive to him. The son added that the truth is indeed what hits the bones most often. As for the moon, the lady needed her because she knows how to create images of the deceased and show illusions. And the girl used this ability to really scare Emmy's adoptive parents. Then Camilla noticed Adrian's gaze on her and asked him what the guy wanted from her. The Duke looked thoughtfully at the argument between the guy and the girl who studied together at the academy. As a result, the head specifically asked his son to accompany the lady to the exit from their estate. Walking down the corridor, Sephra suddenly asked which ghost the lady had helped to make her condition worse. The guy explained that he heard that Camille got into hand-to-hand combat with Jabo, which was not true. But the girl quickly explained that the fight was an exaggeration, which Adrian didn't really believe. He suddenly changed his face and whispered something quietly under his breath, but the actress did not hear. Camilla asked her friend to repeat what he had said, as she was interested in finding out. Then Adrian loudly and clearly asked to call him with you next time as help. The lady was surprised that the guy was offering his candidacy, because she didn't think that he would want to help her. As soon as she asked why she should call Sephra, he quickly walked away, since they were already at the front door. The actress tried to call out to the guy, but Adrian quickly ran away and didn't even turn around. The lady decided to leave her friend alone and left the estate when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Emmy found her friend and now assured her that everything was really finally over. Camilla asked with concern why the ghost was still following her instead of leaving. To this, Emmy replied that she just came to say goodbye, as she was about to go on a trip. The girl's spirit thanked the lady from the bottom of her heart for everything she had done for him. The actress smiled in response and wished the ghost a very good trip and bright impressions. Emmy promised to visit her friend someday and tell her about all the places she had seen. The actress accompanied the ghost with a smile until he was completely invisible. Camilla hoped that if Emmy returned, she would be happy and satisfied with the path she had taken. A couple of days later, a noble party was held with a bunch of invited guests in honor of Duke Javelon's birthday. All the tables were set according to the rules of etiquette and were literally bursting with delicious food. Several orchestras with classical music were installed throughout the large hall. Among the invited guests, Camilla was sure to be there, along with Duke Sorfel. The girl specially chose one of her best outfits to shine among everyone, and she achieved the desired effect as the ladies around looked at her in amazement. In fact, the lady did not want to come, but Javelin sent her a personal letter, and it was impossible to refuse. But Ravi and Rudville were able to skillfully refuse the festive banquet for various reasons. The Duke noticed that the room was quite cool and reported this to his daughter. Camilla was glad to have the opportunity to communicate with her father in person, which was now rare, but even this safe event had reason for the lady to be worried. And this reason was called Alicia Javelin, who was Pedro's sister. But before meeting her, the girl sweetly greeted Duke Javelin and thanked him for the invitation. The birthday boy happily said that he was looking forward to the Sorfel family and considered them important guests. Pedro complimented the girl and said that she was especially beautiful today. The lady again was not particularly pleased with the guy's words, but she smiled sweetly and thanked him in return. At that moment, young Elisha peeked out from behind her elbow and smiled sarcastically. Playing the role of a good girl, she happily ran up to Camilla and hugged her very tightly. The girl said that she really missed her, but for some reason the lady didn't come for a long time. The actress remembered very well that although Javelon's daughter was smiling, she strongly disliked Sorfel's daughter. At that moment, the servants announced the arrival of Duke Sephra, and he walked majestically through the center. Turning her attention to Sephra, the lady noticed that Adrian had not come for some reason. She assumed that the guy must not have wanted to cross paths with Pedro. The head of Sephra noticed the girl, and she came up to him to say hello, since she had not come in for a long time. A divine wolf immediately appeared in front of Camilla, and the girl scratched him affectionately. Suddenly, a divine eagle appeared nearby and asked with great suspicion why the lady and the wolf were so close. Moreover, Jetty noticed that Luna waved his tail at him in a friendly manner, although they did not know each other. At this time, the dukes sorted things out among themselves a little, quarrelling on various occasions. The fact that Camilla was surrounded by 3 important dukes at once was quickly noticed by the crowd. For the actress, such looks were something normal, so she was not at all scared. In addition to the people around, Alicia was also closely watching her daughter Sorfel, and the girl didn't like what she saw so much that she even forgot to smile for everyone. Joyfully flying up to the lady, Alicia invited her to go together to her best friends in the garden. But Camilla stopped the girl, saying that she would first give the gift to her father and then everything else. The girl approached the Duke of Javelon and bowed politely to him, as required by decency. Then the lady, smiling actily, took out a small box for the man from a secret pocket. Inside the box was a skillfully made beautiful brooch with a magic stone inside. The man immediately understood what was special about this gift and was incredibly surprised. For everyone else, the lady explained that the brooch contains protective magic, so it could even save the Duke. The crowd did not believe the girl's words because it was very difficult to place strong magic in this decoration. Here Duke Sephra confirmed the reliability of the brooch, saying that it was he who placed magic in it. Duke Sorfel asked in surprise whether his daughter really came to the Sephra estate. In response, the man said that it was with the girl that they created a business turning magic stones into brooches. Camilla's father said that it turns out that Sephra knew about the lady's occupation all this time, and he also had to know that the man also received a brooch, which he proudly showed now. The actress immediately felt ashamed of how exactly the brooch with their divine beast looked on her father, but she had to advertise her brooches, and therefore said that everyone wants their loved ones to be protected. The father was surprised by his daughter's words, but at the same time proud of her. No less than Duke Sorfel, the lady's phrase also made Pedro think and froze, not expecting this. Camilla herself could hardly contain her smile, because she gave the brooch to Duke Javelin so that he would tell everyone about it. At this moment, the birthday boy carefully examined his gift and analyzed it. In the end, the man smiled happily, saying that he really liked the brooch. Alicia, who was left completely alone without anyone's attention, could not bear this. The girl was very infuriated that Camilla was now in the center of everyone and not herself. Javelon's daughter concluded that Lady Sorfel had become much more bold since their last meeting. Therefore, the girl dragged the lady behind her into the gazebo, where her friends had already gathered. The actress smiled, although she herself was waiting with suspicion for some kind of trick, because there was always one. Once upon a time, Alicia gave the previous Camilla a gift, saying that her brother would really like it. The girl convinced the stupid lady that if she dressed in this, Pedro would immediately confess his love to her. The girl dreamed of this more than anything in the world, because she loved Javelin madly. Alicia added that she knew her brother's tastes, so the lady just needed to do as she said. But on the day of the party itself, Camilla had not even taken a couple of steps when everyone began to discuss her terrible outfit. The sister specifically pointed out the girl who had come to her brother so that he would look at her. Pedro turned around, already prepared for the fact that Sorfel would not leave him a single step. But when the guy looked in her direction, the girl, burning with shame, ran away. This situation made the actress very angry now, but she couldn't change anything since she was in a different world then. But now the lady was going to be more careful in the company of young girls who wanted to harm her. Elisha asked if Camilla missed them, and she assured with a smile that she missed them very much. In her head, Sorfel already knew exactly what to do with all these villains. Javelon's daughter was the first to speak and praised the lady for her good grades in the exam. The girls around immediately began to say that they were very surprised, because they didn't know that their older friend was so smart. One of her friends suddenly remembered that Sorfel's grades had not been very good before, and therefore strange rumors appeared. The actress looked at the speaker out of the corner of her eye, but at the same time all her words did not hurt the girl. The girls continued to whisper that they had heard that someone even passed the exam in a dishonest manner. Alicia screamed louder than anyone that she would never fail in the same way in her life. It was painful for the actress to watch how they tried to play the role of a girl because her acting was much better. Looking at her reflection in the tea, the lady realized that Sarah in another world was now much weaker than herself here. Therefore, the lady proudly declared that the girls would also do well to cheat once. Deathly silence immediately reigned at the table, since the friends did not expect such a turn. Sorfel added that the girls' grades really needed improvement because she knew them. The friends fell silent in shame, since they had nothing to object to here. Elisha was shocked that the older student advised her to improve her knowledge by cheating. Camilla, smiling, advised the girls, instead of organizing a concert here, to think about studying. Rising from the table, Javelin said that her sister was going too far. Smiling maliciously, the actress asked, "So what if the baby really started crying?" Elisha's anger took her breath away and she could only glare at the lady. The girl immediately realized that the girl wanted to get out of the situation by bursting into tears. But don't forget that in her past life, Camilla was a much better actress than Alicia is now. Therefore, before the girl had time to cry, Sorfel threw the cup of tea onto the floor with a smooth movement. The cup broke, causing Javelin to forget about her tears and watch in amazement. At that moment, hearing the noise, Duke Sorfel and Javelin ran to the gazebo. The head ran up to his adult daughter in concern, noticing that she was standing with her head down. The man noticed Camilla's tears and carefully asked what happened to her here. The girl, shedding drops of tears, said that she was told that she had cheated in the exam. The lady apologized for not being good enough, since such rumors appeared. The Duke hugged his daughter tightly to console her and asked who told her such nasty things. Without saying anything, the actress pointed her finger at the group of girls led by Elisha. Javelin didn't expect his daughter to be among those who teased someone. Hearing her father's cry, the girl decided that he was on her side and therefore joyfully ran to him. But then the Duke menacingly asked how his own daughter dared to treat her guest so rudely. Elisha froze in complete shock because she believed that her father would protect her. But instead, Javelin asked the Sorfel family for forgiveness for his poor upbringing of his daughter, and the girl felt as if she was completely alone in this world. She clenched her teeth in displeasure with anger, but did not become indignant anymore, as she realized that it was useless. Full of resentment and humiliation, Elisha turned around and ran away as quickly as possible. Camilla just thought that the girl would have to try better next time. A little later, the lady left the main party, and she felt much better after that. Suddenly, she saw a stand in front of her and was surprised that there was a sword inside it. The girl stopped in front of the sword because for some reason it seemed familiar to her. An image of a ghost with the same sword sticking out of his chest appeared in the lady's head. Then Camilla heard a voice from behind that said that the previous head of the clan was depicted on the stand. It turned out that he approached Pedro and said that their previous head was the founder of fencing in their family. Then the lady asked what the guy could tell about this sword on the stand. Javelin said that this was a sword of protection, and the lady thought that there are not only protective animals but also swords. Pedro added that this sword was very valuable, as it was mentioned even in ancient records, and he himself chose its owner. The girl asked who is the owner of the sword now, and the guy replied that there is no such thing yet. Looking at the portrait of the head, the lady was surprised that even he who found the sword could not become its owner. Camilla did not know the whole story, but this fact of the chapter's biography seemed strange to her. At this point, Javelin said that he heard about Elisha's incident and asked if Sorfel was okay. To this she replied with a smile that she was completely fine, since she had arranged a performance on purpose. Camilla explained that she wanted to get Pedro's sister in trouble for everything she had been through because of her. The guy was very surprised by this, but it was not clear from his face whether he was condemning the girl. The actress sadly concluded that no one had any idea that Elisha was harming Sorfel's daughter. Javelin asked in confusion if they weren't on good terms, but the lady replied that it didn't matter anymore. The girl explained that she no longer needed to try to be good for absolutely everyone. The guy couldn't answer because that was exactly what he was still doing. Here they were distracted from the dialogue by Elisha, who came up and called her sister for something. The girl very sadly asked for forgiveness and also said that her friends also wanted to apologize. Knowing full well that this could be a trap, the actress nevertheless agreed to go along. In confirmation of thoughts about a setup, one could cite Elisha's fist, which was squeezing it tightly. Camilla couldn't even stand it and laughed at this picture, which surprised the girl. Javelin asked what was wrong, and the lady replied that she was wondering what else she was up to. Elisha realized that Sorfel's daughter did not believe in her repentance and therefore behaved warily. Camilla read the girl like an open book, as she could not contain the emotions on her face. Angry, Javelin shouted that she was the daughter of an important duke, which only made the actress smile. This careless attitude angered the girl even more, and she began to scream very loudly. Pedro heard his sister's screams and came closer to find out what was the matter. At that moment, Alicia pushed Camilla with all her strength so that she flew down the stairs. Since the lady stood near the very edge, she could not even catch on to anything. In horror, Pedro screamed the name of the falling girl and ran to try to catch her. The actress knew that if she had dodged, Elisha would have fallen and she would have been blamed for it. Therefore, now she was falling down with a smile on her face, since all the blame for her injuries would not be on the girl. Only at the very last moment the girl realized what she had done, but it was too late. Only after falling, the lady opened her eyes in amazement, as she felt no pain at all. She realized that she did not touch the ground, but instead someone caught her, so the girl did not feel pain. It turned out that Pedro, who was nearby, managed to run up and caught Camilla, and was now asking if she was hurt. The actress thanked the guy, saying that thanks to him she is now completely fine. Javelin exhaled with great relief because he had become very frightened. Only after this did the guy turn to his sister with a very menacing look, as she was awaiting serious punishment. Alicia raised her hand to her mouth in shock because she had never seen her brother like this and thought that he would be on her side. A couple of days later, the Javelin family issued an official apology and sent a bunch of gifts. The girl was put under house arrest, as a result of which she was not allowed to leave her room for some time. Duke Sorfel was unhappy that Elisha got off with such a simple punishment, but his daughter forgave her. The girl was much more worried about Pedro's angry look then, because the guy had no reason to be so angry. The fact that the guy's command was strange was confirmed by his sister's fear, since even she had never seen him in anger. That same evening, Camilla was trying to figure out where to put all this huge pile of gifts. Then there was a knock on the door, and the assistant said that he had brought the books that the lady was looking for, which she was immediately happy about. The girl asked to bring them in, and was very surprised when the servant came in with a huge number of books. The actress incomprehensibly asked if these were all books about the Sword of Protection, and the guy confirmed this. The lady even thought about giving up the idea of studying the history of the sword, since she had too much time to spend on it. However, she was worried about the history of the sword anyway, so the girl had no choice but to read. At that time, both the portrait and the sword itself seemed very familiar to her, so Camilla wanted to get rid of this feeling of déjà vu. She even asked Darren if he could tell her anything, since he was even collecting such information. But the ghost said that he only knew that the head lived a long life and could not add anything about the sword. Therefore, the actress had to essentially study all the information she was interested in from scratch. After a couple of days of reading, Pierre flew up to the lady and noticed that she was reading a book in an ancient language without a translator. The ghost explained that he studied ancient culinary recipes and therefore can understand a little of this language. To this, the lady boasted that she was able to study it right up to the highest level. Therefore, the girl's reading went very quickly, and literally today the assistant handed her the last book. Unexpectedly, Camilla heard from the servant that someone else was interested in the Sword of Protection and had read all these books. When she asked the question, the guy replied that several years ago Rudville studied all this. Therefore, literally a few minutes later, on Mrs. Dorman's orders, he found his brother and said that the lady wanted to meet. Then the eldest son, Sorfel, to the surprise of all the swordsmen present, said that he was cancelling his training. Moreover, the guy added that he was cancelling absolutely all training for today, and the guys could be free. This shocked the coach so much that he froze in place and even asked again several times. The guys around also didn't immediately believe what they heard and couldn't go home for a long time. Less than an hour later, the brother was already drinking tea in his sister's room, which she was surprised by since she was expecting him in the evening. Watching the guy, the girl did not understand why she had not noticed before that he was not angry with her as he was in the dream. Breaking the silence, Rudville suddenly asked why exactly his sister decided to call him. The lady got straight to the point, saying that she had heard that the guy was reading a book about the Sword of Protection, and now she is interested in any information about what her brother might say after reading it. Rudville did not answer right away because he was lost in thought, and then said that he understood only one thing from all the books. Each of them told about the place where the Sword of Protection, sought by everyone, is located. In ancient times, when civilization was just emerging, an organization called the Teaching of Eve was very popular. She was a group of believers who claimed that you could gain eternal life by worshipping the goddess Eve. Since the teaching promised to give strength that would lead to immortality, many people were inspired by it, but no one thought that this religion had one big and bold minus. The whole point is that eternal life was given for a reason, but in exchange for a life sacrificed. In the end, the doctrine sowed such strong discord that a difficult and bloody war began. However, a hero soon appeared who ended the long war and destroyed the evil, whose name was Mars. It was he who once created a magical and powerful sword and called it the Sword of Protection for the weak and powerless. But as soon as he won the war, the hero immediately disappeared, and with him his mighty sword disappeared. Having finished the story, the elder brother added that for a long time, absolutely no one could find him. Many people came to that very place, but for some reason only Jeno was able to see and take the sword. Camilla was very glad that Rudville knew perfectly well the whole history of the Sword of Protection, because now she could talk to him. Everyone knew that although the previous head of the Javelin family was able to find the sword, he did not choose it. With hints, the brother made it clear that only one conclusion could be drawn from this situation, but it was never voiced. The girl understood perfectly well that this was done because it was impossible to interfere in someone else's family. But this did not mean that after many years the lady could not find out the truth, so she went to the ghost with a sword in her chest. Camilla called out to him somewhat rudely, but this was the only way to let the spirit know that she was addressing him. After greeting the guy nicely, the lady asked if he was Javelin Jeno by chance. The sword, which seemed so familiar to the actress, was right under her nose from the very beginning, because it was in the spirit. The guy didn't seem too surprised that the girl was talking to him and confirmed that he was Jeno. Camilla was very glad that the ghost had a language of communication that was more understandable to her than she thought. Getting down to business, the lady asked if Javelin knew that the Sword of Protection chooses its owner. When the spirit nodded, the girl asked a question about whether Jeno knew why it took so long for people to find the sword. Without allowing the ghost to even think, the actress herself answered that the sword could only be found by someone who was recognized as its owner. The lady continued that Mr. Jeno, who returned home with the sword, was not recognized, and the guy listened carefully. Camilla assumed that the real owner of the sword was killed a long time ago, even when the sword was found. And the girl turned out to be absolutely right, since initially the Duke had 2 twin sons. Therefore, after these words, the ghost told his story, saying that once a sword of protection really pierced his heart. During that period of time, the guy often fought with swords with his brother, while his parents watched them. Father always praised Jeno as he was a master swordsman and loved swords. The only thing the parents did wrong was to compare their sons and say that Mihai was much worse than Jeno, although he was older. The older brother got angry every time, realizing that as long as the younger brother was around, he would not become the head of the family. And proof of this was another loss by Mihai, who eventually fell on the grass. Jeno good-naturedly asked why his brother had his head in the clouds, because they had a serious training session. As a result, the younger brother was once again the winner, as his father joyfully proclaimed. When the guys decided to go to the location of the Sword of Protection, Jeno joyfully shouted that they had found it. But in the place that his brother pointed to, Mikai saw nothing but emptiness. The guy looked around carefully in confusion, but everything was useless. Jeno, meanwhile, said that the sword is right here. You just need to try to carefully pull it out. Not even a minute had passed before the younger one was able to pull a magic sword out of thin air, which made him very happy. Accepting its new owner, the weapon proudly emitted magical light around itself. Only now did the elder realize that only his brother could see this sword of protection, but not he. Confused, Mihai asked Jeno for permission to hold the sword, and the guy immediately gave it. But as soon as the eldest took the sword in his hands, its glow immediately went out, and he became noticeably heavier. The younger one innocently remarked that the weapon seemed to like him much more, and then asked to return it. In response, Mihai angrily and confusedly asked why only his brother is always and everywhere chosen. According to the guy, Jeno received parental love and care, and the recognition of people around him all his life. The brother decided that if it weren't for his youngest, he would have gotten it all. This realization made Mihai swing his sword with all his might right at the man who always wished him well. Without hesitation for a minute, the elder pierced the younger with a weapon directly in the heart, which he did not expect. The understanding of what was happening came to Jeno too late, and he could not fix anything. And Mihai, to be sure, and in order not to leave evidence, also mercilessly threw his brother straight into the abyss. The guy watched his opponent fall down for several seconds, which made him feel better. Only a little later, the elder realized what he had done, feeling his brother's blood on his face. He fell to the ground in shock because from an overabundance of emotions, he was not ready to go home just yet. And next to his hand lay a sword of protection, which from then on never emitted light again. When Mihai returned home, everyone around him decided that he was Jeno, since he was considered the best of the brothers. To avoid additional questions, the elder himself confirmed that it was he who died, and not the younger. The only person who was able to quickly understand everything was the guy's father. He told his mother, and together they constantly watched their son, but did not try to expose him. Instead, the father decided to continue to remain silent, and only turned away from the new Jeno, all because he could not afford to lose his only living son. As a result, Mihai, under the name of his brother, was the good head of the Javelin family for the rest of his life. At this point, the ghost finished his story and grinned, saying that it was funny that people remembered them under other names. Camilla asked incomprehensibly why Mihai lied to everyone and pretended to be Jeno for the rest of his life. The girl couldn't even imagine how this guy lived. Everywhere she heard the name of the man he killed. To this, Jeno replied that his brother himself chose his punishment for the murder and paid in full. Then the girl asked why the ghost was still here, and he replied that he really liked the sword. Since the lady did not understand, Jeno smiled happily and said that he liked the sword so much that he could not leave. The guy sadly said that he had never used it to its full potential since there were no worthy enemies. The actress realized that she could not maintain her spirit in any way, and this made her even sadder. Jeno, being a genius and the founder of the Javelin family fencing, already received the title of swordmaster at the age of 12. After thinking, Camilla realized that even in the current era, there were not so many swordmasters. Among those she knew were only her father, her brother, and Adrian, although there were many who fenced. Although the girl was not sure of the correctness of her idea, she still called out to the guy. As soon as he turned around questioningly, the actress asked with a smile if he wanted to use the sword properly. To do this, a little later, Camilla came to Rudville and said that she wanted to fight him. There were many guys around who were strong in fencing, but the lady had a reason to turn to her brother. He was the only one who would not take the girl's words as a simple joke. Rudville asked why his sister would fight him, and she replied that she wanted to test what she could do. The guy said with concern that the lady might get hurt, but she insisted, so he sent her to warm up. When they both changed clothes and warmed up, the brother asked to tell him when the girl was ready. Only now Camilla regretted what she had started, but there was no turning back for her. With a sigh, the actress remembered how she went through wanting to become a swordmaster, so now she will find out what it is like, albeit for a while. The girl turned to the ghost, taking advantage of the large distance between her and her brother, and asked if he was ready. Jeno could not refuse such an amazing opportunity, so with the lady's permission he moved into her body. As soon as he did this, the guy instantly felt much better because he could fight. The ghost in the girl's body took a fighting stance and said that she was completely ready for battle. Rudville, who did not expect too much from his sister, nodded his head and allowed her to attack first. Wasting no time, Geno immediately ran straight at the guy because he wanted to cross swords as quickly as possible. The first blow was so powerful that it almost threw his older brother back, but he managed to resist. The guy was very surprised by such pressure from the girl, but managed to repel all her blows. The only thing I can't explain, brother, is exactly when Camilla managed to master this technique. Time passed, and they still fought in the middle of the training center, and no one dared to stop the guy and girl. Geno was incredibly happy since a lot of time had passed since his last sword fight. He decided to pull off one of his tricks and suddenly dived under Rudville's arms, surprising him. The ghost then made a direct strike, but the eldest son Sorfil dodged at the last moment. Javelin realized that he really missed that feeling of fighting a worthy opponent. From their stubborn battles, whole columns of dust even rose across the entire field, which somewhat impaired visibility. Pausing for a moment, Rudville admitted that his sister's fencing skills were very good. At this point, Geno decided to end the fight, although he was sorry to be interrupted from such an interesting battle. The guy was glad that at least he was able to hold the sword he loved so much. But as soon as the spirit left the girl's body, she fell to the ground completely unconscious. It so happened that the physical stress of the battle turned out to be excessive for Camilla's body. The ghost apologized for getting carried away, but this did not help the actress, who was losing consciousness. Sometime later, the Duke loudly reprimanded his son for allowing this to happen. The lady was still unconscious, and the father asked how Rudville could have led to this. The man claimed that he could not put this incident aside just like that, even though his son was guilty. Since they were going to punish her brother, who had nothing to do with it, Camilla still opened her eyes. The girl did not want Rudville to be punished because he decided to help her. Therefore, although she still did not feel well, the lady was nevertheless able to say that she herself asked for training. The Duke rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully as the son kept silent about the fact that the initiative was on the part of his daughter. As a result, the man came up and hugged the girl tightly, glad that she was okay in the end. The father said that he was scared because first the incident with Elisha happened, and now this training. Camilla was surprised to hear from the Duke that he was very worried about her all this time. For some reason, the head of the Sorfil family was convinced that the lady might never open her eyes again. Nevertheless, the Duke reminded his son that he should have monitored the condition of his rival in the form of his sister. But right now it was important to the man to make sure his daughter was okay, so he stopped arguing. When the father came out, Rudville asked if his sister was okay, and she answered in the affirmative. At this moment, the lady was very grateful to her brother because he understood that problems might arise and therefore kept everything a secret. Left alone, Camilla breathed a sigh of relief because there was one less problem, but she had to move on to another. The fact is that all this time, Darren and Pierre were properly reprimanding Geno for his action. The guy honestly admitted that he could not control himself, as a result of which everything happened. But then it dawned on him that these ghosts were essentially no one to him, and he asked why he should listen to them. Therefore, Camilla decided to take the side of the butler and the cook, and asked Geno to behave kindly with them, because they are like family to her. Both spirits immediately became emotional at the mistress's words, but were able to hold back their tears. When all the screams died down, the guy approached the lady and asked her forgiveness for his behavior. He also sincerely thanked the girl because he was able to hold the sword in his hands after a long time. The actress said that she was glad to help, and then the ghost added that next time she would be more careful. But the lady didn't want any next time, so she asked if it wasn't time for the swordsman to go to another world, but he said that he didn't want to at all. A week later, the girl figured out exactly how to apologize to her brother for the training and brought him pudding. As soon as she entered the office, the lady immediately began to look around, since she had never been in it before. Approaching her brother's table, Camilla put the pudding on the table and told Rudville to try it, as he would definitely like it. While the guy was eating, the girl awkwardly asked if he didn't want to ask her anything, and the brother thought about it. All this time, the actress expected that the eldest son would ask at least some question, but this did not happen. Meanwhile, it was very strange that Camilla, who had no talent for fencing, fought on par with the swordmaster. To his sister's proposal, the brother asked if she would answer if he asked her any question. The girl assured that she would definitely answer, and then the guy asked with a smile if she would lie. After this question, the actress was forced to remain silent, as she realized that she could not talk about ghosts. Noticing this, Raudville said that the lady may not answer if it is difficult for her to talk about something. The only thing the brother wanted from his sister was that she would not lie to him about anything. At this, Camilla smiled sincerely and joyfully, since this situation greatly simplified her life. Since her brother helped her a lot, the lady promised to cook something tasty for him next time. Then the actress noticed flowers in a vase, which were called gypsophila, and asked if she gave them, and the guy confirmed. The girl was surprised that Raudville still keeps these flowers and considers them very beautiful, but the lady could not understand why the guy liked dried flowers so much. Instead, she realized that she had already spent a lot of time in his office and decided to go to her own so as not to be distracted. When Camilla left, Raudville thoughtfully turned his gaze to the flowers he had once given her. It is unknown what the guy was thinking about at that moment, but a smile slowly appeared on his face. At this time, the actress walked around the estate and thought contentedly that the pudding could not turn out to be tasteless because Pierre was preparing it. Suddenly, Ravi approached his sister and asked why she came to this area of the estate. The lady explained that she had taken the pudding to Raudville, and the brother immediately asked why she didn't share it with him. Since the girl didn't answer anything, the guy decided to be sarcastic and said that it wouldn't hurt her to train more so as not to faint during training. To this, the actress confidently stated that even in such physical form, she could beat her brother. Unexpectedly, the lady suggested to Ravi that if he beat her in a sword fight, she would make pudding for him too. The guy didn't understand why his sister was so confident, but at that time Jeno listened carefully to their dialogue and smiled.